Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're here at day 2 of the Tasteless LAN party. Day 1 was epic, and day 2 is only going to get better. I'm joined with Scarlett, Gemini, and Ziggy. How you doing, guys?
Pretty good.
Good. Feel well rested. Not actually. That was actually a complete lie. I'm not, but that's okay.
How are you doing, Ziggy?
Yeah, doing good.
Feeling good?
Yeah.
I got to say, man, we had some sick games. We're going to continue on with the StarCraft 2 round of 4. We have a StarCraft 1 show match, some other special events planned, and we're going to close this out with the StarCraft 64 tournament, World Championship. Nobody else has it, so we're taking the title right now until someone bigger comes along. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's take a look at the fundraising goals that we've got sorted for us here. So you can see we've already hit some of these marks here. I guess we actually haven't gotten the $4,000 amount. We swapped that out. I think our 4K goal, we might do me versus Special. I think he's going to be getting to the studio later on today here. 5K goal, if we can get to it, it will be unlocking Tasteless LAN Party 3. So your support is very much appreciated. If we get to 5K, we have broke even here, and we can afford to do another event in the future. We've got Lego Showdowns. If we do get to 10K, I will get a Mohawk on stream. And we'll see if I can pull that off. I'm not so sure.
I think you can get it, man.
Fallout Raider Tasteless, he's cool?
Yeah, man. You can rock anything.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
The dystopian world, Mad Max Tasteless. And what else do we have? Oh, I'm sorry. Can we just throw the schedule up on screen here as well? So this is what the day is going to look like. It could be subject to a little bit of change, just depending on how things pan out. Just depending when the StarCraft 1 players show up here. But we're going to have a lot of StarCraft 2 action to start this off here as we move on through the round of 4 and ultimately to the 3rd place and 4th place match in the Grand Finals. But the Brood War show match, Snow versus Barracks, should be interesting.
I'm excited for that. I'd like to cast that.
Yeah, you can definitely cast that if you want. I'm interested to see if Barracks can hang on against Snow. I mean, Snow is the best PvTer, I think, basically ever for StarCraft 1.
Could be, yeah. Like, he's known as a PvT specialist. Like, nobody controls Reavers better than him.
Yeah, it's insane.
Like,
I've been just blown away by that. StarCraft 64, I think we're going to be drawing the brackets for that soon. I'll probably do that on one of the breaks coming up here. And speaking of the StarCraft 2 show, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see where we've gone so far. Sadly, we could see already Creator, Rex, Special, and Scarlett have died out, but now we get to keep Scarlett as a caster. So,
The natural progression of StarCraft things.
Natural regression, yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna have Solar and Estrella to start things off, and then Ragnarok versus Percival. Percival, a pretty impressive performance, to be honest. He was playing pretty well.
Yeah. Now that I guess we can do a losers interview now since Scarlett's here. Scarlett, how'd you feel about that match there?
Beforehand or afterwards?
Either.
Did you think you were gonna win beforehand?
I thought so. I thought I knew how he was going to play. He did for the most part, other than I expected some proxy barracks as well.
Yeah.
That's why I opened pull first a few times on the bigger maps.
It's going to be interesting to see how he does against Ragnarok. Ragnarok is looking pretty sick lately. By the way, guys, we have new merch. We've got T-shirts here. We've just added desk mats to the site. It's tastelessthreads.com. We got cool shirts like this or this. We're all repping them here today.
Can't see mine.
Yeah, we've got the
Micro
macro hoodie over here. So go check that out. We're really excited to have these cool products on there, and there's going to be more stuff to come. We just launched the site yesterday, but that's another way to support. So we've got this goal up here at the top of the screen. Hopefully we can unlock Tasteless LAN Party 3, but we've got a couple ways you can try to support us, so it is appreciated. And do we have the players in the game, Zig?
yeah, we're just about ready to go.
Okay, so whenever they're ready, we can go ahead and start it up.
Okay.
It's going to be Solar versus Estrella. Solar, obviously, Tasteless LAN Party #1 champion. I mean, a big deal coming here to defend his title.
Oh, Solar is?
Yeah, he is,
Yeah.
yeah. I need to get a trophy made. This is one of the things I've been meaning to do for this thing, but we're kind of still getting started up. But to get some really
I think everyone really likes custom trophies.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's a lot of fun we
Yeah.
could have with like a custom trophy for something like this.
Just have a giant picture of your face.
That's literally what I was thinking, is one of like the weird emotes of my face just on the trophy. But yeah, look, with Estrella coming into this, I was really excited to see, how he would perform in GSL. It's too bad he didn't do as well as I think a lot of us have hoped. A lot of the, English stream viewers had hoped. But yeah,
Right.
maybe he'll pull it off here.
Yeah, Raynor as well struggled this season.
That was a real bummer. the entire studio was really sad when Raynor died out. Because it's so much better for the show if he gets further along.
I think he's gonna try again next year. You know.
Oh, I hope so.
He wasn't too happy about the loss this time. So we're starting here on Waterfall to start the series. This is definitely one of the more Zerg favorite maps. Usually most of the Protoss would choose to veto this map. Estrella vetoing Tropical Sacrifice instead. Personally, he doesn't like that map.
Why is this a map that you would not want to play? You said Protoss favorite or Zerg favorite? Sorry.
It's one of the more Zerg favorite maps.
And what makes it so Zerg favored?
I think it can just be a lot easier for the Zerg to attack the Protoss early on. And especially if they go Stargate. So we might see Estrella mix it up with some kind of 2-base all-in or weird build like Twilight, you know. It's less likely for him to play Stargate here.
I feel like I'll see a lot of adept builds on this map
Yeah.
in general. I feel like it's a lot easier just to throw them off a little bit, make so that way they can't just walk across the map and split you between 2 bases. So you're trying to get your Stargate transition like afterwards going and stuff like that. So.
By the way, do we have the in-game music on here? I don't know if you guys are getting it. Can we just check and see if that's on real quick before this game picks up, Ziggy?
It's on.
Okay.
In game. I don't know.
Well, if the stream can hear it, I guess it's fine.
We can try and turn it up.
Yeah, we have no game sound in our
Yeah, I
ears,
don't
so-
hear
Yeah, I don't hear
game
any game sound at all.
Neither.
Oh, keyboard shot.
Look at that. Look at him go.
Solar got new keyboard. He likes that one.
Oh, is
You
that
guys,
new?
you guys like the keyboards without the number pads on the side?
Yeah, 10 kilos
10
for
kilos
sure.
are by
Yeah,
far.
I find my arms are like too weirdly far
Do you not have a
apart.
10 kilos one?
I don't have the number pad on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's
called
a
the
10 kilos.
10
yeah.
kilos, yeah.
The numpad they called 10.
I didn't know what that
keys.
was.
Okay.
I was
TK
like, I don't know what that word is anyways. I don't have the numpad on the side.
Yeah, yeah.
This is like when Ziggy was trying to explain to me the rules earlier for like map selection. He goes, AB, 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 ABC. And I went, that's a bunch of letters. Like, what is happening right now?
What did you say back when you played tournaments in Brood War for Map Veto?
I think I had a very lengthy way of just saying AB, AB, ABC.
Okay, yeah.
I was like, well, we eliminate 2 maps, and then you pick one, and then I pick one, and then you pick one. But yeah, so 10 kilos. No, I can't play with anything where my arms are too far apart.
Yeah, exactly.
I had to buy one of these for the previous event because for the observer interface you can't rebind one of the income tab.
Oh, really?
You can't rebind that, so you need the numpad.
Oh.
So unless you have like a macro going, on your computer, like
Oh,
like a
interesting.
script.
I didn't know that,
So
actually.
I also had TKL, but had to buy one of these for the event.
You know, it's weird, like when they were remastering StarCraft 1, I was like so conservative about changing anything, including like hotkeys. And I even thought like for like replays and for observing, you shouldn't have access to too much, but I feel like now I wish we had
Yeah.
way more tools and we didn't have to do as much guessing, because you can always hide the information, right, if it's going to build suspense or something. But if you can't access it all, it's like, well, we just don't know sometimes.
Stray went for a robo opening this game, by the way.
Yep.
So he's going straight to Observer and then Prism, which is kind of interesting, I think. I feel like I don't generally see this.
Normally this would be Disruptor drop, but he already has the gas and he didn't start the Robo Pay, so...
Yeah.
kinda
It's just going to be like an Adept drop into something else.
Could be a later kind
A
of...
forward.
Yeah, it's
And-
going to be an Immortal all-in +1 in charge, actually.
On 2 bases?
Yeah.
And
two
this,
bases.
this is forced because you can't go
Whoa.
Stargate because the third base is not.
You
kind
can
of
go Stargate,
manageable.
it's just a little less safe, and some
Yeah.
people like to attack.
Mm.
But yeah, I actually... he used this build against me in the DreamHack Loser Bracket Finals
Mm.
on Sunday, last Sunday.
You just go with one immortal?
Yeah, like a lot of Immortals.
Okay.
4 Immortals. He's just going to keep chrono boosting them, make +1 charge, and go...
Oh my
upgrades already.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, so the
I
push,
kinda
is, the
love
push
it.
is going to come even before the immortal. It's
No,
not-
No, this
he-
is just kind of a fake...
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so he's trying to make it look like he's doing.
Yeah,
some
to make it
adept
look
stuff.
like 4
Okay.
gig glaive,
Got it.
exactly.
Yeah.
So then the Zerg makes units now, which they don't need, because this is only like a 3 adept drop, and the push isn't going to come for a couple minutes.
And then because they weren't droning up,
Yeah.
they're going to have a weaker economy later on.
Exactly,
Got
exactly.
it. Got it.
It's
So
not.
you're basically pocketing the immortals, right? This is all masked
Oh,
to look like
Oh,
some pressure.
but the Overlord?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We'll see if he sees the forge.
Yeah, if he sees the Forge, then that's a.
Oh, he sees
Oh.
everything.
Ouch.
Okay. So Zerg should make a Baneling nest here as easy
This
as
is the worst feeling, like right when you're like doing your strategy.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like, well, I got to do it anyways. Like,
The good thing
Unless
for-
you're like Patience or Hurricane, you just cancel everything and just make something else.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a Baneling nest, okay. So that's like the ideal response from Zerg. We'll see what how it
So there's
goes.
no fake third here with this one, right?
No.
So provided that Solar didn't just get the Overlord and see this, but like the Lings are constantly going to be checking the third base to see when that happens or whatever.
Yep.
So like as Estrella, is it not like obvious that you're doing some crazy 2-base all-in that will just need a whole bunch of units and you can just, mass up and defend it? Or
Yeah, it is kind of obvious, but for a long time the Zergs wouldn't make a Bailey Nest against the 2-base. They would just keep making more and more roaches.
Right.
And this kind of build is kind of perfect against that because you're making 4 Immortals.
Right,
and
right.
Charge. Yeah.
Kind of cool.
But he might change it up. I'm not sure. Now that he knows he got scouted.
Yeah, I mean, is there any chance he would, in a little bit here, just ditch this and take a third, or is it just not? You're not going to be in a healthy position in a longer game.
You're not going to be in a healthy position, but if he sees the Banelings, he might back off. Cause
It feels like one of those things where it's like, well, that's either I expand or I just let myself die by
Yeah,
attacking
exactly,
into it anyway.
Well, +1's almost done, which should activate the rush. We see the push coming up here now.
if he decides to commit or not.
I mean,
His worker count isn't actually that bad.
Oh.
Now the
oh
Lings got in.
no!
This might
Protoss
force him to
Classic.
commit.
We need a door.
He's going. Not all the Zealots tied to the Banelings, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, unfortunately, the probes are going to start to bleed out really quickly here. The push is going to continue onwards right now. Another Bane comes down, does connect with an Immortal. But the army overall is kind of thinning out here. We want to watch these Immortals really carefully and see if he can maybe micro this weaker one back here. As long as the Immortals are around and still doing damage and there's something to soak in the front, he may still have the ability to push forward. But as I say that, it looks like he's getting pushed up into a corner here. Drops one Immortal. And I mean, this is looking pretty dire, man.
Yeah, the problem, like he kind of killed off the first wave pretty well, but at that point it was only the Immortals left, and that huge Ling swell coming from the reinforcements is going to be obviously really hard to deal with if you're only sitting with a couple of Immortals and you have all those other Lings killing all your probes back at home. So, yeah, Estrella is kind of he's just trying to mass up one last little thing, see if he can maybe bust on through, but. I think Solar did a pretty decent job of identifying what's going on and getting everything he needed out.
Oh my
the
God!
Prism as well.
When you lose the Prism, man, it's like the rush is effectively done as long as they're still producing. The push is going to come out here regardless, though. But this is looking worse and worse right now for Estrella. If you look at the production tab, I mean, there's no probes being made. There's no economy that you can make behind this. I mean, that's kind of a feature of the rush as it is, but. I mean, I think we're at the point in time where we're probably going to be going into game 2. It's going to be easy to target down these Immortals. GG! Solar takes game number 1. Hungry for that Tasteless LAN party. 2 in a row championship. Is he going to get the 5?
The
TL?
back-to-back?
Yeah, I mean, if
She's gonna have 5 trophies of different emotions of your face on his wall.
Different emotes for my Twitch chat. Well, I think a lot of that game, we could say, goes back to the fact that the Overlord scouted the rush coming in. It's always kind of an awkward moment when that happens. You got to try the push anyways, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
Also, the thing that really ended the game was the Ling Run buy-in, because he could have kind of tried to transition if that didn't happen. See the Banelings maybe back off, but because that happened, he lost so many probes that is natural. He had to win there, or he was done.
Yeah, there's just not a lot you can do. Not too much else to say about that. By the way, I see 2 items were purchased by.
Bulmyeolja. It means
Bulmyeolja?
immortal in Korean.
Oh, I did
so
not
it's
know
kind of
that.
accurate
Nice.
for that game.
Yeah, very fitting. Fitting ID for that purchase.
Yeah.
Thank you for the support. We appreciate it. We're now going to go into game number 2 over here. It's going to be on Moondance. It's Solar versus Estrella. The best of 5 continues on here to see who will go into that final round, or into the finals, excuse me, for the Tasteless LAN party.
So we're
Now you talk, Gemini.
We're not doing Caster Chicken.
Yeah.
no.
Who won that?
I always
eventually?
lose Caster Chicken. Caster Chicken, by the way, is where Artosis and me the game would start, and we'd see who could go the longest without talking. But I always lose that.
What was the record?
Probably 10 seconds.
3 years.
3 years.
3 years. No casting.
3 years. No. What is going on right now?
What is?
It was almost
What?
as bad as when we opened
It
the show
sounded-
and Gemini's like, I'm feeling rested. No, I'm not. Or I'm like, what is happening right now? No, man. Caster Chicken, I've never been able to outdo Artosis, to be totally honest. But this game, wait, whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. Look at the hatch placement there.
Did he probe scout?
Yeah. He
Oh,
put
okay.
But he didn't take the back base either.
No, the
Yeah.
back base doesn't have a full mirror line, so you
right.
don't want to take it.
Yeah, I guess it would. It's just so far out from the other bases, but yeah, I guess it's really much more important to have the resources coming in than to just get the hatchery up anywhere.
The Zerg player usually takes the inner base pretty late compared to the other races. Usually Protoss or Terran would take it as the third, but the Zerg might not take it until even like the sixth base, fifth base.
It kind of makes sense because that base is so free.
Yeah.
Later on, you might as well try to earn your position in the mid game.
Yeah, exactly. And Zerg is very reliant on the mineral income.
As far as balance goes, Scarlett, you were talking about this on map 1, but how does Zerg feel against Protoss on this map?
This is definitely one of the more Protoss favored maps. Stargazers, which was the Veto Solar, is the best one for Protoss, and this I would say is the second best. So he did see a straight up pick it as his first map choice. And that's just because the Protoss gets to take the third base so easily, and it's very hard for the Zerg to do anything there.
And this is a Stargate appropriate map, you think?
Yeah, probably.
So let's see if he actually decides to tack into that here.
You think Stray's going to go like the more hero style, like the mass Oracle blank stuff, or I saw him do like just like Oracles into like charge Immortal Archon. Is that usually his preference, you think?
I think he's going to try and take a fourth pretty quick because of the map, so it might lead into Blink Stalkers.
Okay. Oh, the game's not over yet. Production.
Sorry, guys.
Just because it's a Protoss favorite map
Sorry, guys.
doesn't mean that they're
Put my
gonna.
face in there for a second. By the way, Express Karma with 1 item and 3 anonymous merch purchases from the hacker group Anonymous. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, the support's appreciated. I think after we're done with this best of five, what's happening? I'm getting the Elmer Fudd mouth or something. After this best of 5, we'll update the merch income and put that into the ticker. But it's appreciated, guys. Check out the merch. Direct donations are also appreciated as we're going to try to work up to the goal here for Tasteless Lane Party 3. And by the way, we are going to have that Stargate play. Oracle coming in here.
Yep. We'll have to see if he goes for more Oracles after, which I feel like he probably will. I feel like that's just kind of become more standard again, where Protoss have kind of gotten rid of the Void Ray stuff. Maybe you'll get like 1 afterwards, sometimes still to either maybe fake or just to kill Overlords and stuff. But he's actually going Phoenix. Huh, interesting.
Oracle into Phoenix.
Yeah, with that quick third base in the back over here. So this should be a little bit of a slower start going into this game. But Estrella definitely going to have, I think, a healthier game going into mid-game and into late game here. It's going to try to find opportunities there.
This is kind of something I miss a little bit about that old like 2018 PvZ where you always do like the 2 Oracle Phoenix or whatever to lift up the Queen and then you can get more drone kills. Those was kind of fun. I kind of like that. And then eventually you can use it as well to lift up the Queens for the Archon drop afterwards, stuff like that.
Yeah. Scarlett, what do you think of that style that Hero's been bringing out? That kind of very aggro, mass stalker.
Stalker?
Yeah, kind of pressure. A lot of times Oracles over the Stalkers to kind of even secure them against Lings.
It was really hard to deal with at first, and then I think the Zergs adapted with going into fast melee a lot of the time, playing a lower gas style, so it's kind of more comfortable for Zerg to play against now, but it does allow the Protoss to get like a really fast fourth base if they choose to. This game, though, he is going to charge after the Phoenix.
Yeah, Robo's going to finish here, so we'll have a War Prison started shortly.
So
Plus ones.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say this is what he was doing against Rex yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
But 7 gates is a lot.
Okay,
How many in
gonna-
total is that?
8.
Oh,
9 now.
whoa. Wow.
Okay, so this is going to be a really pronounced timing attack coming in here.
I'm surprised he can afford this many gateways, even with the back base doesn't have a full mineral line.
It feels like it's very early to have 9 gates right now.
Yeah.
Well, he's cut at 48 workers as well, so
Yeah.
it's like maybe he's just trying to use that extra income or the extra money of not making that many probes just to get a couple extra rounds of
Maybe you
units
get
really
like
quick.
just like 2. You can do this like 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah,
and then,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
you're
yeah.
going to be actually producing off of less gates, but you have like just like a little bit
Yeah.
more units coming with that.
Oh, he's actually...
Oh, the Ling
no!
again. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Not that bad. Okay.
Ling went by and it's like, no, you know what? You hit me.
He actually only has 2 gases, just like a full zealot attack.
Yeah, this is
Gonna be
going to
like-
be a lot
okay,
of,
that makes a
lot
lot of sense.
Pure
charge
zealots.
lots. Well, there's banelings being made.
That's a lot of banelings right there already.
We'll see if he micros his zealots
Yeah.
or charges them all into the banes.
A move! Oh, he split a couple of them away.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, no way, man. I mean, with this, no way, dude.
No way.
No way.
No shot.
No way.
This is chalked, man. Get him out of here.
I'm like trying so hard in my brain to imagine how like charge lots are going to beat this many banelings, and it's just, it can't be done. Oh, man.
Well, the zealots are actually kind of breaking through a little bit, but there's a couple more banelings.
We got to charge on these baneling eggs.
I think the banelings aren't done yet.
Ooh, this is brutal.
The queens are at a transfuse energy. He's making probes again, though, and there's
Yeah.
going to be a lot more lings in a couple seconds here. But
Yeah.
there's a lot more zealots. This is kind of weird.
Yeah, this is a odd moment. I mean, he's making some progress here.
Holy.
Whoa, he's
I
morphing
feel like
things right there.
I don't think that's
That's
correct,
not the
right?
way.
That's like every ling he has right now.
I can't believe he morphed him there.
Yeah, I'll just die.
What the heck?
What is going on? Of all the lings you could have morphed, you did those in that corner.
I mean, those ones are also getting picked off right there. Like, does Solar have any active units on the map besides these queens?
No.
He's got one
What is
Zerling.
going on?
What is happening?
So much for no shot.
I can't
We
believe
did the classic pro gamer
Literally,
thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in my head, I'm like, well, maybe if he morphed all of his lings into veins in the front and they were killed, but that wouldn't happen because these guys play this game for money, right? Is he going to keep
he's
making
just
progress
dead.
He,
here?
he just
Just
he
dead.
killed
I
him.
can't believe it.
He's dead.
Zealots beat banelings.
131 lings died this game. It's only 8 minutes into the game.
Do you think that Solar's going to open up the replay after this and go, what did I do wrong? And then look at the banelings that he morphed, like, in front of the Zealots? GG.
All right. Well,
GG.
yeah, we found out today that zealots do, in fact,
can't
just
believe
beat
that.
banelings.
I can't believe that.
At least it keeps the series going. It
Yeah.
could have been a quick series if.
It
You
is a
can get
closer
that
series
down.
now. This
Yeah.
is true.
Yeah, that's great.
Um,
I eat my words.
how embarrassing on our part
True.
to think that banelings would beat Zealots.
Wow.
I don't even-
Who would have thought that
Who would have thought that?
Solar would just morph all his baneling, all his lings right in front of a bunch of warped
Right there in a
zealots?
corner, unprotected, where the Zealots would close in and kill them one by one. All right, we're going to go into game 3 in a second here. It's going to be on Cosmic Sapphire. Honestly, I've never quite seen a game like that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was
I do like these builds, though, as well, because
Mm-hmm.
Scarlett was saying how he was doing this versus Rex, but he was doing the macro version of
Yeah,
it, where
with
he
the
would
fourth base.
he would get the fast fourth base, then he goes into just big charge. He had, like, tons of Archons eventually as well. But, like, those builds that look like you're doing something, and then it's just, like, the tiniest alteration to be something completely different.
Yeah.
right.
Those are, like, the thing I love doing that myself as well. It's, like, the thing that I think is just a good best of X I don't know, way to play, I guess. It's just really smart. It's cool to throw in those little alterations.
Because even if an Overlord flies in the main, he had one at the bottom left that he never used. He would just see the Robo Twilight Forge, you know, some gateways. It looked pretty similar.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've got some hope for Astray here. I got to say it's kind of a weird game where you see, like, you know, rock beats paper or something like that coming into here. But let's see what he does this time around.
Is this 12 pool?
It's an early pool.
He's hoping
There
for
is no
Oh,
hatch.
it's a gas first. No scope from Protoss.
Uh-oh.
This could be a quick one.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in store for us here. Gate over here at the entrance. But again, with a very quick pool, sometimes these Wallens that can be intended to keep you safe in a later game can actually be your weak point early on.
With the pylon getting sniped to the front.
Yeah.
So with a gas first, you generally would scout after the Cyber Core. And if the Overlord sees the probe, he can choose a different direction with the Lings to run around it. Because it's so late. So we'll see. If he gets around the probe, it should be pretty good for him, even though the map's pretty long.
Is it predictable that Protoss will open like this on this map? Is this kind of like you're just kind of playing into what
Oh.
Protoss wants to do?
Well, Australia's made Nexus first on this map a lot in the past, so
okay.
he might also be counting on that. But it is also quite good against gas first. This is like the dream scenario for Solar. And the Lings are going a different way from the probe, so he's not going to see it.
Yeah, he's going to see at the basically last possible second here what's going to be coming at him.
So we'll see. He needs to pull his probes immediately when he sees the Lings.
But I
Like
mean,
a
there's
lot of
no
probes.
attacking units out on the
Yeah.
map right now for Protoss. So I mean, he literally just has workers, and this pylon is probably going to be killed before the workers can even come in here to try to defend it. So I mean,
Oh, he's
not, his second pylon's not even done yet.
He needs to make another pylon right now.
Well, Tasteless, I think Solar heard you when he said
not
it
so
might
fast,
be a fast
guys.
series.
Not so fast, guys. We did see Banelings lose to Zealots. Okay, so
It's
True.
It's not completely over yet, though, because he still has a big worker advantage, right? And the pylon is full walling at the natural, so the reinforcement links actually aren't going to kill the pylon. But he can't afford to make a unit now.
Now the Cyber's going to die.
yeah, this is the worst feeling if you pull your probes
He
early enough. You're like,
pulled
oh,
a
I don't.
few too many.
You don't have any
I don't
money.
have any money. Like,
Yeah, can't make an attack.
Well, I'm supposed to defend it, but I also can't do anything else afterwards.
Yeah, so it's just gonna end.
no, he's got this.
Yeah, man.
His casters are biased. man.
Zealot speed Banelings. Anything can
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, pulled too many probes, man. You don't have the funding here to do this.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say, man. I mean, there is GG.
Video
I thought
games.
the game was going to go on longer. I was hoping that he would destroy all the buildings. That's my favorite part of StarCraft, but I guess that'll do.
So that's like a hard build order win.
Yeah. I mean, Estrella not even getting to do what he wanted to do there. One-sided, man. And you were saying, Scarlett, that Estrella likes to go for Nexus first there.
Yeah.
So that was ideally to counter that, but you go gateway on the low ground like that and go all the way around the probes.
Well, with the gas first, then
Yeah.
you scout very late with that build as the Protoss. And also on this map, there's two paths that are pretty similar distance. So even though he goes a different way than the probe, the Lings still get there pretty fast.
What was Estrella ideally going to do that in that game? I know we were just getting the first few building blocks laid out, but is there like an obvious play that he wanted to go into in the mid game?
So the gas first, it doesn't really change much other than you get like 50 more gas in the opening, 60 more gas compared to like a gate scout. But you could go anything off it. Most common is still Stargate on a big map like this.
Okay.
But I mean, it's hard to say for sure.
Well, I don't have any other thoughts on that, Gemini. Any takeaway from that game?
No,
There's not much to say.
there's literally nothing to say about what just happened other than
Yeah.
what we did.
We're ready to go into Game 4 now. It's on Inside It Out as this best of 5 is. We're just tearing through this thing here.
Actually, an interesting thing to mention is on a map like that where the natural entrance is so small, if you do go gas first and just don't scout at all but leave the probe at your natural wall in instead of scouting, then you can defend this kind of build.
I was about to say, like, when those Lings were coming across, I was
Yeah.
like, is he going to actually pull another probe just to be safe and
Yeah.
leave it there?
Plug
Feel
it
like
up.
If he knew it was coming, but
Yeah,
he
yeah.
saw it too late. But if you just leave the probe at the natural, you can defend that.
Is that something that you would just do blindly? Because, like, I know for a while, like, especially versus those Ling drone busts that they would, like, bulldoze through the wall, you would, like, leave the probe there, even if he had no idea it was happening, just to be safe. Like, if you're doing the no scout builds, I feel like it's just not a bad idea to just leave that extra probe there.
Yeah. Some people like to get across though just to make sure the Zerg's going to like hatch first, third base and everything with the probe. Because if you don't scout with the probe at all, then you kind of really can't send your gateway unit out either. You can't send your adept out, so you're in the dark for a long, long time.
Yeah. I mean, those are just the gambles you take.
Yeah.
It's just a pro-con thing.
Yeah.
Like, as Protoss, you kind of have to do, like, as a top-tier Protoss, you kind of have to do this, right? You have to kind of just vary up your openings just a little bit here and there. It's like get maybe like, a 5 or 3 second faster Oracle, like, just that, like, those little timings actually make a difference at this point. If you're doing this on ladder, like, no one's here is going to suggest you, do that gas first build on ladder, and it's going to you're going to do a great time going against all those cheesy 12 bulls on ladder. But at this level, like, you kind of have to do these little alterations here and there, and it is a gamble. And
It's just because 12 bull is so rare that people even think of doing it. Because the
Not on ladder.
the advantage you get as a Protoss is not very big for doing gas first.
Mhm.
But 12 bull is so uncommon that people try and do it occasionally anyways.
What do you think about balance on a map like this, Scarlett? I'm enjoying picking your brain on the way you look at PVZ on this.
Oh, on Inside and Out?
Yeah, on this map.
Again, it's more of a Zerg map. Usually the smaller the map is nowadays, the Zergs like it more.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that's the opposite on a map where it's much larger for like ZVT, The Zergs want to be further away.
Yeah, it is
But
exactly the
ideally, you
opposite.
just want to try to be able to jump on the Protoss as they're trying to grow out,
Yeah.
basically.
Because the map distance doesn't matter as much for the Protoss in a lot of aspects because they get the warp in the units anywhere with the warp prism. Whereas with the Zerg attacks, the map distance really matters. For creep especially, like, creep spreads the same speed on any map.
Right.
So launching attacks into like their third, fourth base is so much easier on a short map because you get creep to their base so much faster.
Yeah, it's like Protoss, we want to go and attack sometimes, but it's like you said, we have warp in. We can just do that once we get across.
Yeah.
But like when we're playing against the Zerg, we just want to buy so much time to make it so that way they can't actually, we need batteries to get up.
Yeah.
We need to get cannons up. We need to make sure we have, our gateway explosion finishing in time. But if you have a really super tiny map, it's like you just straight up have less time to do that.
And especially with Stargate being the most popular build nowadays, like the bigger the map, the better for Stargate.
Yeah, as well, because you can also just turtle to the carriers. You just have all the bases as well.
Well, this game, we are going to have that Stargate play come in here. It's not clear exactly what Estrella is going to do next. We're still kind of in development for now. But I'm glad we're not having a game as short as that last one with the 12 pool man. That was brutal, dude.
The series could have been over if he didn't win with that Zell attack.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah,
God,
yeah.
you're right.
Imagine
Oh
that.
no.
We've only had the
Thank
show on.
God we were so wrong on that.
That was a miracle. Those were angels. Okay?
that was
Pushing those
did
banelings
you
out of the way.
Did you hear it, Tasteless? That was Santa coming in.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I still can't believe what happened in Game 2. That was hilarious. Oh, no, he's going to... Okay, he is actually going to save this pylon. I was going to say that would be really annoying, not having the pylon there to kind of wedge an adept in there or anything like that. Spores are going to come down now as we're just basically still in development, man. Kind of a slow game to start this off. Twilight Council coming in here.
2 more gates, looks like Glaive build.
Yeah,
It's
so
plus-
probably some adept pressure coming
Yeah.
in.
Oh, I used to love this build so much. The delayed glaive attack. It's so fun. Yep, there it is. Oh, it's so... Because Zerg, for so long, will have seen... This was like during like the 2 Stargate Void Ray period as well, where it's like you can make a couple Void Rays out of the 1 Stargate to make it look like you're just doing 2 Stargate Void Ray, but instead you're just making 4 or 5 gates worth of glaives a little bit later.
And you start the +1 air
Yeah,
weapons on the
yeah,
Cyber
yeah,
Core.
yeah.
The Zerg always checked
Yep,
that back
yep.
then. Yeah.
And then they're like,
You just cancel it every
I've got 80 drones. There's my Spire almost ready. Let's make 12 Corruptors. 15 Adepts. Like, it's so fun.
It is the ultimate Protoss move, is to just cancel it and go for something else.
I called it the Noob Crusher build when I would use it on ladder.
Do you know Peely Peely, the American Protoss?
Yeah.
He won against a ton of top Zergs at like Katowice a few years ago by going carriers into like 10 gate clave. Like over and over in the tournament. Yeah, he won so many games. With that.
Holy. Yeah, man. I mean, what can I say, man? Protoss, we just have bigger brains, you know?
That's
Just
right,
think of the
man.
coolest stuff.
It's
So there's gonna be no +1 melee done in time for this, and the Baneling Nest might not be done. Which
yeah.
it
We've
looks
got
good.
14 lings in production, 16, so he's at least producing. He's going to see the adepts coming now, so this is the moment he's going to have to basically brace for impact and see how well he can actually do. Glaives, 4 seconds out, is going to finish here as these adepts are going to try to one-shot down that queen. Transfuse comes in.
Oh,
And
cancels the shade. Okay. The longer this goes, the better it is for Solar, because his Baneling gonna finish, his upgrade's gonna finish, and he keeps making more lings here.
Yeah, it's a pretty narrow window of time here to try to get in there and do the damage that you need to do.
Looks like he lets 2 adepts finish the shade. He's killing some drones.
He's making probes again, so
Yeah.
is he just going to abandon this?
Yeah, and Solar has to feel pretty good about this, I think. He made a lot of lings, but he didn't take much damage.
Yeah, I think this was a good defense overall. I think Estrella also didn't really commit as
Yeah.
hard as he could have. Like I was saying, like when I do it, I just love to go balls to the wall. I make
Yeah,
like
yeah.
15, 20 adepts, but I think Estrella only had maybe like 10 or so here. So it didn't seem like he was trying to do like one of the huge death blows here with this one. He was just trying to trick him if he could. But he did just get 10 drones on the back end of this with a couple of adepts getting shaded across the different bases. So he would, Estrella must be feeling great about this at this point now.
And we see Solar going into the Hydrogen here, whereas Astray is going into Robo Base, so Disruptor and Colossus.
You think he's going to go straight into Lurkers?
I think he's just going to play Hydra Bane maybe, because usually you definitely want to get a hive with Lurkers. So you
True.
can see a fast infestation pit as well.
So, I mean, Estrella's not really in that much of a bad position then,
No,
right? Because he didn't overextend at all, right?
He's actually doing good.
Yeah.
I would say that was like a good situation. Yeah, he didn't try to overextend. He was like already going to transition anyways, and then he ended up getting drones on the back end of the attack anyway. So.
And if you're right about him going Hydra Bane, I mean, we have 2 Colossi coming out at a time here, so this is not bad for what, he's coming to the next part of this game.
Yeah, so Solar really needs to go into Hive if he figures this out. If he just stays on Hydra Bane and tries to attack, this is going to be a disaster for him. It's going to be like 4 or 6 Colossus ready already.
I love these little 2 adept
2
run
adepts at a
bys.
time.
Oh, it's so good, especially when you open glaives at this point. It's like,
And then you didn't lose them earlier.
yeah, it's just so good. You can just split. They're gonna lose value in your army
Exactly.
eventually, so
Right.
it's like just spread them out. Some of the top pros were so good at this, like trap stats. Was so good at just these random 2 adept timings, like that would just get so many drones at the most random times, even after the first initial wave did literally nothing.
It's a really good way to try to get value out of something that's not going to have much utility, as the game kind of pedals forward. We got a push coming up over here.
Oh, it didn't even get scouted.
Yeah, and so this is like going to be very last second on the defense over here. Not a bad spot to come in here. There's no creep at the bottom of the screen.
Are those only like 5 Banelings in the entire army?
I mean, there's got to be
Yeah, there's 4 Banes. There's only 4 Banes.
He has no
There's no force.
sentries.
Yeah, I was about to say there's no force fields though,
Yeah.
so this surround might be a little tricky.
Well, it seems like the top army is connecting first, and then the bottom's going to come in here. He's going to get that Colossus on the side.
Oh, that was sick.
Wait,
The stasis ward as well, catching some of those lings on the backside. This is actually turning pretty well for Estrella.
I feel like Estrella doesn't want to fight here. Like, the longer this
I
goes,
agree.
the better it is for him. And attacking right now is, like, best case for Solar.
I'm
'cause
really
he's not attacking into Hive or anything.
I'm really surprised that there's still no sentries.
Still no sentries, yeah.
Yeah, even 2 or something. The fact that he has no way to kind of abuse force fields when there's Lings and Banes come in. But, I mean, so far so good. The Colossi have stayed
Yep.
alive.
Huh. That was nice job, Solar. That was good.
Yeah, he's not had luck with Banes here
No.
so far. You don't have to say this. I'm like, he's not very good with the Banelings.
This is just a simple skill issue, man.
Yeah,
You just
yeah.
got to be better with the Banes.
Yeah. I try to play around my weaknesses by not making Banelings. War Prism now in the mix here again.
I just
And
really
we're getting
played it
disruptors.
again.
I mean, I think Estrella has gotten into a pretty comfortable spot. Solar is going to take that top left spot. I don't think we're going to see much attention on that side of the map for a little bit here. I think really you want to keep attacking into this location over here.
So he's going with the Colossus. The only thing he's really scared about here is, like, a ton of Banelings could really hurt this army because there is no sentries.
I love how consistent Estrella is with these stasis wards on the back ends as well. He was doing this with Rex yesterday as well. It's like such a good way to catch off guard the Zerg player. Solar did kind of catch it there with only a few lings, and now again we see the huge army just going in. There's no sentries, so there's no force fields, so he really has to just keep those Colossus back. The Stalkers are doing a lot of the soaking here, but it ended up being a decent trade overall because I think Estrella's army is just really robust at this point, given how the early game went.
Yeah, it's only light units against a bunch
Dude.
of Colossus.
Estrella crushing through there. That was sick. Great game. Going into game 5 now. I got to say, impressive job there. No sentries during that mid-game push, but he got enough Colossus, controlled it well, didn't drop any, and ultimately Solar dies out.
Yeah, that was just a solid game. That was just really good. Estrella had like a very obvious game plan he was trying to go for. At first, it didn't look like it was maybe doing what it wanted, but he found ways to get damage with it anyway. Those 2 adepts on the side as well later on really kind of helped to snowball a little bit. Solar, do you think that Solar was kind of caught off guard by the build? Like, would he have been wanting to do Hydras from the beginning that game, or did he do it reactively?
I think he probably did it reactively after seeing the glaives.
Do you think that's like actually the correct thing? Because it didn't seem like it did that great.
Well, I think if he knows there's a RoboBay, he has to immediately go Hive there. So maybe he didn't scout it with the Overseer scout. I'm not sure.
Would it be like insta-hive for Viper?
Yeah, you need to go Vipers there and get Lurker range if you want to survive.
We're going into Data C now for the 3rd map. Solar attention. He's trying to defend his title. Champion of the Tasteless land
Yeah, we
party.
could have the champion out before the finals.
It's going to be the biggest upset of the land so far.
Oh my God, Tasteless, hype the story up a little bit more.
This is the best season of Game of Thrones. We are. Oh, we're already in our game. Excuse me. All right, so Data C, this is a huge map.
I want to see a cannon rush here.
You want to see Cannon Rush?
I want to see a cannon
Is
rush.
it possible? There's Max Angel.
It's a very good cannon rush map. But it's not very common at like the pro
What is
level.
this cyberpunk flicker on Max's face? You see that?
He's tabbing between his bases too fast, man. The screen's
He's
flashing.
moving the screen too quickly?
Yeah, man.
No cannons. I'm sad.
Yeah, bummer.
Do you think this is a big map?
A big map?
Yeah.
Is that a statement that you would have to be subjective
It's
about?
kind of big.
Is it?
Don't we know if the map's big or not?
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt like it's not that. Is it that?
Well,
I
if
don't know.
you both expand in the triangle, then it gets closer.
Maybe that's what I'm always thinking. I always felt like this map is just kind of like a pretty medium-sized map.
It starts bigger and then you kind of expand towards your opponent throughout the whole game.
It's like deceivingly
Yeah.
small. I feel like.
Oh, he's faking the cannon. Oh, Solar had a drone down. Yeah, he knows.
Oh wow, he's really committing to this fake cannon.
Yeah, let's see how well he can sell it. Okay, more
Seems
drones are
pretty
coming
Two
down.
more drones down. This is pretty even, I'd say. Solar really scared of the cannons. Because you can actually build cannons that hit the main base mineral line on this map. If you get one cannon on the low ground, then you start cannoning the high ground, and it's just disaster. So we saw Solar have a drone down as soon as the probe shows up. Here, he's a drone on the low ground. So it's a good choice that he didn't actually go for the cannon rush.
So yeah, I mean, we're gonna go now into the Cybernetics Core C. If it's gonna be Stargate, you think that's likely on this, or will we have a Robo or anything?
Probably Stargate. It's 2-2. He wants to play it safe, I'd say.
Yeah, I guess especially after that last game, you're probably feeling pretty confident
Yeah.
just playing out a game where you can kind of do what's proper in the matchup and win that way.
How do you feel the disruptor drop into the Colossus push build is now? Do you think that's still good or no?
The 2 base all in?
Yeah, or like the fake third all in.
Not a huge fan.
Okay.
It comes
Just
down
curious.
to like
I didn't have any. To be honest. Okay. Sure. Thanks for the opinion.
it's like, you know, if the Zerg knows what to do, then don't know.
So funny. My turn now. Scarlett, what's your favorite color? Okay. Well, it's going to be exciting, honestly, if Estrella can win this. I feel like Estrella, you know, at least for the stuff that I'm regularly casting, you don't get to see how good of a player he is. Like, he's so strong. He's such a smart player. I think it's like just not even like with like StarCraft, and like I played him in chess a bunch. He's like just a really good chess player. I don't feel like he probably plays that much, but
Yeah.
he's just like one of those guys that like knows how to win at games. But it'll be cool to see if he can actually go to the finals here now. Third base immediately. By the way, Nithix, 2 items in the store. I love this new era of SC where Tasteless helps glue together community with LAN parties. Thank
Tasteless
you.
is the glue that esports needed.
It's what we need.
It's continuing. Thank you for keeping the RTS dream alive.
You're welcome. Thank you for watching. It's fun, man. We are kind of in like the dark ages of RTS right now. You know, with Blizzard not doing great right now, but I'm excited for Stormgate, and it's going to have events like this kind of get us together. So thank you for watching. Thank you for getting the merch. Thank you for the support. And I got to update that ticker after this.
Yeah,
See where we're at. I guess Special's not here yet, but I was thinking for a 4K goal I play Special
in Brood War.
in Brood War. Yeah.
Do you have confidence there?
Yeah, I think I could win if I played right. I think there's a possibility that like I get in there and I feel weird and I get nervous and we're like he's not going to feel anything at all because
Yeah.
that's what he does. You know what I mean? Like
I know.
It's like I don't feel weird casting basically ever because I just do it so much. But then if I had to like go into a GSL booth and play, I'd be like, oh, this is weird. Like this is jarring. But yeah, I mean, I think I could maybe take a game, but I would expect him to beat me, right?
Very humble.
Did I navigate that one well?
Yeah, good job.
Sound good? By the way, Oracle coming around here trying to harass. Looks like it's going to be another slow game. Oh, hold on a second. Charge is coming in here.
Yeah, charge, Robo, +1.
How many?
He's got his third already, though.
Yeah, and he has
Yeah,
he has 4 gas up, so it's not going to be the same attack as Moondance.
I'd be amazed if he did that 2 games in a series.
That was like a game that we can't ever recreate again, I think.
It's like he sees a game that he just completely steals completely out of Solar's hands. He's like, yeah, let's try that again. Oh, gets a queen there. It's
Oh, there's
two
only
queens.
2 queens.
Oh, there's no
This is
spore. Yeah.
Terrible.
Wow.
For Solar.
Awesome for a stray here. Really nice.
Yeah, you're getting a lot more than you'd expect at a moment like that. The Lings are going to come in here. There's a warping behind the Stalker, so he shouldn't be able to come in here and actually get inside this. And
Solar's making a lot of Ling and Bane.
is he just going to go for a bust?
Yeah, gonna keep making Lings here.
Is there any sentry?
No.
No.
Nope.
The Oracles are really low on energy from that, so maybe he's thinking that he can punish that.
Uh-oh.
It's too bad there aren't Zealots down here to kill this Bane.
Oh, he's only just now going to see it. How much energy does he even have? One of them is like totally dead on energy.
Oh, the Banes are going to come in here, and the probes haven't been pulled. Oh.
That's actually not that bad of a split.
Yeah,
the
actually.
Archon can also get through that wall, by the way, because there was only a pylon there, so
Yeah,
he
he
can actually
busted
get
the
in. This is actually getting a little bit too much, though. These Lings are kind of wreaking havoc in this main.
Economically, and more Lings are going to come in. It looks like they don't quite spill through. There's a pylon block up at the top.
Nice rewall there.
Yeah, that's a really
Yeah.
clutch rewall, actually, because the probe count is actually still even. If he does not sustain any more losses at this point, this is actually really good for Estrella. But that wall off is really helping that to allow that to happen. And these Lings, there's only a few left.
Yeah,
there's a lot of production being lost in the main, though, which is kind of it's gonna make things get a little tricky here if the Zealots start to thin out.
This one Archon really saved him.
Yeah.
Cleaning up all the Lings.
It's kind of crazy too, because I was even gonna comment on how that wall was kind of wanky.
Yeah.
He had like the two buildings, and don't look at me like that.
Yeah.
He's got the
Could
two
someone
buildings.
add that to the dictionary, please?
I mixed together janky and wonky. That's what I did.
Yeah, I've done that before.
But yeah, it was a really weird wall off, and the fact that was like that, the pylon died to the Banelings, that wouldn't have happened if it was a normal three building wall. So that Archon, that actually saved him. Like that literally saved the game for him.
He just did that to get the third Nexus up
Yeah,
before
yeah.
the second gateway. Yeah,
It's so
but
funny.
Turned out nice.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely still doable here for Estrella. I was worried when I saw those Lings get in there. He's going to go ahead and chase him out.
So we're going to Aspire here. Just Mutas.
Yeah, and if he gets enough mutas and hits quick enough, I don't know that Estrella's going to have what he needs to basically defend that. I mean, there's no cannons in the main or anything like that. No real anti-air here other than the Archon, which would just, run in there and the mutas would go somewhere else.
Do you think he's gonna do like an actual committal to mutas, or is this gonna be like the 5-6 just to kind of screw with him and make him over defend thing?
I think he's going to make as many as he can. If he doesn't get attacked, like, really soon, he's going to make a lot of mutas.
Yeah, it's gonna be really up to Estrella to scout this out, because
Yeah, I'm not sure if he made Banix, though.
we gotta check on Bane's.
I feel like you would want it when you're going into mutas.
Yeah. But there's 10. I mean, that's obviously already more than just a couple to do a little light harassment. So
Yeah,
if he makes any
attack,
more
too.
than this,
We got a revelation on the eggs, so once they spawn, he's going to see those mutas. They give him at least a little bit of time.
this is where the juggling act comes as the Protoss player, seeing those mutas pop and you don't have already like a committal to Phoenix or anything like that, and you don't have any cannons as well. Do we have a Prism? Yes, we do. So the Prism with 2 Archons chasing the mutas, in theory, it sounds kind of weird. It's like, well, they just snipe the Prism. But if you're actually, pretty good at your micro, you can drop the Archons pretty well to follow them and kind of push them away. And that's something that might be really useful here to help defend while we get some time to get some more cannons and stalkers up. But already he's got some stuff prepared into the main base. The third base has got those Archons. Oh, a Storm on top of them. Solar's not looking, loses a bunch because there was a Prism. The Prism went into the third base, so Solar was looking at that. And so a lot of his mutas get kind of, completely dissuaded there, but there's still a good amount of Roach Force on the ground, so we'll see what this can do here, too.
That was kind of surprising because there's probes under the storm as well.
He killed 6 of his own probes for that. But, I mean, honestly worth when you got 82 of them still.
Yeah, big attack coming over here up at this base at 12 o'clock, but it looks like it's going to be pushed away. More Archons going to come in. I like that wall in there with the gates. I mean, it's really hard to actually get anything to fit through there to do the damage you want to do.
Yeah, Estrella's doing really good defensively. This is actually super solid defense. This is not easy, by the way. Like this like juggling act of doing muted defense without Stargate units is like, it could fall apart so quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, so far so good, and I think that's going to really have the Protoss in a spot where they're going to be able to push out and look pretty strong and coming up here, you know. The fact that you're able to just skip the counter mute attack, assuming that this goes the way it continues to go.
The problem with this as well for Solar is that this is such a mid-game focused army here. All Estrella has to do is defend. He's going to eventually scale so well that he can just walk right across the map and just completely bludgeon Solar. Because he's not going to be able to tech Kaya into Hive right now.
And I think we're almost to that point here. I mean, we even saw the Mutas trading for the Stalkers, which isn't even what you want to really be doing. You want to just like try to find damage and then never really engage unless you know you're going to win like so one-sidedly, like not drop a single Muta.
I think he's still going to try to defend a little bit more. I think you kind of want to wait till you're near max to do this because Solar's going to keep making mutas as he is right now, and so the pressure is not going to stop. And so the thing that will really screw you here is if you do try to go too early, and then you just kind of ignore the mutas just one time, and then they kill a little bit too much more than you expect, and you don't actually really have enough to go and kill them. So I think he's really going to try to just wait till he's about maxed, or so. He's even getting some extra Stargates.
Oh no, a little bit of a opening here. Doesn't end up getting anything too impactful. I mean, dropping a gateway there is acceptable, right? But yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where Estrella is going to be maxing out shortly here.
So the Oracles crossed the map. They did get killed, but they saw that the mutas are continuing to get produced, so he decided to switch into 2 Stargate pretty late. So he might go into Phoenix here, try and defend, but he's not doing it.
He only made 1 Phoenix,
and
then he made the 2nd Stargate. It looks like the Phoenix died as well at some point. He's just continuing to make a whole bunch of Archons. I mean, that's just going to make it so good so that way his army just won't die if they do a straight-up engage. But the thing is, Solar's never going to actually let that happen. He's always going to be backstabbing, trying to find whatever damage he can. There's a storm going off on those the units over there at the 3rd base or the 4th. I don't know which one this is. The Banelings are getting some damage. Actually, maybe this might just be those mutas right there. But there is some probe damage getting done here, which at this point, like there's a point in the game where as a Protoss, having this kind of a situation where you start to lose a lot of probes, but it's actually kind of okay because then you just make this absolutely gargantuan army and you just do this insane death march and you just don't die, which is what it looks like Estrella is starting to try to do, but I'm not quite sure if his army is just big enough to do it yet.
When you get to that like super late game, it's kind of a funny thing. Once you've already made your army and then some workers are killed, it's like, okay, well now I haven't even...
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're kind of past the point where we're worried about the economy in the same way.
Looks like Solar's going for the base trade here. He doesn't feel like he can fight the army with so many Archons. So.
Yeah, I think there's no Archons at home, right? They're all with the
not.
main push, which makes sense, but if you could get some Archons made over here, you might be able to kind of fight the mutas in the ling. It's
like
not that many roaches in the counter.
Looks like Solar's being a little bit indecisive. He was kind of going back and forth between the Nat and the 3rd. He's finally now trying to just go right into the main base, which did give Estrella quite a bit of time to get through some of Solar's bases, even recalling, actually. I was not expecting it, but yeah, it's pretty good because there's still a good amount here to kill this 3rd base. And even when he tries to go back, I think, though, that Archon Storm count right there can actually trade with the mutas. Not too bad to lose that much here.
I have 4 Archons with +3. So much damage.
Yeah. Let's see how this trades out.
Targeting the Templar first. He gets both of them immediately. See how he spreads his mutas?
Well, the splash
I mean,
is
these
so
Archons
good.
are getting a lot of damage out
Solar
here.
supply is dipping so hard.
And he did lose a lot of his income before this fight already. So it looks like Estrella is going to keep on pushing here.
The other thing is that the worker count is even, but Estrella was killing bases when this base trade was happening. Solar only killed probes. All those Nexuses are still alive there. So this is actually this is a great situation for Estrella now. And while the mutas were coming back to try and catch those old units that did not get recalled, the Stalkers were able to move across the map. So now Estrella's whole army essentially is here. He's going to have to split some of it up now that Solar's counterattacking again. But Estrella now is trying to do a huge push to completely negate all the economy while keeping some of his Nexuses up, at least, hopefully, while bringing some of these other units back.
I mean, the push is now going to go up into the main here. There's a lot less that Zerg has to deal with. So, like, as far as a base race goes, I think there's no way that Zerg can catch up. There is that base all the way in the bottom right, but, like, that's not the hardest thing to get to.
I don't know if Estrella knows it about that, though. So
Yeah, that could be a
problem.
problem.
point.
Never
Wait,
mind. It's
left.
not going to be a problem.
Not a problem at all.
Dang, look at Estrella over here doing a little fist pump as well. That's going to be feeling great right there.
I mean, he's in the finals.
Yeah. Let's have the Tasteless
Of the
LAN Party
Tasteless
2.
Party 2. The last LAN party of the year. He was worried he wouldn't make it to the finals before it got to 2023. But, I mean, what a story. What a way, you know, to get to the end here. Let's get an interview with Estrella. Is he there?
He's right
He's
here.
behind us.
Can't stop this guy. It's incredible. It's crazy. Estrella, congratulations on getting to the finals. You went 3-2 versus Solar. Did you think was it a tough series?
Yeah, obviously it was really close, and I didn't know I was gonna win the last game till pretty close to the end. So, yeah, it was a really tight series overall.
What did you think about that 12 pool? What game was that? Was that game
3?
Yeah. Did that really surprise you?
Well, I think Minsu has literally never 12-pooled me before. So, yeah, it did surprise me, I guess. I didn't expect it at all.
What about the Moon Dance game when you had your big Zealot attack and you see a bunch of Banelings and the first wave doesn't? You're kind of like, oh crap, there's a lot of Banelings here, and then you just win anyway. Were you ever at one point like, oh, this is actually just terrible, or were you always thinking you were going to winning that?
Yeah, I thought I wasn't gonna win when I saw the Banelings because I thought he had a pretty good counter. So I was kind of surprised. I don't really know what happened in the fight. I have to rewatch it. I don't know why it worked, but
Oh, we know exactly why it worked.
No, he morphed all the Banes right in front of your Zealots.
yeah.
That was some would say a tactical blunder there. Any questions, Scarlett or Ziggy?
On game 1 on Waterfall, you did the Immortal Charizard all-in. And would you still have committed to the fight even after seeing Banelings if the Ling Run by didn't get in? Or would you try and go back and make a third?
I think I would have committed anyways. I mean, I don't think I can macro out of that. I didn't know exactly his worker count,
Yeah.
but just hit the rebase, and my third base would have been so late. I mean, I think you kind of just have to go as Protoss when you commit that much to a build. It's better to just go and hope it works out than to try to macro out of it from way behind, I think.
All right.
Do you think you can go all the way and win the Tasteless land, too?
Yeah, I think so. Solar was definitely one of the top players at this tournament, I think so. If I can take him out, I mean, maybe I can also take out Ragnarok or Percival. So
Yeah. Who do you think is more likely that you're going to be going up against in the finals?
I mean, Ragnarok's a GSL finalist, right?
Right.
Percival's a heavy underdog for sure.
Sure. Anything you want to say to the viewers watching before we go to break?
PogChamp.
PogChamp. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to go into the second best of 5 in the round of 4 and see who is going to be our other finalists. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Tasteless LAN Party 2. Estrella, congratulations on your victory in the last match. Good to have you here on the desk. I am State, joined with me, Estrella, Steve, and Gemini observing, and we're getting ready to go into Ragnarok versus Percival in a TVZ best of 5. And let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets real quick, Kevin. So Estrella and Solar, that match going the distance, 3 versus 2. And now Ragnarok versus Percival. I mean, you guys, we all watched Percival play against Scarlett yesterday, and a lot of people here on the desk were thinking it was going to be either 3-0 or 3-1 in the favor of Scarlett, but Percival really surprising everybody with his TVZ. He had some kind of out-of-the-box strategies, some creative builds, and came away winning that one in a 3-2 fashion. What do you think about his odds in this match today?
Well, I've heard he's been doing quite well on the ladder recently. He's gotten up to 6,500, which is quite high.
Oh, wow. Really?
Nice. And then also, obviously, he just beat Scarlett, so he has some things going for him. But Ragnarok is the GSL finalist, so
yeah,
it's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, I agree. I think Percival surprised everyone with how good his ZVT was yesterday and showing all these various builds, a different build every game. A lot of aggression, harassment, and then even a longer macro game. I'm not going to underestimate him today. So I do think this will be a close series, and I would favor Ragnarok, but I think Percival is going to put up a good fight here, and who knows?
Yeah, I agree with that analysis completely. What do you think, Gemini?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard because Ragnarok is like literally coming off of such a good win or such a good result.
Yeah.
Compared to what he's done in the past as well. I mean, it's his first time in the GSL finals and everything. And I mean, we're just looking at Percival as, you know, he's gotten into GSL a couple times, but never really made it too far into GSL. Doesn't always qualify every season. So it's just like, you know, we want to see how well he can do, but it's going to be really tough. So we're hopefully we can get surprised again. Obviously, it would be great, but everyone should be kind of expecting something here.
Yeah,
I think.
One of the things that surprised me the most was when we interviewed Percival after his match, he said that pretty much all of his builds, every single game, he was just winging it.
Yeah.
You know? Like, this
Right.
wasn't like stuff that he came in
What an
with
absolute
strategy,
Chad.
I
like,
know, right?
Builds. Like, he was just like, oh, I didn't have a lot of time to prep for the LAN party, so I showed up and I just kind of went with what felt right in the moment.
But
So
that
I
was-
don't really know what we're going to expect from him today, because it seemed like every single match in the previous series that he played against Scarlett was kind of a different take on TVZ, and it's not a lot of things that we normally see in this matchup. So, I mean, Ragnarok, yeah, he is the GSL finalist. He got second place in the last GSL Code S, but considering the way that Percival's been playing, it feels like he can really throw a wrench into anyone's game plan right now.
Absolutely. And the thing is, yesterday he actually looked prepared, even though he said he wasn't. So what that tells me is maybe he has really good intuition for which build to choose for each map. And I'm hoping he's going to show some good choices here again today.
I didn't actually get a chance to watch all those. What was the
So, like,
general vibe?
Game one and Game 2 against Sasha, he went for like really early Marine pokes.
Like CC first into 2-1-1, right? Game
Yeah,
one.
in game one, good memory, and then like he's on the map with like 6 to 10 Marines, and
Right.
he'll just like move across. Sasha will make like 14 links. He comes back, and then he moves out with 20 Marines, and
Right.
he comes back, and
He kept doing these medevac-less pushes with just a big group of Marines, and like we don't see that all that often. But then he would like get really good trades with them, and then the follow-up push with the combat shield when that kicked in, with the tank and medevac support would hit. And the problem is the Zerg was making so many units early on to deal with these Marines, even though they didn't have the support. And then it damaged the economy, and then that second wave, the third wave would hit even harder and just keep coming.
and then game 3, game 4, game 5, we went away from the Marine early pushes. We had some barbecue.
Oh,
With
yeah,
the
yeah,
drones.
yeah, dude, that
Like
game was
the
crazy.
Line 'em up.
Hellions and the Reapers coming in.
Yeah.
We had like a Marauder Hellion build, which, although it didn't get a lot of drones, it slowed the Zerg economy down a lot. It picked off a bunch of Queens, and although we on the casting desk were thinking, oh, maybe he didn't get as much done as he wanted, Percival in the interview was like, no, I felt completely confident. I
Right.
killed a lot of Queens. I felt in control of the game, and the follow-up push just completely obliterated Sasha. So it was just kind of every single game, it felt like he was finding damage in kind of unique ways, and even when things didn't really go his way, it was kind of, it felt like maybe throwing the Zerg off balance
Right.
just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know much about Percival's TVZ, but overall I know he's a very aggressive player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think pretty much the only thing I would not expect from the series is him to play like some Maru Turtle type of thing.
Well, he
Well, he
actually
did
had
that.
one
He
game
did,
like
yeah.
that, a
He-
15 ghost game, and he preserved all 15 for like 5-10 minutes.
then
He
he ran
didn't.
them
He
into
only lost
Bailings
like
and they all
one ghost.
died.
Yeah.
Then they all died. Okay, but
I mean, he
that's
was
not the
actually-
point, though. The point is he showed he can play that style, right? He did hunker down for a long time, so
yeah,
he can play any. It feels like he can play any kind of style if he wants
okay,
to.
that's cool.
Yeah, it was just like a complete mixed bag, and not in like
Right.
a mixed bag in terms of bad and good. It was a mixed bag in terms of it really felt like any possible strategy was in play.
Okay.
Right.
Like you never knew what you were going to expect next from Percival, and I think our players are ready, guys. We're going to be going into Ragnarok versus Percival here in the second semifinal match. Best of 5 starting out on Cosmic Sapphire. Let's get to it, man. I'm feeling excited about this
I'm
one.
hyped.
Considering how close the series was against Sasha yesterday,
Yep.
and now going up against a GSL finalist, you got to know that Percival's going to be feeling confident coming to this one, and here
And
we
look
go.
at that keyboard, the yellow and blue keys.
Beautiful
So
keyboard.
pretty. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Yeah, play a keyboard, please. That's a beautiful keyboard, and I would love to have one, honestly. I think I'm jealous.
Guys, keep in mind that after this best of 5 match in the semifinals, we will be going to a Brood War show match that will be Snow versus Barracks, and I think a best of 5 before we head into the third place match and the final match for StarCraft 2. And guys, thank you so much also for supporting this. If you want to support the Tasteless LAN Party and help ensure a Tasteless LAN Party 3 sometime early next year, go ahead and check out the merch store, buy some shirts, buy some hoodies.
And you're used to on a drone early, so it can throw you off in the long run. So it's great that you kept those alive. One Ling, it's nice, but it's not the biggest of deals. We do see that starport going down now, as well as another gas.
And a third command center, too. So Percival coming with a bit more of a macro-focused build here to start things off against Ragnarok. And for a second, I thought it was a third gas geyser, but no, just taking the second one of the natural. Trying to make it a little bit more difficult for Ragnarok to get full scouting information on what the plan is here for Percival.
Right, you might actually see that with the Overlord and the natural and think, what? 3 gases this early? Are you going for a super high tech play? So you could be thrown off by that if you did get that information.
I think it's also just like efficiency, right? Like you have 16 in the main, so you don't want to disturb that yet. You kind of just use the whatever you have at the nat a little bit and just rally that in a little bit.
True.
I think that's just an efficiency thing as well.
There's going to be a Banshee opening coming out of Percival now. I'll put Banshee as well. Now against Scarlett, we saw twice the Banshees come in, and often Percival was waiting for 2 Banshees, and it felt like, with the exception of either Game 4 or Game 5, Percival was able to find quite a bit of drone damage, not just with the Hellions and Reaper, but also with the Banshees.
Oh yeah, his control was on point. We did have the one crazy game where he dived with his first 4 Hellions instantly, and then the Banshees hit as a follow-up, and he got a ton of kills, basically winning the game there. In this series, he started a bit more cautiously, showing a lot more, maybe respect and playing around the outside of creep, looking for those tumors. And then he will be trying to distract the queen with these Hellions when the Banshees do come in with Cloak. We saw him wait for 2 before he moved out with them last time. And it looks like he's doing the same thing here. I'm going to try and catch Ragnarok off guard here.
As far as I know, this is the safest build Terran has in their entire arsenal. And just get really fast Banshee so you can't die to anything. So maybe Percival is a little afraid of Ragnarok's reputation as a little bit of a cheeser also.
Right.
I'm a little surprised he's playing like this, but if he's expecting some sort of cheese, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, this is also something that we saw from Percival already in this tournament, is he's not afraid to mix it up. Like, I remember talking to Sasha before her series started against Percival yesterday, asking her what she expected going into the match, and she said, oh, probably going to be a lot of 2 bases, a lot of 2-base play. And Percival perhaps surprising everybody with coming out with that one game where he went up to like 15 ghosts. He was able to retain them for the longest time. He's not afraid to go for the macro game. And now these 2 Banshees are out. We'll see what damage he's able to find. Double engineering bay follow-up back at home as well, as now the Hellions going to be coming in on the north side, clearing a little bit of creep, and the Cloak Banshees coming into the natural. There is Queens as well as a Spore Crawler ready. 4 drones going down. Some nice micro to start off.
Yeah, this is decent damage. You're always going to get some drones with these Banshees. I think 5 is a decent number. Anything he gets from here feels like that's when it's starting to become significant, especially if you get these Hellion run-bys at the same time. It can be difficult for the Zerg to multitask this defense. But right now, Ragnarok's doing a decent job. They're coming in one more time. He does lose 1, and there's another low HP drone. 10 total now. That's starting to become decent damage.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was a really good.
Oh, and the Hellions.
Oh my god, the Queens are out of position. Their move commander over there. Luckily, the Zerglings are going to be able to intercept these Hellions on creep and get a nice surround. All those Hellions going down. What looked like it might be disastrous there for Ragnarok actually turns out to work in his favor, as Percival, seeing those Queens out of position, tried to pounce on the opportunity, but Ragnarok was ready for him.
Yeah, and we do see the work count quite even, which Terran will obviously be quite happy with, I think, here. And this push is going to have the chance to hit the 4th base of Ragnarok pretty hard if that's the way he decides to go. Hopefully clear out a lot of creep. This 1-1 has not started yet.
Is it already done, or is it not?
Oh, is it
No, it's
finished?
not. It's not. I checked.
He just doesn't have the gas yet.
Yeah, he hasn't started his 1, and he's getting an armory as well.
Huh.
That's got to be a
Does he think it's done?
I think he forgot.
Well, the second factory's coming in, so yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I think he might have thought he started it and then didn't realize they didn't.
I think that's probably right. Well, this push is now coming in on the 4th base here of Ragnarok. A lot of Marines and siege tanks getting into position, but Bailing speed is already done. First few Bailings coming in, they do get sniped there by the siege tanks, and Ragnarok with a great surround coming in, full 180 here. Percival going to have to retreat back to the corner. He does lose those siege tanks, and man, getting into the medevacs loses a lot of Marines as well. So not only is 1-1 delayed back at home, but also this push just gets stopped in its tracks, and Ragnarok feeling like he's in a much more commanding position now after that last exchange.
But he is pushing down this other flank as well, going to try and get a good position here, clear out this creep. He's got a 4th CC on the way, so if this doesn't kill the Zerg, he is fine. He can keep playing the game. He doesn't want to completely lose all of these units, though. Oh, that's painful. Even the tank going to fall here, and Ragnarok is suddenly looking very comfortable in this mid-game.
The last few minutes have been really beneficial for Ragnarok, not only taking the Hellions, but also winning 2 skirmishes with the first 2 siege tank pushes, and now coming in, a little bit more confidence of Ragnarok as he's getting us around on this siege tank as well, as he just continues to push, even Hydralisks entering the fray here, as Percival's getting pushed all the way back towards his 3rd base. 4th command center is almost done, but at this stage in the game, usually we see the army supplies a lot closer or Terran even ahead, but Percival's just lost every single exchange for the past few minutes, and right now it feels like the ball is in Ragnarok's court. He's just firing on all cylinders, and now 1-1 just starting.
Right.
First of all, that hurts.
Ragnarok with a huge upgrade lead here. One thing he does have, that Widow Mine production is now online, and he's making 3 of those at a time at the moment. I don't know if he has a reactor on the other factory, if he's able to produce 4. No, it's going to be 3 at a time for the moment. But Widow Mines are definitely the unit that you can come back in a game with. If you get those big connections on the Banelings, on the tech units of the Zerg, when we do see those, they can definitely be a comeback factor and help you defend run-bys, etc. This drop is going to get cleaned up very nicely, but at the same time, the Marines drop in, and Ragnarok is everywhere, dude. His defense is on point so far.
Well, this is what happens after Terran's first couple of pushes get completely shut down in the cracks, is that Zerg, especially going into Hydralisks like this, is able to just be everywhere on the map. I mean, look at the creep spread. It's crossing the midline here. More than half of the map, it feels like, is under his vision, and these medevacs, they're really struggling to get anything done. There's so many Lings out. The upgrade advantage is largely in Ragnarok's favor, as well as he's already starting 2-2 with Percival delaying 1-1.
Yeah, Ragnarok sees the whole map here. Like you say, his creep spread is excellent, his vision is excellent, he has almost perfect information. He's picking off all these units that are out of position on the map. And I'm starting to think now that Percival might want to think about playing a more defensive style and trying to turtle up to those ghosts like we saw him. Oh, okay, we do see the Ghost Academy. I didn't notice that as I said it. But that looks like what he's going to try and do, as he does have a planetary fortress as well.
Yeah, I have a feeling Ragnarok knows his position in the game, and he's just going to wait for this 2-2 to finish, and he's just going to full send it. And based on how the game is gone, I think Percival's going to have a really hard time just holding on.
I absolutely agree, and it doesn't necessarily have to kill the Zerg, although it definitely can if he decides to throw wave after wave at him, because he does have that infestation bit, right? And here he is moving in before that finishes, and so many Zerglings trickling through all these buildings and units, getting great connections here onto the bio. A couple Banes rolling, not the best connections there, but the Hydralist backbone of this army is untouched right now, and he can fall back, add more Ling Bane, and keep throwing more and more units at the Terran. It's going to be very difficult to defend here.
That was a good first engagement there for Ragnarok, not the most cost efficient, but man, he cleaned up so much of the bio. There's only one siege tank now that finally gets picked off here by the Hydralist, and the third command center is even going to have to lift. That's just going to be it. Percival's going to tap out as he's halved in supply there against Ragnarok, and man, Ragnarok with a really convincing match number 1, taking that one in fantastic fashion. It felt like he was always in control of that game.
Right, the defense was very good. He did lose the 10 workers at the beginning, but you're always going to lose workers to Banshees. It's inevitable. And then the Hellions as well. But 10 is okay. You can come back as Zerg. You can make so many drones at a time, obviously. And if I'm Percival looking at this game, I'm thinking, okay, if I play straight up standard, that's what's going to happen most of the time. But he does have a lot of kind of off-timing attacks that we saw yesterday. So I'm hoping he's going to show some of his kind of unique builds and try to catch Ragnarok off guard in these next games.
Well, is that like too obvious though?
I don't know if it is, because I mean, there's, as we saw yesterday from Percival, he has a lot of different kind of aggressive builds and tactics in his bag of tricks that he can kind of come out with, and they all require slightly different responses from the Zerg in terms of like how many drones you're going to have, where your queens are going to be positioned. I mean, even when Percival went for kind of more standard play, like the Hellions and the Reapers, even the way that he maneuvered them, I mean, remember when those, I think it was like 4 Hellions and 1 or 2 Reapers came in against Scarlett, he was so bold with them. Yeah. He was not afraid. He was like, okay, I'm willing to risk these handful of units to get huge damage in, and it worked. So even when he does decide to go for more kind of standard play, the way that he typically manages his units in the early game can be quite different, a little bit off metas. We're going into Stargazers here, map number 2.
Yeah, back to your point, even if you know something kind of weird or off-timing is coming, it's like, which weird off-timing thing is it, right? Because every attack has a different response, you know, as the Zerg that you want to perfectly execute. So it's not so easy to be ready for everything, obviously. Still going to have to get a proper scout, and I think that's Percival's strength, honestly, is kind of hiding what he's doing, multiple waves of aggression, and playing that way.
It's almost like a Protoss player in that way. I mean, in Day Number 1, we were talking about how it feels like if you were to hide the name of every Protoss player at the pro level, you watch them play, generally have a pretty good feel for who it's going to be. You know, like if you're watching a parting game, for example, you could probably tell it's parting. If you're watching a hero game, you're you can tell it's Hero. If you see like 12 Archons, you know it's Estrella. But,
only 12, dude?
but
If you
first
see
of
a
all-
Nexus morphing in their base with DTs on the back, you know it's SOS.
but for Percival, I mean, he really felt like he kind of had his own stylistic play there on day number 1 here at the Tasteless LAN Party 2, where it wasn't, I mean, like, Terran players are kind of all like robots generally, where they'll just like, they'll play and they'll win or they lose. If they lose, they'll whine on the forums, but if they win, it all generally looks the same, you know, like it's a bunch of bios splitting, there's siege tanks everywhere, there's a million ghosts and Thors, like it's kind of the same thing. But Percival just really felt very unique in not only the way that he selected his builds, but also the way that he managed his units, especially in the early game. And so interested to see what he comes up with here on Stargazers, as it can be a little bit more difficult to be aggressive on this one, depending on the expansions that the Zerg decides to take, as we see Ragnarok now taking the 2 mineral patches out of this backdoor expansion. And so we have a little bit of a lull here in the action. I want to thank 60cat for purchasing 1 item from tastelessthreads.com. They say, LAN Party has been sick so far. Thank you for hosting it, Tasteless. And Scarlett, you're such a badass. Thank you for all that you do. We much appreciate the support. Corman as well with 1 item purchased. Long live Brood War and Tasteless, man. Keep in mind that, guys, after this best of 5, we will be going into that Brood War show match between Snow and Barracks, if I'm not mistaken. So more Brood War action in store for you. At the end of today, should even be getting some StarCraft N64 action. So
I can't
really
wait
the
to see
ultimate
that,
Brood
yeah.
War esport. Feels like with the Tasteless LAN Party, we're kind of entering a renaissance of Nintendo 64 gaming, you know?
Right, I feel like we should get royalties for like bringing that Nintendo game back. You know, popularizing it. Looking at this map here, what do you think about airplay on this map for the Terran? Obviously, there's some nice airspace to fly through. We saw some cool Raven builds from Special yesterday, where he parks that Raven behind in the airspace and he's just dropping turrets all game. But also Zerg can put an overlord there and scout everything very easily. So do you think that could be an issue here in this map?
Well, we've seen Percival go for Banshees quite reliably in this series, and also opening 3CC once again. Not sure exactly what the build setup is. Do we have a starport out with a tech lab?
He's going 2 or 2 on 1.
Yeah, 2
2 on 1.
Okay, so probably
Okay.
less likely to see the Banshees, but that is a good point. I
It's
mean,
also, this
Right.
map, I think it's not really possible because the dead space, there actually isn't any. Like, there's,
Oh,
I think
is
back
it
here you
reachable?
can kind of chuck it a little bit, but that's the only spot. It's not in between any bases. Like here, you're going to get hit. Here, you're going to get hit. You have to keep it on the total edges, which isn't going to be as good as Data C, for example.
So
So,
there's only the one spot
yeah.
that would be good for.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Still, there are going to be drops later on in the game that can quickly zoom to the Zerg's third and main. So even if it's not Banshees, the airspace and short air distance between these bases could be an issue down the line.
By the way, I almost never see this back base taken from the Zerg side of things. Is
Yeah,
this,
I was thinking that.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a unique approach from Ragnarok, but if I'm Percival, I'm kind of looking at that as a tank launching attack there from the low ground. And I think
Absolutely.
that's the reason most Zergs don't take it, so
Like, how are
kind
you
of-
breaking that, right? If you haven't
Yeah,
mined the
yeah.
minerals, that's going to be very tough.
even if you do mine the minerals, that choke is really tiny. It might even help the Terran.
Oh,
Ooh, bit of a technical blunder there by Percival. Not watching those Hellions. They do get picked off there by the Zerglings. And we had a couple more donations, a little bit more support come in. Eric T545 purchasing 3 items of apparel. How dare they not remaster StarCraft 64, man? I'm right there with you. We were, me and Jeff and I were kind of testing StarCraft N64, making sure that like everything's going to work, the controllers are good condition and all that kind of stuff. And we were struggling to like, you can't double-click units in that game.
It's
to,
so
like, select all of
intuitive to
them.
do that, and it just doesn't happen.
You got a
can't do it.
box, like if you have like units in your mineral line, how do you actually get the army and the
It's
pros
so
separated?
annoying. Yeah, it's you can't.
Jimmy as well, purchasing 3 items, says 12 plus years, your content has been one of the few consistent things in my adult life, sending love, GLHF and future endeavors. And Ryan as well, that's me guys, $25, not actually
Nice. What'd you say, man?
what do you say, dude?
Hope to see more of this in the future. And
Wow, that's such a nice comment, bro.
no,
Nice
thank you
job,
guys
State.
so much. We're hoping to continue to earn your support as we continue to trudge along. Hopefully we will reach that 5K benchmark and come out with another Tasteless LAN Party 3 in early 2023. And man, it continues to roll in. Same as well, also with 2 items. I mean, guys, we appreciate the support so much as now Percival moving across the map with 2 medevacs full of units. Going to try and control this creep spread just a bit, as losing those 2 Hellions early on means that he hasn't had too much of control. Man, trying to focus down that 1 queen, but the transfuses are clutch.
Right, one thing Percival has going for him this game is that he has remembered his upgrades. I'm not sure if that was just like a bit of first game nerves or something, but this build is looking a bit more crisp here, and he's going to be in a better position, hopefully, going into the mid game. On the other side, Ragnarok has his Baneling speed. He has his melee upgrade on the way. He's just now adding the second evolution chamber, so he'll get 2/2 at the same time, and that should line up with the +1 armor as that finishes. So looking pretty standard here. No one has a sizable lead. These Marines are running in here. Nothing to catch except this Overlord, though. And once the Queens get here, they'll be able to focus these medevacs, apply the pressure, and Ragnarok will clean this up. Actually, losing some Marines and taking a lot of damage on that medevac, so that will have to go home now, or run the risk of being picked off completely.
Only 14 HP left on that medevac as it gets out by the skin of its teeth, but Percival actually going for a more Widowmine-centric composition here. Do we actually have any siege tanks out for Percival at all?
I don't think so.
It's just pure Marine mine.
Interesting. I saw he might do a lot. Okay, this could be it. It might be a lot of Widowmine drops as these bases are so close by air, right?
I think you're right.
And I would love to see it because that style can be very difficult to deal with as a Zerg. If you're being Widowmine dropped in 2 or 3 bases, they're burrowing, unburrowing. Okay.
Oh no.
That hurts a lot though, losing that medevac for nothing.
Yeah, first medevac goes down completely, and even this one, you pointed out perfectly, Gemini, there's like no dead airspace here.
Right.
Everything's within range, and that's, 20 supply of units just getting wiped out for basically 3 there. That's a huge win for Ragnarok. Percival was kind of relying on getting some damage in with that first drop to really set up these follow-up attacks, but now Ragnarok can keenly focus in on the main, but look at this. So many Banelings going out of those Widow Mines, so a little bit of a silver lining here as Percival is able to find some counter damage.
And he actually retargeted that, right? He didn't just let it go. I think he retargeted onto those Banelings specifically, so a great pick-off there. He does get some value out of those. But so far, I think the real issue here has been the drops haven't been going quite as well as he would have hoped. Here he is moving out on the map again. He doesn't have that other upgrade queued up just yet, only the attack upgrade. Hopefully he remembers that here. As Ragnarok is on creep, and the creep spread is decent. It's not amazing, but it is good enough that he doesn't have to fight close to his hatcheries just yet.
Drilling claws now being researched, as well as siege tank production beginning, as Percival going up to 4 command centers now. And
Oh
my
my
god, the
God.
supply depot is down. The Zerglings are coming in. This is so many
They're
Zerglings.
running right in there.
They're getting right to the natural. SCV's already falling as Percival's scrambling to get back home. Luckily, he is able to get the depots up in the natural ramp, but the entire natural mineral line is forfeited. 20 SCVs going down, 23 SCVs, and the worker count plummeting here for Percival, but perhaps this will set up an opportunity for him to attack because that was so many Lings committed. And yes, although his economic damage received was huge, potentially there's a window here where he can expose this weakness that Ragnarok now is sacrificing all those Lings. And yes, he is able to get 1 hatchery.
The Zerg's already, well, Zerg's on 4 base, so actually losing that hatchery is significant. Obviously a ton of SCV damage, and look at the worker disparity now. 48 to 83 workers in favor of Ragnarok, who is, I think he just got his infestation pit and is going to be teching up, playing that long game, spreading creep, getting everything the Zerg needs to make it work in the long game here.
It feels like Percival losing that entire mineral line. He needs to get some counter damage done right now. And
right, like getting a hatchery is nice, but it doesn't feel like it was enough, you know?
It's not really impacting the mining too much at this point. I mean, Ragnarok is already on, 4 bases? That was the 5th base. He's still happily mining from a lot of healthy mineral lines. And the income advantage wildly in his favor as Percival's starting to breach onto the map, but Ragnarok has had enough time to get close to maxing, and yeah, now finally coming into this position here, sieging up by these mineral lines. This 3rd base expansion might get taken down, as Ragnarok doesn't want to get caught out too out of position.
Okay, good pickup there. You had to keep these units alive, go back and get a good defense set up, and then try to leverage this position here. He does take down the hatchery. Like we were saying, how do you attack that tank? It's very difficult. The choke position, the choke is so small, but actually not paying attention to these Marines and the Queens, if they focus that medevac, will clean everything up. And there it does go down, and without that healing, the bio actually can't stand up, but so much Zerg running through the middle of the map here, going to control this watchtower, see everything that's going on, and Percival scrambling a defensive.
Yeah, Percival, there's a large army over there at his 3rd base, is going to try and leverage that as best he can. There isn't too much splash damage with this, just a handful of Widow Mines. And he desperately needs good connections on the Ling Baneling because It feels like Ragnarok is firing on all cylinders, but this is a window where Percival does have a significant army supply advantage before Ragnarok is able to get a bank up.
He's got to close the door
once
this
again,
time.
the depot is down again. Coming into the natural expansion for the second time in this game is Ragnarok. There's a little bit of bio here on the forefront, does get taken out, and man, twice in a row now, Siege Tank falling. This entire mineral line once again forfeited 17 SUVs. Feels like deja vu almost.
Right, every
But-
time. Oh, sorry.
But I was just going to say that, keep in mind, before this run by happened, Percival already had a 20 army supply advantage, and now these Zerglings will largely get cleaned up. Some of them are going to be able to survive, as I'm not sure Percival noticed that these handful of things actually burrow there in the natural expansion. There's no turret to spot them out, but although Ragnarok does have a significant supply advantage, Percival does have the bigger standing army with 93 armor supply to the 70 of Ragnarok, and Ragnarok, as of yet, does not have a bank. Keep in mind that 2 hatcheries were sniped, so there was a brief window where he was only mining from 3 bases, and it feels like if Percival is able to pounce on this opportunity right now, he might be able to get some good counter damage, because what you see on screen is all Ragnarok is working with. And Percival, he's going to try and find something now coming on the southern side, as well as going for a 3 medevac drop to that third base.
By the way, look at those upgrades from Percival. They look funny. He's forgot +2 armor, but he's got +3 attack already.
Well, I mean, it's been such a scrappy game, right? He's lost 2 mineral lines so far in this game, and he hasn't really had too much of a bank. And man, losing 2 of these medevacs, really only one of them is empty, but he will be able to pull Ragnarok out of position and take one of these hatcheries out. The Banelings have a nice connection, trading some of those bio out to get that hatchery is Percival, but Ragnarok has taken that triangle 5th base.
Yeah, and Percival is playing fast now. He's in multiple locations, hitting at once, and Ragnarok actually wasn't able to do a counterattack this time. Before, the 2 times before this that Percival moved out on the map, Ragnarok would look like he's going to attack with his army when the Terran army gets on creep, and just as that happens and Percival's looking at that, he runs in with the Lings, and he doesn't have time to close the door. But that did not happen this time, and Percival starting to make some ground here, dropping down here in the south whilst pushing this choke point up here. But there's so much Zerg that Percival is going to be forced to retreat with these medevacs.
These last few engagements have certainly gone Ragnarok's way. That army supply advantage swinging massively in the favor here of Ragnarok. 112 to 67 now, as he's able to clean up not only the army there at the southern base, but also in the middle of the map. And man, once again, coming out of the natural expansion, this is an overwhelming force here. The third base of Percival's, that planetary fortress is going to be taken out. The army as well, as we might be seeing Percival tap out, and Ragnarok taking a 2-0 lead here in this series. Is a lot of back and forth action, but Ragnarok getting the best of it. Felt like many of the trades, and that's going to be a GG.
Yeah, and the expert backstabbing here with the Lings with the story of this game, getting in, doing so much economic damage, making that Terran army turn around when it wants to be pushing, clearing out creep, and that's what we saw, right? The creep took over a lot of the map there by the end of the game. But also, if that didn't work, lurkers were on the way. I think there were already like 4 or 5 out, and as that game goes on and that lurker count gets higher and higher, it becomes more difficult for the Terran to engage into the Zerg. So Ragnarok played that very well.
I think the other thing, too, is that as much as the counterattacks were doing really good, I think Percival was trying to be a little bit too fancy with his drops. Like he was actually being kind of sloppy with them, to be honest. Like, there was a lot of medevacs dying with full units in them. Some of the drops just getting forgotten about, or like he drops it while trying to do something else, and then there's just like nothing happening. So I think it was a little unfortunate there. Maybe he should have, like, once he kind of realized that they weren't doing that much, maybe he should have been like, all right, screw this. Like, let's just sit back a little bit. I think I'm just being too inefficient with this. But he just kind of kept doing it, which was kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, it felt like those drops were kind of the game plan for Percival throughout the entire match, but there was only really that one moment where he was able to pick off the backdoor expansion as well as that southern expansion and briefly bring Ragnarok down to only 3 mining bases. And it felt like that was finally the moment where all of that harassment was paying off, and it felt like maybe this might lead to some kind of fruit, but instead Percival just not really able to make that main push come in. I mean, Ragnarok, every single time Percival moved into the middle of the map, would come in with these Banelings and Lings, and this is what happens when you have full map control, as Ragnarok did, is your creep spread is so healthy, you're able to meet the Terran in the middle and get that surround. And now Percival, although that was a very close match, he's down 2-0 in the series as Ragnarok has brought it to match point. Percival spawning here in the top right on Tropical Sacrifice, Ragnarok in the bottom left, as Percival's going to need to reverse sweep this one if he wants to meet Estrella in the finals.
I really hope we get to see some of that build order variety you guys were talking about.
Dude, that's so lame. We were hyping that up so hard, and now he just does the most standard build twice in a row. Like, okay.
I mean, if you're gonna mix up a build, I feel like Stargazers is the map because there's so many different options. Like I said, that tank push would have been really strong if you just wanted to play a 3-base tank push down the middle.
Well, I guess he did kind of mix it. I mean, first game he did do Hellion Banshee. Second game he went for the faster double drop after the 3cc. So that was obviously his game plan. Like, he was trying to abuse that short air distance, but the drops just weren't really doing it.
It feels like you can take advantage of that map a bit more, though, especially Stargazers. Like, I know Mech is really strong on that map. You can obviously play super greedy. So, I don't know. I hope I see something cool from Percival this game.
Cool first here for Ragnarok. What do you guys make of this?
Sniffing out a little bit of a 2-Raxy. Down 0-2, got to whip out the build.
Maybe.
You just never see that strat lose, man.
So I play some Terran on KR ladder, and every time they go full first versus me, they follow it up with a Roach all-in. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Ragnarok did do this yesterday versus Special as well.
Really?
Oh, did he?
Yeah. One of the games that was early pool, he did do the
did it
Roach follow-up.
twice.
Oh, was it twice?
He did the early pool twice, I meant, sorry.
No, yeah, he did the early
And
pool
then-
twice. One of the times he did do the Roach all-in,
Right.
which he has done in GSL in the past as well. So
Yeah, he likes his roaches.
yeah, this actually could very easily be that good call.
Yeah, with the gas as well.
And this is the version with the gas. He did two different versions yesterday. Once with gas first, and then once with the gas a bit later on. And he was very aggressive when he did get that early gas. Speed isn't on the way yet, so it's not going to be like a Ling flood into the natural or anything. I think he sent a bunch of Lings in and killed like 5 SCVs against Special yesterday. That's not what we're going to see here. Just maybe wants to be safe against the proxies. Maybe, if it is a CC first, you can get that cancel on the SCV, which we've seen a few times. And yeah, pull first is just good to throw in every now and then, so the Terran doesn't think that they can get away with anything too cheeky on the map with proxies, etc.
As far as I know, this seems like a pretty good build order for Percival. He built the Marine, so obviously he's not going to take any damage from the 2 Zerglings. And he didn't go Reaper first, and it wouldn't have done anything anyways because of the pull first. So it seems like things are okay for Percival as long as he doesn't overreact to the Roach all-in, like I would if I were in this situation.
Like throwing down 3 bunkers.
Yeah, start building siege tanks, a bunch of bunkers. But Percival's obviously a way better player than that. So
This game is building up, guys. Thank you once again for your support. We're trying to reach that 5,000 goal to make the Tasteless LAN Party 3 happen. And same, thank you once again for those 2 items. Same says, keep crushing it, Tasteless. I love all the StarCraft 2 and Brood War content. Please keep it coming. And 10U as well. Purchasing 1 item of apparel says, loving the LAN Party, everyone. Keep it up. We appreciate it so much, guys. If you want to support the Tasteless LAN Party and make Tasteless LAN Party 3 a reality, check out tastelessthreads.com. Check out the merch. It's high-quality stuff. The designs are amazing. I mean, I love that APM shirt especially, and the Tastosis one. Just fantastic stuff. And if you want to donate directly to support as well, I mean, all that money is going directly into supporting this event, supporting the players, supporting the scene out here in Korea. I mean, this kind of event, it feels like we've been doing StarCraft 2 out in Korea for so long, and we really haven't had too much besides GSL. That's been what we've had for 10 plus years, but having this kind of nice community vibe, everybody coming in, sharing the casting couch, playing in this kind of casual, fun setting, it's been such a treat. So we really appreciate all the support. We love you guys. Jack51 as well, purchasing an item. Thank you so much. Tasteless LAN Party, let's go. Absolutely, dude. It's been such a treat casting this, such a treat being here, and it wouldn't be possible without support from fans like you. So please continue to bring it in. We really want to earn your support and make Tasteless LAN Party 3 happen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. And I almost feel like I'm back in the 90s here with this LAN party.
Yeah,
I almost
it's
picked up my
fun.
PC. I almost brought my PC here today.
Gotta get your 6-pack of Mountain Dew already.
Yeah, I got my Mountain Dew. Got
Forget
my
to put your deodorant on.
yeah. I
really
mean,
get the vibes going. Get the musk in.
Yeah, man.
Picked up my CRT, like heavy ass CRT. Put it in the truck. Yeah, brought it over here.
I was talking to some of the folks before coming onto the cast for this series, and just talking about how, watching these kind of games makes me want to just, go home and play. So I'm glad that we're going to have the N64 action after we wrap up the StarCraft 2 and Brood War content here, because, man, I want to play, man. I'm going to get my competitive fix playing Nintendo 64.
Yeah, I heard we heard you're pretty good.
No. I actually lost both games against Gemini, but I'm feeling confident.
Okay, being confident is half the battle, right? We do see these first 2 medevacs with 16 Marines come in here. There's so many Zerglings in position, the Queens to start pressuring these medevacs, and this will be deflected without too much damage here.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Actually coming
actually
in for the
losing
low ground
one.
with the Queens and picking off one medevac is huge, and that means that not all of these Marines are going to be able to escape with their lives, as Percival going for the 2 medevac drop, but not really finding any damage. And, man, the ball is already rolling here for Ragnarok. It feels like every single game he's just picking up the momentum early on. And, I mean, this is so many Lings. Ragnarok was on, what, like 45 drones? He was so ready for that aggression.
Absolutely, and Ragnarok going for the layer before the double upgrades this game, so he will have access to potentially, this layer tech early on. It could have been a Spire. We do see the Roach Warren going down instead, so maybe he's going to play this Roach Ravager Ling Bane style with the double upgrades now. I wonder what we'll see here. Will we see melee or range, do you think?
I think he already has a Baneling Nest, if I'm not mistaken. At
Should
least
be
I
melee.
saw it on the...
Oh, I'm
Yeah, that's
literally
what I'm
wrong.
saying. You never know, dude. You never know.
I
You can
should've
play
shut up,
both.
man. I'm like, it's going to be oh, wow, that was so...
You're so sure as
That
well.
was so immediately wrong.
Yeah, so there's a few different ways to play this. You can play with the melee, obviously, as your Bling Bane, but ranged upgrades will, help benefit you throughout the whole game, right? Roaches, Hydras, Lurkers, all going to benefit, and if that's the way you want to go, it's obviously a viable option.
So Sasha told me once that if you go 1-1 Roaches, you can't lose to a 2-base Omen. So
Maybe that's kind of the logic
Ah.
here, because we have seen
Yeah.
from Percival in both games going for a 3CC build, and it hasn't worked so far. So perhaps Ragnarok, knowing like in a best of 5 series, Percival is going to try and mix it up and most likely go for some 2-base aggression here on match point. Actually going for a low ground CC is Percival, so he's feeling a little bit confident that he can make something happen on the map and get that command center up. Moving across now with this handful of Marines and siege tanks. Ragnarok's going to give him a bit of a runaround here and try and deny that third command center. The SCV already been picked off. Actually finds a handful of Marines here. Medevac's not coming in to lift in time. That one Marine, only one standing, as this command center will get canceled.
He's buying so much time with these links. He's doing a 2-base big timing push. You want this to hit as crisply and on time as you can, but these links giving him the runaround, like you said, make him come back a couple times, and this buys time for more roaches to come out, more creep to be spread, and that's going to delay the push even longer as the Terran has to leapfrog across the creep here as he clears the tumors. Oh my gosh, these Ling's going to run in and deny the third again. He says, no, you are all in. You don't have a third CC. This is going to be an all in no matter what. And the tank siege up. Ragnarok is in position with these Ravagers, gets the bios. The second tank goes down. A few Marines left trying to push in here, but you're forced to lift up. That third tank will go down as well. And look at all those tumors ready to be placed down and extend this creep.
Yeah, Ragnarok with a great defense there. He already had 5 Ravagers out and able to clean out 2 of these siege tanks. So Percival really on the back foot now. As it seems like Ragnarok is going to try and push this advantage. Percival now sieging on the high ground. Try and set up some kind of defensive front here. He really needs that third command center to get up, as he's kind of lost the wind in his sails, so to speak, here, as the 2-base aggression does not seem to be in the cards. But these are 1-1 Roaches and Ravagers in, as you see the Marines really struggling to find any damage. Percival right now only with a +1 range attack. God, imagine Terran getting melee.
My SCVs are sick now, bro.
Pull the boys. Yeah, well, I think one thing Percival might have going for him here is that Roach Ravager will be outscaled by bio eventually. So if he is able to defend and keep upgrading his bio, it will trade out very well with the Roach against the Roach Ravager. But that is a long way away. And we see a big supply lead here for Ragnarok, and he will definitely not do nothing with it. He's going to take more bases. He's up to 80 workers, which is all he's going to need until Hive, basically. And he's in a very good position here.
we don't have any more tech coming from Ragnarok, no Infestation Pit, so we're very likely going to just see a big 2-2 Roach Bust. No Baneling Nest either, so Percival is going to need to build some supply depot walls, and he's going to have his tank set up in really good position if he wants to hold it.
Absolutely. The SimCity and the tank positioning going to be key here to help him survive this push. Actually moving out with 2 medevacs. This feels so dangerous right now because this is Ragnarok's max out time, right? This is when he wants to go and pull the trigger on this attack here. Actually got a 2-prong attack set up. Ravagers and Lings in the north. Roaches down to the south. Okay, the medevacs come back, thank God. He's going to need every unit he can get to defend here, and he's got to protect the tanks.
Yeah, Ragnarok perhaps seeing that siege tank line and deciding to play it a little bit more conservatively. Starts at Baneling Nest, starts an Infestation Pit, so not going to be going for a full timing, although I still think that with the Roach and Ravager count as high as it is, we will see some aggression before. Actually, nice pick off there for Percival, coming in with those Marines, getting the 3 Ravagers, and then going straight to the main base with these medevacs will buy him a little bit more time to set up a defensive front and kind of narrow the supply difference right now. As it did feel like that timing for Ragnarok was really scary, but instead trying to play it kind of closer to the vest. Nice and slow, nice and safe. He knows that he has the advantage in the map control in this game. Is once again, I mean, the story so far has been Percival really struggling to keep map control in the mid game here. And I mean, Ragnarok, every single game, you look at the creep spread at 10, 11 minutes, and it feels like he just owns the map.
Right, I do think that time it may have worked, but if you're as far ahead as he was, you don't need to take that risk.
Yeah.
You can, you're on 80 drones, you can keep teching up as he's doing, getting his hive now, and this is going to be a much more consistent option that leaves you with much less risk as you're not running into tanks in good positions, right? Which is one of the few ways you can throw a game like this.
Yeah, and although this maxed army, I mean, Ragnarok has been close to max for a long time. This is now going to be a maxed army with speed Baneling, so it's going to be much more high value. It's going to have a lot bigger of a punch.
Right, and I think the key thing here for Ragnarok is going to be when that hive finishes, he's going to have access to Vipers. And these defensive tanks are what is keeping Percival in the game right now. Once the Vipers come out and they get abducted, it's going to be very difficult for him to defend, I feel like.
Yeah, and the way that Percival right now is expanding, I think this is the opportunity that Ragnarok has been waiting for, is he doesn't want to fight when Percival is just on the Triangle 3 base. He wants to wait for him to take the 4th base because then Terran, they have to spread their siege tanks across both of those fronts to be fully covered. And that's going to be Ragnarok's opportunity to strike. So now 4th Command Center finally plans it here. It will be transformed into a planetary fortress. We'll see if Ragnarok's getting ready to make a move.
Yeah, he is maxed out already. I thought we would see some Vipers here, as he did lose a bit of supply there, but he just refuels with Lings. He's getting the Ultra Cavern, so Ultralisk will be on the field. You do not want to run through that choke.
Yeah.
That's for sure. He's just setting up pressure on two sides, though, keeping the Terran busy. Okay, we do see 3 Vipers now, finally. And I think once he has these Vipers, a lot of opportunities are going to open up for him to start picking off tanks, picking off medevacs, all these kind of things to start getting a lot of value and efficient trades.
And Percival, in the meantime, is trying to gear up for a longer game. Ragnarok has the bank, has map control. If Percival is going to win this one, he's really going to need to kind of drag it out, and camp a little bit, try and build that ultimate army and go to a split set map scenario. We see him planning 2 more command centers. I think he's getting Ghost, if I'm not mistaken. That is a Ghost Cloak being
I don't think we're seeing Banshee Cloak at this
Yeah.
point. That would be kind of sick, though. Imagine that's only 3 Star Force speed Banshees, but yeah.
Ravagers
4
can't
Ghosts.
shoot up, man. Gotta imagine like a 5-star port like speed Banshee transition. It's like going carrier or something.
That'd be so sick.
I mean, he's making Ultralisk. They don't shoot up. Like, why not?
Oh, hang on a minute. Someone tell him. No, don't. But yeah, Ghost obviously going to be great against all the high-tech Zerg units, Vipers, Ultralisks. The sniper ability going to come in key here.
I really thought that Ragnarok was going to kind of fire up the aggression once Percival spread across 4 bases as opposed to 3, but he's just content to kind of continue to build this war chest, so to speak, back at home, as he's already taken his half of the map, and now Percival is going up to 5 bases, so this is a situation where Percival is able to set up a very good defensive position, with Ghosts, with Liberators, with Siege Tanks, with Planetaries, and Command Centers, with a fantastic Sim City. It can become a very tricky problem for the Zerg, because once Terran gets those 10 gases, really, the sky's the limit in terms of unit composition for them. So I think Ultralisks as the selection here for Ragnarok, paired with the Vipers, kind of translates more to the composition where we're just going to throw army at the problem to eventually shut down that 5th base. But up to this point, we haven't really seen that aggression. Now, the Vipers are out. We do have 3 Vipers on the field, and they have had time to max out on energy.
Yeah, Ragnarok's played extremely passively this game. It feels like there were a few windows where he could have been aggressive, but choosing to go for the more consistent defensive option. Finally, these Vipers going to blinding cloud as the units move in here. Oh, the tank blocking so many Banelings. Oh, that's the doorman. He said, do you have ID? The Banelings say, no, I left it at home. You ain't coming in then. But finally, they get through. The planetary does survive, though, on red HP. A huge, that was a defense.
Yeah,
a necessary one.
A nice defense there for Percival. Not having that planetary go down is a big win for him, as those Banelings got effectively no value.
He only lost 2 tanks.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, there were like pretty much no tanks over there on that southern base. It kind of felt like that was one of Ragnarok's opportunities to strike and just take out a planetary for free, but
if that tank doesn't block all those Banelings like that, he 100% loses that planetary, right?
Yeah, it was just a sliver of HP.
Yeah.
Also, for such a long game, Ragnarok's worker count has never really been much more than 80, so...
Yeah, his bank isn't that
Yeah.
high.
Considering how much time he's had to... Oh my gosh, not the
Oh! This is a huge catch here for Ragnarok. There's a lot of ghosts going down, completely resetting the count as now the second wave is flooding in. First siege tank is already taken out. Percival is getting a bit of counter damage over here at the 12 o'clock position, taking down one base, but the big story is this planetary going down, these command centers going down, Baneling's now busting in the natural wall as Percival's supply dropping below 150s. It feels like Ragnarok really hitting his stride here with his timing. Percival, he's trying to struggle to get some counter damage in, but losing those ghosts is kind of the domino effect starting here as he's taken so much damage in these last few minutes as his worker count now losing 25 SCVs all the way down to 42.
And where is all his army? He has some units across the map. And Ragnarok sees a chance to move in, and that's exactly what he does. Finally showing the first aggressive thing in this game and just getting so much damage done here. 32 SCVs do go down. Breaking a load of the Sim City that he set up, a lot of his structures, supply depots. That will have to be replaced. He, of course, lost the bases down there too. So right now, Percival's going to have to sit back and just try to rebuild.
The problem there was that the ghost count on the bottom was like the only thing down there. Like the huge tank count. He had 12 or 14 tanks when that was happening, but they were all up on this side of the map with that little bioforce pushing over to the top left here. The ghosts were the only other thing with the few amount of tanks over here. So once that got jumped on, then everything else opened up in this area, and he forgot to bring the rest of the tanks. They were all still sitting up there.
Even
so
the
nothing.
medevacs.
Yeah. So it was just like totally free real estate, if you might, if you will.
And it was really unnecessary too, right? He was trying to take a 6th base when he really didn't need to, with just his ghosts.
Yeah, it really feels like if you're Terran and you can get up to 5 bases and kind of defend that amount of economy, you really can drag the game out and start trading really cost efficiently. But now Ragnarok, riding the momentum of that last engagement, going to come in here on the top side. There's only one siege tank. Ghost getting abducted into the Ultralisk swarm as Banelings and Lings flood in, and Percival, man, getting taken out there as a little bit of overextension with Ghosts at the 6 o'clock, and Ragnarok not giving him any room to breathe. I mean, that was just a beautifully played series. It felt like he was in control of every single map from pretty much start to finish. We're going to be going into an interview with Ragnarok in just a moment.
Oh yeah, such patient play. Like, he could have pulled the trigger quite a few times, but he just sat back, and then when he finally saw his moment, he was decisive. He went for it. Beautiful series there, and we are going to hop into this interview here.
Yeah, Ragnarok is playing
quick.
really well. I mean, Percival, he has had a great tournament coming into the semifinals here. But Ragnarok, I mean, the GSL finalist seems to really have a good read on ZBT, especially these aggressive mid-games. I mean, if he's fighting early, it feels like he's usually winning. And we do have Solar coming in to translate. Andy isn't here with us today. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, well, Ragnarok, you won in a convincing fashion, 3-0. You're heading into the finals. How do you feel?
3대 0으로 결승 진출하셨는데 어떤 기분이신가요?
일어나자마자 바로 와가지고 이게 뭔가 제대로 좀 안 됐는데 그래도 상대방이 더 안 된 것 같더라고요. 뭔가 저는 잘한 것 같지 않은데 상대방이 평소보다 더 못한 것 같아서 그래서 이긴 것 같아요.
Max, you understand?
You understood, Nexus?
He said he wasn't playing that well, but Percival played even
Yeah, that's a little
You guys
sad.
doesn't need me then. You guys doesn't need me.
We need to do.
We got that one. We could have asked the question.
He just came here after he woke up, and so he wasn't he wasn't the best condition, but actually he feels like he played worse than the user, so that's why. Yeah, he didn't play well, but he feel like his opponent played more worse, so he could win.
It did feel like every single map you were playing a little bit better. Do you feel like you're finally warmed up here and getting ready for the finals?
잘하신 것 같은데
Every map it felt like he was getting better.
그러니까 하면 할수록 잘해지시는 것 같던데 그럼 결승을 위한 웜업이 그러니까 준비 운동이 제대로 되셨나요?
No?
Played terribly.
아니 워낙 잘해가지고 그리고 제가 마우스를 실수로 그 무선 마우스 쓰는데 안 가져와가지고 USB를 안 갖고 와가지고 민수 거를 빌렸거든요. 지금 빨리 갔다 와야 될 것 같아요. 마우스를 가지러.
You got this on?
Max is a really good player, so but he have one problem is like he didn't bring the USB of the wireless mouse, So he used mine. He used mine. Mine.
Percival or Max?
Mine.
Oh, he
Mine.
used yours.
Yeah, it
okay.
was my mouse. Like, he played with mine, so he have to go ASAP to his house and back here to get a USB.
A little bit of home tech support there.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to be facing Estrella in the finals. Now, Estrella, we know that he's a very brainy Protoss player, but you're the reigning, like, you went to the GSL finals. Do you think you're going to take him out?
이제 최근에 결승 올라오기 시작했고, 하지만 맥스 선수가 이제 좀 머리도 잘 쓰는 그런 선수인데 이기실 건가요?
사실 요새 민수가 토스전 너무 잘해서 민수가 이길 줄 알았거든요. 근데 확실히 잘해가지고 힘들 거 뭔가 생각을 좀 많이 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
He thought that Solar is gonna win because Solar is really good in ZVP, but Max was pretty good, so he thinks it's gonna be really tough.
Well, Max, do you have any questions for Solar? You want to ask, or Solar? Excuse me, Ragnarok. Do you want to ask him how he's going to play in the finals? Maybe. What do you think?
How about you're the ace for Alpha X, right? You're Alpha X's ace, best player.
Best player?
Alpha X ace.
You.
No, you. You're our ace, strongest player.
Well, that StarCraft 2 Finals is going to be really fun to watch. Of course, following this up, we're going to have the Brood War show match, Snow versus Barracks coming up. Well, Ragnarok, looking forward to seeing you in the finals. That was a great series, man. Congratulations. Can't wait to see the final match.
Congratulations. Yeah. I love the
And
trash
Solar,
talk.
yeah,
The
Solar.
trash talk. He's like, you're the best player.
I was like expecting them to ask like, oh, like, what, you're gonna lose like 0-3?
That you're the best player.
1-3. It's like, no, it's like you're the best. You're our ace, right? Yeah. Some fans. Thank you for Solar as well for translating for us. And guys, we're gonna be going through a break. When we get back, we're gonna have the Brood War show match between Snow and Barracks. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to go into the third place, fourth place match of the Tasteless LAN party. It's going to be Solar versus Percival.
Yeah, this should be a great series. I mean, we saw Percival have some great TBZs earlier today, and the match against Ragnarok was a bit shaky, but I feel like he's warmed up now. He definitely looked better as the series went on, so him versus Solar should be really fun to watch.
Yeah, and after that, we're going to be going into the StarCraft 1 show match section. SC2 Finals and N64 match to kind of close this out. But as you guys can see, you know, we're almost to the end here of our 8-person bracket. Very exciting to see Estrella versus Ragnarok here in the finals.
Yeah, that's going to be a great finals. Ragnarok, a GSL finalist, and Estrella. I mean, we've seen him in GSL, but it feels like you put it perfectly earlier today where we never really get to see him at his full strength, his full potential. But now coming into the finals of the prestigious Tasteless LAN party, I'm excited to see it. We might have our first Protoss champion.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, man. And again, super cool to have Estrella get this far. We've got Scarlett over here at the wheel observing right now. By the way, Kevin, can you turn my volume up in this headset a little bit more? I'm having a hard time hearing myself.
We ready to start the games?
We are ready to start, so we can go ahead and kick it off here and find out who's going to get that bronze medal at the Tasteless LAN party at TLP.
TLP, is that what we're calling it?
Is that a thing, TLP?
By the way, guys, we've updated the goal here on top of the screen. We took the sales from the merch. It seems like you guys are loving the merch, by the way. It's crazy how fast this is selling.
Merch is great.
Yeah, we've got all sorts of shirts. We've got mouse pads, hats, hoodies. I mean, Christmas is not that far away. You can do some Christmas shopping.
It's not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea. Or if you want to support directly via PayPal, it's appreciated. We do have, as you guys can see on the top of the screen, Tasteless versus Scarlett show match, StarCraft 1. Yeah, so
the reaction from
Scarlett's
Scarlett.
face. So see if she would like chime in or like change her facial expression, just like completely stoic, just does not care. Like, yeah, I'll just win.
If you guys want to see that, we are not far away from that goal. We're about a little bit shy of $200 from getting that. And so here we are. We are in game one. This is a best of 5, by the way. Solar versus Percival. Yeah, let's see what happens here. I do feel like Solar is favored, should be favored, but Percival
Yeah.
actually with kind of a surprising performance coming into this.
And he played very differently in the series versus Scarlett and then against Ragnarok. And even now coming into Solar, he's mixing it up. We didn't see CC first from him in a single game in the previous series, if I'm not mistaken. So
Right.
maybe now that he's feeling like a little bit more confident, he's going to kind of go back to a little bit, quirky is the wrong word, but kind of unique play style that he brought to the table on day one.
I hope so, because it was really working for him. Yesterday in Game 1, we saw the CC first into the 2 barracks and a factory, and he was able to get a lot done, forcing a lot of units out from the Zerg, and I feel like this is kind of his style that he does the best with. So I'm really happy to see him go back to it, and I wonder how Solar's going to, face off against this.
It's going to be interesting, especially on this map. I've had a lot of fun casting games on this map this year. You have this, like, kind of a free expansion inside your base, but it is pointed at the enemy, so it's very droppable. It can be mined open, although usually we see it's the player that actually occupies that base that will then open that up later on. But TVZ, especially on this map, I think it's made for some interesting games. We're going to see the Zerg grow down and into the bottom here. So, besides maybe this base that's just outside the natural, other than that, it's not easy for Terran to push into any of the other bases.
Right. We did actually see Ragnarok take the tucked-in third there to the left of his main, which was a bit surprising to me because there's a very short airspace between the Terran space there and the Zerg one. And also there's this extremely strong tank pushes just past the watchtower into that choke point here. We didn't see that from Percival in the last set. He opted to go for Widowmine plays and lots of drops with medevacs and stuff. So we don't see that from Solar. I'm curious what goes into the decision making of where to put the third base here. This looks like the more normal third to me. Oh my gosh. Hold position on the Lings, the block.
There's 2 more Lings coming in. They're going to get the Marine.
Disrespect.
They're in the base. The SCV goes down.
Oh my god.
This is a disaster right here
This
for
is
Percival.
It's actually not blocked right now. It took him a long time to land, but the Lings were actually not in the position to block the factory.
He was
Right.
trying to deal with the Lings heading into
Yeah.
the mineral line. He had to pull SCVs to try and handle that, but man.
Could have been even worse, honestly.
Yeah, but even a 10-second, 5-second delay like this can throw off the Terran's build order so much. Like
Yeah.
the butterfly effect down the line, this can have a huge impact on the game.
By the way, guys, $15 from Anonymous. Thank you so much. Sponge with 5 items purchased at Tasteless Threads. Says, GG, thanks for the quality content. Thank you so much for the support. Anonymous with another 4 items over here in the shop. Stuart Vass SC with a 214 viewer raid, as well as Bale Wolf. Or Mulf. It's spelled Mulf on the screen, but I'm betting it's Wolf. With an 83 viewer raid. Welcome, guys. We're in the 3rd place, 4th place match here for the Tasteless LAN party here with Solar versus Percival. Game 1.
And very close to that $4,000 goal, man. I want to see you play versus Scarlett, that Brood War show match. Should be a lot of fun. Maybe you can get some revenge from the old Tasteless LAN.
I did beat Scar. I beat you in 1 game, right? In that best of 7?
I think so.
Yeah.
On match point.
And my take
Maybe?
from that is it should have been a best of 5, and I would have better.
And looking at the game here, we actually have a fusion core going down for Percival, as well as a starport. So do we think we're going to see some ranged liberators here?
I think it's going to be a battle cruiser, no?
Our battle cruiser to start for
Maybe.
sure. Yeah, warp in, try and kill some drones.
I'm kind of confused, though, because there's no money in the bank. Like, what is this going to be?
He does have the gas that you need for that. We're going to see here fairly shortly. Yeah, he's saving up the money. He's got all the minerals and gas he needs. So there it is. The battle cruiser is out. And this is a great map for battle cruisers because the air distance is so short. You can teleport over there and fly back quite quickly. But a roach attack moving out here from Solar. And what do we think about this timing? These battle cruisers will not be out in time to help out.
I love Percival like building a bunker here, but he has 2 Marines in total.
Yeah.
It's like all Hellions. Yeah, these
The
roaches.
Hellions got to get out of their cars and get in there. Well, I got to be honest, man. Roaches, there could be a lot of damage done here to these Hellions, and he can't really give up the ramp. So this is going to be a lot of damage right away. I think expertly so, Solar is morphing the most injured roaches then into Ravagers. And I mean, dude, this is really bad. He's going to get on top of the bunker. There's no way SCVs can repair that in time. I mean, there is a battle cruiser coming, yes, but I mean, how many SCVs are going to die in the process? This is looking pretty bad for the Terran.
And Solar already transitioning into drones back home, and It feels like he's going to be doing damage here in Percival's main for a long time. SCVs are pulled. They're going to get a surround here on this Ravager. The Battlecruiser is finally out. We'll provide a little bit of safety here, but so many SCVs gone already. 21 SCVs down as Percival, man, rough start to this game. That first four-ling run by, God, the natural. Didn't even see this.
Man, yeah, I didn't even notice that until we got it on camera there.
Yeah, he does have 2 BCs, but
I mean, unless they kill like 2 whole mineral lines, this is going to be almost impossible to come back from here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine the Zerg wasn't totally ready for this.
Right.
Just seeing the BCs and being like, all right, well, there's only one thing you can do after this, and that's warp in over here.
Absolutely. We already see a ton of Spore Coolers down, a Spire on the way. So many, how many queens are we up to now? Must be 8 or so. There you go, 8 queens. So Solar absolutely prepared for this. And I really like what he did in this game. He delayed the build with those lings. And that allows you to hit a timing, and it hits so much faster when the Terran's delayed with their build order, right? Because if that Battlecruiser comes out 10, 15 seconds earlier, you don't know. Like, there's going to be a lot less damage. So I really like the decision-making here from Solar.
He also doesn't have Yamato researched, so it's going to make this attack a lot weaker. 2 more BCs coming, but without Yamato, it's really hard to get much done.
Absolutely. Yamato's so good at picking off queens, big units. The 3rd BC does warp in now, chipping away at these queens. But there's so many transfuses. That gas going to fall, and yeah, this is looking tough for Percival to get the damage he needs to get back into this game.
yeah, the past few trades have been pretty good for him. He did get a good number of queens, but as these Battlecruisers get lower and lower on hit points and the Corruptors emerge, 9 of them now and Cocoons ready to hatch, it feels like it's going to run out of steam very quickly, and with only 29 SCVs back at home, oh my God,
the door's open.
Down.
Yeah, this is bad. I mean, I didn't realize that was open until then. I think that we're basically at the point of no return here. I don't see any real out here for Percival.
No.
But, you know, I don't think this game is going to be representative of what's going to happen in, you know, the future. It was several moments early on where Solar really got in there and did so much damage that there's no way for Percival to recover.
And Percival also went for a 2 Battlecruiser opening. Like, that was double starport, not even 1, so he was...
Right.
They caught with his pants down as the roaches came in.
Right. He is getting that Yamato finally, but it's going to be a little bit too late here, as we do already see a big flock of Corruptors out on the field. They'll be able to force those Battlecruisers back home. And the issue here for Percival is his economy, right? Like, how do you take a 3rd base? How do you ever catch up in the drone count again?
I feel like he's going to make one more push with the Battlecruisers and Yamato, but, I mean, there's just so many Corruptors out that these are just going to win the air war already. I mean, there's more in production. The Battlecruisers now flying out. Corruptors spot them, and feel like that's going to be it.
GG. Solar, I mean, it's commanding performance there. Again, though, I mean, you were mentioning this earlier, Steve, but it's like it kind of ripples forward here. You know, it's like a butterfly effect. You take that much damage early on, and it starts to stack up, but eventually you're just at the point of no return.
Yeah, absolutely. A small delay in a build order delays your big tech unit coming out of the Battlecruiser. You can't defend with it. You can't harass with it in time. And, yeah, that was a very, very, sharp decision-making from Solar to go for that follow-up push with the Roaches after that small lead with the Lings he got.
We're going to be going into Game 2 momentarily here. I'm not sure what the map is. Cosmic Sapphire is where we're going to try to see if Percival can come back or if Solar is just going to continue on with the momentum that he's already got.
Yeah, I mean, Percival right now having a tough stretch of TVZs, 0-4 in total on the day. But as you said, I don't think that game is really indicative of where he is right now in terms of form.
So.
I mean, he got caught unprepared from a Roachling timing attack as he was going for a really greedy 2 Battlecruiser opening, and he tried to claw his way back into it, but honestly the game was pretty much over from that point where 20, 30 SCVs went down. There's really nothing you can do, so hopefully we'll see something different out from Percival. I mean, we all know, we saw him yesterday, we know that he's capable of some really unique tactics, some kind of out-of-the-box thinking, some cool micro moves, and he's going to need to bring his A-game here as he's going up against Solar in map number 2 of the 3rd place match. Going down. I'm curious if he's going to go CC first again, as he did in the previous game, because it is one build that we've seen. I mean, in GSL repeatedly, we've seen Terra players go for 2 base pushers off as a CC first, where your economy just gets so powerful, so fast. You're able to amass an army that can just end the game, but instead going to be gas first here for Percival, so perhaps a little bit more tech heavy.
Yeah, I don't feel like, maybe I'm wrong. Have we casted a game this year of Percival really doing Command Center first. I feel like he was one of the Terrans that was not following that style. I feel like it was Cure or Bunny, but yeah, definitely this game gas first into Barracks over here at the entrance. That's kind of cute.
Solar going pool first at home as well.
Yeah.
He's been using this a lot. Well, I feel like he used it twice yesterday. He's using it again here now. He does not want to get caught off guard by any of these shenanigans that Terran can pull out. You know, these double Barracks Reaper builds have been kind of popular. We don't see that here. It's just the one Barracks.
And normally the low ground wall is actually pretty good against the pool first because you can get a full wall in time. But he didn't make his deep on the low ground, so he's not going to have a full wall even with the factory. So interesting choice with the wall in from Percival.
6 Lings coming out as well.
Right. It is a Reaper against slow Lings, though. So if Percival sees this and is able to pick off a few Lings, he could be in a very good spot here. He is getting that CC now on the low ground. Scarlett, I'm curious, why did he go for this gas first here, do you think?
It just lets you tech a lot faster. Usually you don't make a Marine with this, you just go Reaper and then straight into the reactor. So your Hellions are out a bit faster. And maybe he wants to do like a fast Banshee or fast BC build again. We'll see. Oh, he does get the full wall off, so that's nice. Maybe Solar will try and kill this reactor.
One thing about, you know, as much as StarCraft, like, doesn't suffer from like being on one side of the map or the other, the fact that this add-on's on the outside, this is like one of these weird things where like, you know, there's not much you can do about it, but you know, if you're on the left side of the map, your add-ons stick out. Or if you're on the right side of the map, your add-ons are tucked away, and so that's got to be annoying, dropping that reactor there right away.
Absolutely.
Symmetry.
On the flip side, what was at home? Oh, the Reaper did come back, so not going to be able to get any drone kills on the other side of the map. And if the Reaper found the Lings, this could have been very good for Percival. But the fact that he was able to, you know, go the other way around and avoid detection here means that he's able to get, you know, an add-on pickoff and 2 SCVs. So this actually turned out to be good for Solo instead.
By the way, guys, we've got 4 items bought in the shop from Cal. Love all the SC content from you, Artie, and everyone else. Can't wait for more ASL, hopefully more GSL, and whatever else you have planned. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Kevin Mulbuck, 2 items as well, bought in Tasteless Thread shop. Hope these continue. Glad to see Estrella and Scarlett back in Korea. Thank you so much for the support. I mean, back into this game here. I don't know. I was reading that. What happened? 2 tech labs coming on here? What are those on?
Not too much action. Tech labs on both the Barracks and the Starport, as Percival's finally going to get those add-ons. After that Ling run by, got a good bit of damage in. 2 Hellions now being produced out of the factory, but really Percival just kind of trying to get a little bit of a foothold on the map here. Does scout that 3rd hatchery going down. Does take a bit of damage, but not in too much danger. And now Cloak Banshees underway here for Percival. He's really been liking Hellions and Cloak Banshees so far in TVZ in this tournament. So we'll see if he's able to find some damage now. 4 Hellions and a Reaper going to try and see what they can do over there at the natural. But Solar has a good number of Zerglings. God, I forgot they were called for a second. like the dog unit. What is it?
What game is this? The dog unit.
So Solar going to deflect that pretty easily here. It's a full scout off on the wall as well. As man, Solar's scouting has been on point. I mean, him scouting where the Reaper went in the first place, which direction it took, allowed him to get those 6 Zerglings kind of skirt around and harass that wall. And now scouting Cloak Banshees as well. It feels like he's going to be. Oh, he actually didn't see the starport.
Oh, that's crazy. Look at that.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's insane. That doesn't spot.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Percival could have made the starport in the main though, so there's no like reason for him to keep going there.
Well, now he sees it. The wall is down again. Feels like this has been the story with Percival so far today, is just depots down and down and down. As
yeah, the Hellions do get back in time to protect that stim. You got to keep that. If you lose that upgrade, it's huge. One Ling here harassing the SCV. Going to take another tour of the main base. Just check there's nothing hidden here that he hasn't seen. And we do see the layer on the way. Spore Crawlers coming down as well, so we will be ready for these Banshees with some detection. I think we have, what's the Queen count out right now? Yeah, 9. So he's got everything he needs to defect these, and we see the Banshee already being pushed back on red HP.
Yeah, only 1 kill on that Banshee, so Solar with pretty solid defense here. Percival did not wait for that second Banshee, so wasn't able to one-shot, but now going to try and come in here with these Hellions, but 6 queens already at the front. Zergling's waiting at the third. Seems like there's almost no opportunity here, but maybe skirting around. No, the Zergling's got a nice surround there. Pick off 2 Hellions already.
Yeah, this is not ideal for those Hellions. I mean, they're not getting the targets they need. They don't want to really be fighting Lings as much as they want to try to fight off, or I guess kill off is better. We're drones over here. Stim's done. The Banshees have been scooted over to the side. And one is low enough in HP, he might want to think twice about trying to dive back in. Then again, I guess you got to try to get whatever value you can get.
Right, they were out of very low on energy though, so not able to cloak for a long time anymore, and one gets picked off, and that's looking like the end of the harassment for Percival. The Hellions and Banshees not able to get as much done as he would have liked. He does have this bio follow-up though coming down. Combat shield's on the way, Stim's already finished as we saw. Oh, nice pick off from the drone, delays that 4th base momentarily.
Yeah, clearing a bit of creep as well, and these Zerglings don't want to commit until Percival gets too deep on the creep, and he does. Nice surround comes in, and that's all the Hellions on the field eliminated. As Sasha, can we actually get a look at how many drones have gone down? Because it feels like almost none. Only 5 workers killed over the course of all this harassment, so that was maybe, what, 8, 10 Hellions or something in total? 2 Banshees, and almost no damage to be found.
Yeah, I mean, Percival, granted, Banshees and Hellions, you can try to throw them in and trade them out for workers. Like, he's hemorrhaging a lot right now.
Bit more harassment coming in for this Banshee. Does pick up a good number more kills. 7 kills now on that Banshee, so...
Yo, by the way, $50 in from Kudos JP. Here's to their LAN party, and may StarCraft never die. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much for the support.
Solar's feeling pretty comfortable with this, I think, going into the Hydralisk Den. Now, Sasha, I've talked to some Zerg players, like Ricky, for example, sort of, who told me that usually going into Hydralisks like this is something you do once you feel comfortable that you've kind of got good control. You can just kind of spend the money on that to really shut down any harassment. Is that kind of the situation we're in now?
Yeah, Hydras are a pretty safe option. It's not like Mutas where you're kind of scared of an early Marine tank push killing you. So if you just want to play safe and go into a longer game, Hydras are definitely a good choice. And it's easier to survive with them.
Yeah, those Marines coming in, not really getting any damage done as Percival is amassing an army back at home. He actually does have the army supply lead right now as he's planning that 4th command center, but in terms of map control, he really hasn't got too much. Just a handful of units with medevacs there at the front, trying to keep the creep spread under control. Going to go for another double drop by the looks of things.
Right, and we do see that second factory with a reactor on it coming down now, which indicates he's going to switch into mines here. Like you say, 2 CCs on the way, double drop moving out, and he's going to try and build up a healthy mine count behind this and look to take some good trades. He's got a lot of units out on the map. He's going to test Solar's multitasking here as he's going to drop down in this base as the Marines push into the other base on the right there. Let's see the Diva. Has to cancel the hatch. That's a good start so far. These do have to lift up, but that's okay. He's got a little bit of damage. Ooh! Wow.
Nice hit with
Big
that
mine shot
mine
there. And these are the things that Percival needs to try and get ahead in this game here. Couple more workers going down. He's going to lift up and go into the main, pulling this army of Solars left, right, and center here. Good multitasking, honestly, from Percival, picking off more tumors, pushing back that creep, which is essential in this matchup. You do not want to be fighting on creep.
Was there never creep at the top part of the main there?
I don't think there was.
I guess there wasn't, huh?
Yeah,
I feel like we don't normally see that. Normally that's already paved over, but...
He made one creep tumor, but he didn't keep spread it.
Ah, okay.
I was thinking it looks weird, like how far it's gone out. Not all the way, but yeah.
Yeah, Percival's been really on point with his harassment. These double medevac drops, I mean, they're killing a lot of creep. They're getting some good trades in, and he's retained everything so far. In the previous match against Ragnarok, it felt like Percival was kind of hemorrhaging units with the harassment he went for, but so far, so good here in game number 2 of the 3rd place match here at the Tasteless LAN party, as Percival now with a 10 supply lead, going to try and delay the 5th base here for Solar as it gets... Oh, he might get a kill. Oh! He gets the kill. That's big.
Big pickoff there. And the problem, though, for Percival is that Solar's on his way to Lurkers and Hive, right? And you don't have tanks. You got one tank here, but you got a bunch of mines. And it's going to be very difficult if you do not have the range advantage. So you'd like to get something done before that, but all this Ling Bane rolling in on creep. And the tank gets picked off. The Marines have to be picked up, and that was a great fight for Solar there.
Yeah, Percival maybe pushing a little bit too quickly on creep. Gets too deep, and Solar is able to use that speed advantage to get a full surround on the bio, and suddenly you see the army supplies swing in his favor as Percival now setting up the 4th base.
Absolutely. We see 3 Vipers on the way, Adrenal, +1 ranged. Solar's looking to play a long game here. He's going to get Lurkers, Vipers, abduct all the tanks and high-value units, and start to trade some really efficient trades here as he continues to spread over the map.
2-2's about to finish. I don't know if that's going to be enough wind in the sails of Percival here to try to do anything or get anything done right now. He has split his army into 2 different little factions here. One now in the bottom center that seems to be, at least for now, uncontested. I guess a couple more Lings and Hydras are going to come down here, but of course that's a decoy for what's happening up here in the center right, as I think we're going to now have the second hatchery denied over here at 3 o'clock.
A number of Vipers out, a little bit low on energy, but man, Solar's not waiting for them at all as he has a ton of Banelings rolling in. That might have been a connection there with the Widowmine as some Banelings went down, but overall good trades here for Solar. First of all, now dropping in the main base, but just a handful of bio units as this attack is quickly running out of steam.
Absolutely, and we already see Vipers out. Do we have Ghosts on the way for Percival yet?
Yep,
Yes,
just started,
we do.
I
4
think.
in production right now. So he's going to be able to snipe those Vipers off if they do go for the abducts. Absolutely key here to be able to contend the Zerg in the late game. The 3-3 not yet started
Is
here.
it finished or has it not been started, Sasha?
Not started
Not
yet.
started,
Oh, wow.
yeah. I'm sure he'll pick that up in a moment here. He's busy in the middle of the map, losing a medevac, contesting the watchtower for vision here in the center.
Solar towers got
Solar tower.
sensor towers now coming online for Percival as he's starting to navigate his unit composition in something that we've seen repeatedly trade very cost efficiently with Zerg. He's adding in a lot of siege tanks, widow mines, and ghosts, planning 2 more command centers down, so hunkering down and starting to prepare for the long haul here is Percival.
Seems like we're going to start running out of map here. The gold base is going to be taken down there in the bottom left. That would leave the only base available just northeast of the screenshot. Northeast of the screenshot here. Solar looking to try to trade out supply somewhere. And it's too bad he just can't quite deny weapons level 2, but is going to come in here, and let's see how many workers can be killed off here along with the rest of the army.
Nice blinding cloud over there on the siege tank and a handful of bio as Solar's getting some great trades in. 1 mineral line completely wiped out, 21 SCVs down as the third base here for Percival is going to have to lift off. And Solar, man, what a fantastic trade. Percival now hemorrhaging supply all the way down at 122 as the depot once again down in the natural. Solar running in with all these Zerglings and Banelings, even more SCVs going down as we're about to hit 30. The bio is going to try and scramble and clean up these Hydralisks over here outside the natural expansion, but this is so much damage done by this attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably something you can't really recover from. I mean, the plummeting in supply and the fact that Solar is just maxing out, we're going to see a wave of eggs hatch and then a huge amount just come back over here. And I just don't see any way that Percival can claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was
GG.
GG is called. Percival was almost in that late game, army that Terran wants to get with a high ghost count, a lot of CCs, dropping mules, scanning everything. He almost got there, but Solar hits a crisp timing with his first few Vipers. Good blinding clouds, parasitic bombs, take out a ton of medevacs, and he's able to overrun Percival before he can get to that late game army that he wanted.
This is starting to get pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried this is going to be a 3-0. Fingers crossed that it's not, but I mean, it's undeniable that Solar is just so solid at what he's doing right now. I mean, totally in control. Even when Percival got some good wins, like sniping that hatchery and not even getting, Zerg not even getting the cancel.
Right.
It felt like in the mid game, I mean, the Hellions and the Banshees, they didn't get too much done. We've had better harassment there from Percival, but in the mid game with the 2-prong drops with 2 medevacs on the north and 2 medevacs on the south, it felt like he was constantly getting some good damage in. I mean, It wasn't anything that was changing the momentum too much, but it was very cost effective. And after that, he wasn't really able to leverage the damage that he got done into a sizable lead. As guys, we're getting ready to go to match point right now, game number 3.
Real quick, guys, we're only $100 away.
Ooh.
One Benjamin.
One away. One U.S. president.
One U.S. president away from getting the $4,000 goal, which unlocks the Tasteless for Scarlett Showmatch, the grudge match. They all want to see it.
Scarlett
Scarlett
again,
emotionless
expressionless.
again.
She's face. She's a statue right now.
She's
Serving
shrugging.
Showing off the proxy racks incoming, you
Just
know?
another
Yeah.
day at the office.
That's right. We've got, big proxy racks coming. It's always best of fives like this where I just say, of course.
Yeah.
Like you see 2
At
games
one
ago
point.
like that, and it's like, all right.
Well, things don't go your way this many games in a row. I mean, Percival had a TBZ below
The Overlord.
before this as So
He
Overlord.
does not see the SCV there. And
Well, there's a third SCV. Now, this is the trend with. Wait!
Oh my God! Wow! Is he going to check it behind the mineral
no
line?
way. He's
Just keeping that sound. Oh, look at that!
He doesn't see
Solar
it.
has no idea. Wait, does
He's
he?
going back. Oh, he sees it.
All right. Solar expecting something fishy there. Does see those 3 barracks getting planted, so he has a good idea of what's going down.
Yeah, and Solar actually not going for the pull first this time, which we've seen him do quite a few times today and yesterday. And he's bringing the drones, going to try and kill the SCV and delay these barracks for as long as possible.
The question is, are these going to be Maro's SCVs or Artosis' SCVs? Which side of the barracks will they go to?
Looks like Maro SCVs, but it looks of things as that SCV skirts its way all the way to the back, been joined by his buddy. And these 3 barracks going up unhindered here by those 4 drone pulls. So a little bit of wasted mining time there for Solar. He's going to plant Spinecrawler here at the natural expansion, and Percival wasting no time, coming right up here, planting a bunker, attacking that Spinecrawler. 8 lings halfway done.
And the drones are pulled. This can be a gasless defense here. No speed on the way, just lings and spines and drones mostly. The drones, they're getting ready to commit as these lings group up with them. And here he goes, moving in, forces them down the ramp, going to try and surround these Marines. Getting some good damage, but they slip out. Okay, not bad. The bunker.
Oh, the bunker's going up. That
Finishes,
SCV never
though.
fall.
And the Marines
Never
get in the
falls.
bunker. He
Jeez.
never falls.
God damn it.
And
Oh,
he's
we're
pulling
pulling
the
the
boys.
boys. Is this bit by bit prime? What year is it?
Oh, the bunker goes down.
Bunker salvage does manage to get off to a little bit more minerals, and Percival is going to desperately
3
need
drones.
those, having pulled his entire mineral line to take this fight. 2 spine crawlers are up as Solar with 2 queens, a good number of Zerglings and
live
2
through this?
spines.
He didn't see them coming the
Does he
whole
think-
way.
he
Yeah,
thi-
he's
Oh.
making drones and gas.
He started droning again, and he's caught unaware here. The Marines are pulled. The boys are pulled. He's going for it, killing this spine crawler. Already on red HP. The one in the back is weak as well. Can Percival do it here?
Yeah, I mean, the SCV count is almost to 0 now. Another spine is almost. Oh, no, never mind. It's going to be canceled.
falls.
It fall to 2.
Oh, and the lings popping out right in front of those Marines.
One mule working so hard, trying to bring those minerals back. More lings are about to hatch. The drones are out.
Yeah, drones being pulled now as the lings are hatching, and this is the last-ditch effort by Solar to try and hold on. These Marines are pretty much everything left in the bag here for Percival as his tournament life is on the line. Pushing to the corner, and man, will he trade cost-efficiently enough? Both players down below 8 supply, 7 supply to 7 supply as Percival continuing to build Marines.
2 more Marines coming.
Okay,
He might have done this.
Wait,
He-
hold on.
0 workers versus 4.
4.
he has
Well, he
mules.
has
though.
mules.
Mules are so
He
powerful
knows.
in these low econ
Terrence OP,
situations.
Scarlett.
There's only 1 queen
There's
and
no
2
gas
lings
either.
out.
No link speed ever coming.
Oh, this is so close.
transfuse
God,
on the
he's
link.
transfusing the link.
He transfers the ling.
Should he make an SCV
No,
or
he's
only
gonna
Marines?
try to target fire the Marine in the back. Yeah, he's going to get.
Oh, this is so crazy.
Oh, Queen no scopes the Marine.
360.
Yeah, spitting those darts out of
Oh
its
my God,
mouth.
it's
So
alive.
close. This is so close.
There's more lings about to hatch. Dude, he's got it.
Maybe one
the
more
queen
Marine
falls,
left in the
though.
main base.
it's
But keep in mind
HP.
that
It's running.
Marine production is continuing. That
2
queen looks like it
HP.
will get away. 4 drones mining here, 4 solar as Percival on 3 supply. It's all Marines here as he's continuing to rally in, and it feels like Solar Man, he's making one more drone. He might have done it, but by the skin of his teeth, this one going down to the wire here.
Actually, that one SCV going down there, now you can't use mules anymore. So that should probably be checkmate here. But I do think, regardless, I think that Zerg should be far enough into recovery. Do we have a queen making? Is it still just the one queen that's almost dead?
Yeah, it's just that one queen, more lings in production.
Enough for one transfuse as well.
Oh, but the ling
And
coming
one
in.
ling going to take out the mule and the last
right.
SCV here. Marines trying to run back, but they're so slow.
This is the assassin ling.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the Marines are coming back.
Well, these 2 Marines will be able to preserve the mining here.
What is
Percival.
going on right
This
now?
game
This is
insane.
insane, man. This is one of the funnest, like, just quick early game action-packed SC2 matches. Now, with the mules here, you can see that Terran kind of gets this boost to try to. By the way, the placement here, you can put the Marines behind the barracks. But then, of course, you have to lift the barracks, and that's annoying.
Yeah, but I mean, there's really no other option here. Is Solar's got a pretty healthy lane count. 4 Marines back at home now for Percival. 2 more on the map. They're going to be tucked in nicely behind those 3 barracks. And I feel like what we're probably going to see here from Percival, he's going to build a couple more SCVs, just enough to get full 3 barracks production online, and then we're going to see a wave 2. And Solar, will he be ready for it? Because 8 workers versus 5, I mean, with mules, the economy is actually quite similar here. The income advantage is being pointed out. And if there's enough Marines to just kind of stutter step, keep in mind that Solar doesn't have any Zergling speed, so it'll be really hard for him to get us around, and there's no spine crawlers right now even to speak of. I think there's only 1 queen out, 2nd queen in production. We might have the kind of situation where Percival is able to snowball enough Marines that the Zerg just can't really engage even with similar army supplies.
Yeah, I think Percival would love to make a full wall of that the main and just put 1 Marine behind it, but the thing is he has no money. It's such a low econ situation. And here the Marines do find the Zerglings. They fall, okay, they're not picked off. They fall back. This is very important to keep every single unit alive that you can, as every unit is going to matter here. The Marines finally move out, lifting that barracks. And Percival is going to go for it. It's a lot of Marines.
I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh, the Lings. They catch the Marines here, though, and do get the surround, and they fall. That's going to even things up a little bit, but the economy is looking good for Percival right now, though. He has 10 workers plus a mule. Okay, if we can get... There we go. There's that wall I was talking about. So he's going to be safe at home. You can repair that as well. Never going to fall. The spine crawl on the high ground going up here.
He's got a transfuse in his pocket.
Yeah, 1 transfuse in the pocket. The spine crawler finishes just in time.
That's so close. The Lings are going to come up.
What an insane game.
I mean, this is such a
yeah, this is
funny set of
this
circumstances here.
Okay, but he does defend the barracks. The spine comes down to the low ground here, so the natural will not fall anytime soon as long as that spine and queen are there.
Can we get a look at the Terran wall in right now? Is that depot actually up? Okay, so he's able to repair. So Solar is not going to be able to breach this position. And right now, Percival has more workers, not even counting the mules. So the income advantage is really swinging in his favor. And now for the first time, it feels like time is really on Percival's side. And this sizable amount of Marines here in the middle of the map, they can't really be contested. He's also navigated, he's moved and repositioned the 3rd barracks over here at the top side, almost making like a kind of Protoss wall and like that you would see like the natural expansion where there's this little tiny doorway where the Marines are tucked in.
Bottleneck he can navigate through, so he doesn't have to worry about lifting, landing.
I think Percival might have done this. If all of these Marines group up, that is 20 Marines to 17 slow Zerglings. There's only, I think, 1 spine crawler, 3 queens. I don't know how Solar defends. Even after picking off these Marines down here on the south side, there's just so much more.
Well, seeing those...
Oh my God. He's putting
Round
the
2!
The sequel's even better than the original.
Oh man, I don't see any world.
Hold on.
3 spines.
Second spine, third
3
spine.
spines?
There's what, 3, 4 transfuses in the bag. Oh, this is so insane.
The Lings are going to go for the counter? I don't think he can do that. I think he doesn't realize the SCVs.
Maybe
He
the
might come
flank.
from
He's going to
behind.
flank.
Yeah, you're right.
Try to get onto the Marines
There's
here
so
as the
many
SCVs will be going
transfuses.
forward to tank the shots.
SCVs and Marines coming in once again. The natural, the first spine crawler goes down, and all the Lings quickly dispatched over there on the south side. The flank is non-existent here at this point. No more transfuses left as the Marine count stands tall. Last spine crawler going down, and that's going to be it.
My God.
Percival winning on match point there.
Young Percival.
A must-win situation and one of the most insane TVZs I have ever seen.
That was such a crazy game. There were so many very specific moments where, like, if this isn't handled perfectly by one side, the game just ends. But what a back and forth.
Dude, he had 0 SCVs.
Yeah.
He had a mule and a dream.
And then the
And
one
he
lane
clawed
goes
his way
down there.
back.
The one lane goes down.
And Percival
to
had the
take that-
foresight to send
Yeah.
2 Marines back, and it's not like, oh, 2 Marines, that's nothing. That was like most of his supply at that point. There was a stage in that game where both players were below 8 supply for like what felt like almost a minute.
Dude, it was
Really
just, it was
insane.
such a crazy game here.
We good to start?
Yeah, we can go ahead. Let's go ahead and start game 4 here. Percival beginning the comeback. Yeah, I mean,
That was crazy.
I feel like I need to run around the block a couple times. Like, that was such an insane little match we had there with those two.
Do you think this will affect Solar's mentality going into this next game here to
mean,
lose such a close one like that?
I would be
or-
tilted for sure, but I think you also have to go back from Solar's position and say, like, okay, that was a rush.
Right.
Like, that
And a
was
very
cheesy,
weird game.
and it was kind of a weird ending, but, like, let's just not get rushed and let's go into a normal game and do what we do.
Yeah, and we'll see if we see the pull first here, because that would shut that down much better, right? If he had the earlier units and queens and spine crawlers, or if he's going to go to hatch first and just take that chance again. We'll have to see what the builders will be here in game number 4. We are on a Tropical Sacrifice. What do we think about this map here?
Scarlett.
Everyone just looks at you.
It's a nice big map, so it's easier for Solar to survive against any type of early all-in. The strongest push path is like into this base with tanks, so we'll probably see Solar take a third up here. Percival is going Barracks first. CC first is not bad on this map, but he doesn't want to risk it.
He's not a CC first guy, at least not today. By the way, Sponge, one item at tastelessthreads.com shop. Thank you so much. He says, let's make this showmatch happen. Let's get hype. Okay, let me see if I can say this name right. Ophidian. Of course. Sorry, guys. I didn't study Latin in school. One item in the shop from you. And Birdie Food. Now, there's an idea.
That's a nice name,
yeah. Yeah. This is the sideshow here. It's like, can Tasteless read? Let's find out.
If you've got a wacky username, now is the time to donate.
Now's the time to see where my reading level is at.
You know what a stretch goal we should have is a spelling bee?
Oh, a spelling bee.
Oh.
It's actually not a bad idea. I feel like nowadays most people have pretty bad spelling.
Oh, yeah.
Autocorrect is
Yeah.
spoiled us,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, there was at some point in time in high school where I definitely just realized, like, the computer's got this.
And if you're
I've
wrong, you
outsourced
just blame autocorrect anyway,
Yeah.
right?
Spelling, arithmetic. I mean, even if I know how to spell the word, I certainly can't type it on my phone with my
Oh yeah. Or have you ever had it
my
like
thumbs,
you're
like-
talking to somebody that's like about something important, and then you like try to type in a word and you're like, uh-oh, autocorrect doesn't have this. So you have to find a dumber, simpler word.
yeah, absolutely.
Guys, this game, it's going to be a quick expand here from Percival. So nothing too crazy to start this off. The question is going to be, can Percival actually hang with Solar in a game that's going to require, Percival to ultimately push Solar and control him and then shut him down?
Right, we actually see a second Rax on the way instead of a factory. So Percival going to be able to make a lot of Marines, as he does have 2 in production at a time with the reactor on the first Barracks. Going to go for that factory, so it's it could be a 16 Marine move out with a medevac, something like that. He's going to try to apply some pressure here in game number 4.
Yeah, just a 2-on-1 opening here for Percival. About as standard as it gets. Nice and conservative. Going to prod just a little bit here with these 4 Marines. See if he can force a couple of Lings out for Solar, but Solar undeterred queues up 2 more drones.
Yeah, I feel
And
like
2 more again. So he is feeling pretty confident. He knows that Percival has this up in his bag of tricks.
I like this pressure, though. This is what we saw a lot yesterday from Percival. Moving out, trying to pick off an Overlord, trying to force out more Zerglings, more Queens than you might usually make. And yeah, let's see what the reaction is from here. We have 8 Lings in production. You don't really want to be making 8 Lings at this point against a 2-on-1, but he's forced to here. So good pressure so far.
By the way, guys, we're over $4,000.
Let's
We've
go.
done it.
Scarlett vs. Tasteless Battle of the Century.
Let's go.
Rematch.
Let's do this. The rematch. From the upset when I lost, it was shocking, but we're going to see how I do coming up here. So that'll be, thank you guys for the support. We love you guys and appreciate you guys. We'll obviously have to go to that later on in the day here, so we're still in the 3rd place, 4th place match. Also, Honorable Macro Terran with 3 items in the shop says best merch. Thank you. Can't disagree with that. Anonymous, $50. Go Tasteless Land. Maybe a Brood War 2v2 show match next time.
That's another good idea.
I like that idea, actually. I don't know why. That's like such a good idea. I don't know why we didn't think of that over here. We were thinking this, but we can't do it this time because we only have 2 PCs designated. But yeah, I think next time, 100% we can do that. Gauntlet Wizard with $103. Thank you. My favorite wizard. Gauntlet. Appreciate you.
Yeah, 2v2 Brood War would be pretty fun. Maybe Tasteless Land Party 3, if we hit that $5,000 goal, we can
get
get 4
the $5,000 goal, because if we don't, we're burning this studio down and never coming back.
Sorry, Corey.
Sorry, Corey.
You're not getting your security deposit on
right.
this one, man. Hope you have insurance.
We're only getting to 4,500. I'm going to be outside the building with a gasoline can, just pouring it out. No, Brood War 2v2 is actually really good, I find. Really spectatable. So definitely an excellent recommendation, anonymous person, whoever you are.
So we see this is kind of a fake 2-on-1 build, but he's going with the Armory and Hellbats behind it and only one medevac. So it's kind of a semi all-in, and if Solar only tries to defend with Queen and Ling, it could be very hard for him. But luckily he's making a Baneling nest, so we'll see if he morphs.
Do you think
Banelings in time?
Do you think Solar has a good read on what's happening, or is he just trying to play as safe as he can in this position?
I think he's just trying to play safe, and this Baneling morph is very nice. We see him not making Evo or anything, Evo chambers. Now he sees the Hellion, so it's confirmed. We see 10 Banelings.
Hellbats are morphing now. Marines coming in here with Stim. No combat shields just yet, so a lot on the line right here in this timing attack. Banelings coming in, connecting on the first Hellbat. Not the best engagement so far here for Solar, and he's going to try and push across the creep. Ling's coming in for the flank, will force Percival to get back in the medevac, so not too much damage done. And Solar, although it wasn't a super cost-efficient trade, he didn't hemorrhage any units there. He handled that situation quite well, and Percival going for this timing attack, not able to find the damage that he needed.
Yeah, beautiful defense here from Solar. You really need to get some damage done as Percival, right, when you do this kind of push. He is able to kill a creep tumor or two, but nothing too significant here. And Solar feeling comfortable enough to just go straight up into layer, double Evo chamber, get those upgrades going, get the macro machine working.
It does seem like everything about Percival's play kind of indicates a lack of confidence in a long game, like a proper TVZ, which I in any tournament, I get it. Like, you're going to do whatever you think you need to do to win, right? But yeah, I mean, this is rough. He tried to do a very sharp timing attack and try to be pretty disruptive to the Zerg who's just trying to build up. But I mean, ultimately, it's been fought back, and it's not that Percival's in a necessarily losing position, but this is not ideal.
Right, that Overlord actually spotted the double medevac move out here. And Solar's already on 67 workers on 3 bases, so this is all the workers he needs. Now he just needs units. The Widowmine hits the Queen, so you want that on the Banelings really, and hits the surround on the Marines.
Oh,
and
no!
They don't get lifted up. So many Marines fall.
Percival lifts into the medevac with low HP that's getting focus fire down by the Queens, and that is 10 supply down the drain as Solar deflects that attack easily there. Percival was really gunning, trying to find some damage after his first attack failed with a Hellbats, and man, that was a resounding defeat. It feels like Solar is just in control of this game.
We also see Percival going for the 5X on 2 bases. This is complete all-in from him, and he has no tanks either, so it's going to be complete bio plus mine all-in, which it needs to have momentum.
Right.
Yeah.
You're right, Scott. You're right, Sasha. Nothing to
Can't
I don't
argue
know why
with
we all
that.
just stopped there.
Well, he's actually on 72 drones, making more.
Yeah.
Terran's got 2 bases. This is a lot of drones here. He's going to be extremely far ahead. The army supply is actually in Percival's favor. I think the only way you can lose is if he does over-drone here. Pushing in, the Widowmine will burrow. Doesn't fire, though, so this is not the trade he's looking for.
Yeah, it seems like every single Widowmine is kind of failing to find its target. The first one hit the Queen there in that last engagement, and oh man, this drop as well. Medevac must have gotten taken out as that bio is cleaned up, and Solar, it feels like the past couple of minutes he hasn't missed a step. Every single engagement he is getting the better end of it. And Percival at this point, he's kind of got his back up against the wall. He has to make something happen. He's on 5 barracks on 2 bases. The Hellbat timing didn't get too much done. The drops haven't gotten too much done. He really needs a win here.
Yeah, he needs some big Widowmine shots. Look how many Banelings there are there with speed. There's a bit of creep to work here at this 4th base. The Link counterattack going to run across the map. We've seen the door open a few times. Let's hope it's not this time. Solar here picking his moment. He's going to flood in with these Lings and Banes. So many Banelings flooding down this ramp. Good pickup there. They're going to reposition.
I mean, this counterattack is so good. The position that Percival was in was very good, but I think Solar can handle this pretty comfortably, right? He can break off enough of that, and then he pulls away and remakes. And we're seeing these numbers thin out. By the way, oh, never mind. Reinforcements will be able to merge up over here. I thought they were going to get snagged by those Lings.
Yeah, Solar trying his best right now to cut off the reinforcements there in the middle of the map, but Percival will be able to reinforce, and it feels like this is his one window here on 2 bases. Banelings and Lings once again coming again, but Percival fighting here in this choke really quite well. He's got a high Marauder count. He's keeping them in the front, but now that Hydralisks are out, that choke is going to be tough for him to push through, as you see the Hydras just kind of controlling the arc there at the top of the ramp. So Percival going to reposition, come down to Liberate over here outside of the natural ramp, but the Bio Ball has gotten thinned out so much. Hydraling Bane running down here. Liberator will get taken out. All these medevacs on low HP. Unless Percival is able to come out with a miracle engagement here, feels like he's on his last legs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it's going to be Solar chasing him all the way back to his base. By the way, 5 items in the shop from Purple Drink. Love you guys. Thank you for all your hard work at Artosis. Over the years, bringing StarCraft and esports into the spotlight. Appreciate you. Echo Soldier, 1 item in the shop. Going to wear this to your concert. Excellent. Buying the APM shirt. Appreciate you. I think we're in the twilight of the 3rd place, 4th place match here. It is looking to me like there's just no way, not that Percival will die outright, but ever get a 3rd base up and running.
Yeah, I don't even think there's a 3rd base in production. Actually, looking at the mini-map right now, he's lifting his command center from the main base to the 3rd. So
this is like burnout Terran play. When you're going so hard on 2 base, you just swap out the command center from the main over into the 3rd location.
And the real concerning here for me is that Percival has no splash damage to speak of. It doesn't seem like he has any siege tanks. The Widowmine count is abysmal, to say the least. He's building 2 more right now, but it's really just Bio and Liberator. So I mean, he does have +3 infantry weapons on the way, but the Baneling count is getting so high. I mean, the economy for Solar at 30 drone advantage with 2 more bases is just so healthy that it feels like Solar is in such a commanding position that there's no world, even if he blunders the next attack, that he's going to be able to lose this one. He's just playing it nice and safe. He knows that he's on match point. He knows that if he wins this map, he will get 3rd place here at Tasteless LAN Party 2, so he's not going to take any risks. He's going to secure the win in the bag as Percival has to climb uphill if he wants to make anything happen here. Going to try and find some damage over there. Even the Ling run by at, I mean, it feels odd to call this a 3rd base, but yeah, Solar just going to win that one. Percival, recognizing the situation, taps out, and Solar coming through in 3rd place here at Tasteless LAN Party 2. That was a convincing TBC win, but man, what a series. That final, the second to last match with the Proxy
that
rematch
was my
just
favorite
such a
game
treat.
of the whole tournament.
That was amazing.
Yeah, that was so good.
I mean, this is what I think makes RTS so fun, is that you can get into like such a weird situation that literally just can't be recreated,
right?
Because there's so many specific factors that have to happen, especially when you have 2 players as good as that. So congratulations to Solar. He is now 3rd place here, leaving only 2 more players left here from our starting 8, and they're going to be duking it out in the finals, which will be later on tonight here at the Tasteless LAN Party.
Straya and Ragnarok, it should be a really good finals. I can't wait to get into that, as we have a GSL finalist and also a Foreigner Hope. We might have our first Protoss Tasteless LAN Party champion. I mean, there are so many storylines here in this prestigious tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, man. Guys, we need to get ready for our StarCraft 1 show match, so we're going to throw it to a break. I think maybe 15 minutes. We'll see how quickly they can set their stuff up. We do have another goal over here at the top of the screen. This is to get to $5,000. If we do that, we have unlocked the next Tasteless LAN Party that will be sometime in the year 2023. So we hope to earn your support. Check out tastelessthreads.com. We have new cool merch that I think you're going to like if you haven't looked at it already. And we will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Tasteless LAN Party 2. I'm Gemini. We got a whole bunch of people over here, Ziggy, Scarlett, and our wonderful back-end nerd, the other Nick. Welcome. He's going to be observing for us for a little bit today, so welcome over here, Nick. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Nice. How are you doing?
Good.
Excellent.
Just hanging out.
Sweet. All right, so yeah, we're going to be doing our Brood War show match. We have Snow and who's our other player? Barracks. Thank you. I'm not a Brood War player. I forget these people, so I don't actually know. But yeah, we just finished up the 3rd, 4th place match for StarCraft 2. We had Solar beating Percival after some actually pretty crazy games. The 2-Rax game was honestly, or the 3-Rax game was actually insane. Those we were watching that and loving that on the back end of watching it earlier. So that was pretty sick. Yeah, how'd you guys enjoy that series?
It's kind of weird.
Kind of weird.
But it went
kind of weird.
Somewhat like as I expected it to go, like score-wise, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't too difficult for Solar to take it. So, but I'm looking forward to this mostly, you know. Yeah,
we'll have the Brood War show match. It's just between these 2 players. It's not like the part of the tournament or anything. It's just a side show match that we're going to be doing best of 5 between these 2 players. PVT, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a best of 5 PVT. We did have another show match yesterday, right? In Brood War. And then we did hit the 4,000 goal, so we're going to have Nick go up against Scarlett later.
Correct.
In a Brood War match as well. You looking forward to this?
Yeah, Protoss versus Protoss.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a PvP.
Oh, yeah, it is going to be a PvP.
It's going to be fun to cast.
Yeah, PvP is going to be, I'm sure that'll be quite interesting.
Here you go.
We're trying to get the players over into this lobby so that we can actually do this match for you.
Do you want to go over and...
Yeah, maybe Ziggy needs to be a mediator over here.
I told him it's on land. So
Yeah. Do you want to go over and make sure?
Yeah, okay.
I think Josh is. Maybe just go help Josh just in case. We will stall for time over here. We are being we are being very professional over here with this broadcast.
Yeah,
you
man.
know, just actually the computers are on fire. We need to like evacuate the lobby all of a sudden, but no. But yeah, you guys are gonna do a PvP later between you and Tasteless.
Should be fun.
You guys did that before already, right? You did a show match like
Yeah, in
maybe
2020 we played a best of 5.
Oh, is that long ago?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
2020.
You won?
Yeah.
Was it
He
like was an easy match for you back then?
He had some tricky builds, you
Mm.
know. I lost one game, another one was pretty close.
Mm.
Oh, he's on the game.
I heard that he's Tasteless in his old days was like a favor of the cannons and stuff like that. Did he throw in a cannon rush in there?
Yeah, I remember on Match Point, there's a map where you can wall off the entrance between the national and the main base, and he just built gateways there, blocked the entrance, rallied zealots to my base. I think he might have made cannons behind that too.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty sick.
Never seen that build before.
Kind of like that.
I think we're ready to go.
All right.
Oh, are we? Nice. Excellent work, Ziggy.
Thank you, Trevor.
I'm still on camera right now.
So, who do you think is going to take this?
I think Snow is probably one of the best. Is he not like the best Protoss right now, or is there someone else that is?
He's one of the best players, like, ever in terms of Protoss, and he's known as a PvT specialist. Like, hardly anybody else comes to mind when it comes to reader control.
Yeah, I've heard that at least.
So yeah, I think we had Barracks here at the last
that's
previous
right.
LAN party, if I
Correct.
remember correctly. I don't think he won anything. But
Wow, we're hyping up real good for this series already. Nice.
I hope that changes today. I hope we get a close match. You said you were a Snow fan.
Yeah, I watched the stream a lot when I was learning.
Oh yeah. Right.
He's going for an 8 scout, yeah, and he should go to the left side first because this is a slightly shorter scout, so we might see some gas steal if he
Could be.
does in fact go to the 9 o'clock spawn.
While this is ramping up, we did get some more merch purchases for anonymous purchase in there, so thank you for those. And Jason got 2 items saying this merch is dope. That is actually factually correct. Thank you for that comment.
I finally got my hands on some new clothes.
This is your clothes shopping expedition.
Because I don't go clothes shopping. It's usually like if you look at my wardrobe, it's just shirts from gigs, you know. So this is the first time I've got my hands on some new threads.
This is also a gig,
This is a
though.
gig, right?
So you just
Oh,
continuing your
yeah.
gig collection of new clothes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Nice.
Snow was like 8 minerals away from starting the gas there, but Barracks got it off, so that feels pretty good for him.
Justice.
When you get gas stolen there, it feels pretty bad as a turn, especially on a 3-player map.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
you don't see the probe coming here if you don't pull
Yeah.
an SCV. And also good SimCity from Barracks. If you put the Barracks, no pun intended, next to the command center on this side, you can get 2 gaps where the zealots don't fit through,
Yeah.
right? So, and then obviously you lift it, get a comms out, so it's not an issue in the long run.
So how? Because I mean, you know, I watch a lot of the only Brood War that I watch nowadays is entirely Artosis' stream, and so that will obviously skew my perspective a little bit as to how this matchup works. But like, how bad is it to get your gas stolen early? Because I feel like every game I watch, it happens to him every single game. So like, it looks like it's just a standard thing that happens.
It's hard to stop on a 2-player map, right? A lot of the times on like a lot of maps in Brood War are 4-player, unlike StarCraft 2, and you can't reliably as a Protoss know you're going to scout them on time to steal their gas. So you just don't go for the early scout very often on the bigger maps. But onto the 2-player map, it's very, very common nowadays. So a lot of the Terrans have a lot of experience against it, and they usually have an exact plan of what to do if they do get their gas stolen.
Yeah, because like if you lose your gas in the early game, you obviously get pigeonholed into a specific playstyle. Like you have to go for the expansion, right, and then take the gas later. So it just limits your options to the point where Protoss knows what to do later, right? You can't really punish the Protoss if you get your gas stolen in the early game. So
He just lost his probe to an SCV. That's
Oh,
not
did
a
he?
common sight, yeah.
Wow.
SCV lived at like 1 hit, and they were fighting back and forth with micro.
justice.
Justice. Protoss player here, Ziggy's a Terran player.
Artosis over in Canada wakes up from his sleep. He's like, oh, yes, I can feel Terran is winning.
Right, so what we need to look out for is how many vultures Barracks makes. He can either make 1 or 2. He's already making 1, and then that's going to dictate how he follows this up. Like, is he going to go for mines, or is he just going to switch into tanks straight away after this? Obviously, we're going to see an expansion because he pulled SCVs off of gas, so this is not going to be some kind of cheesy fake double or 2 factory play. He made 4 Marines, which is, like, you usually make 3, but, you know, there was a Zealot in the early game, and maybe he just wanted to feel a bit safer with that extra Marine. He's going to try and move out, but it's likely a fake.
Yeah.
And then, is he making another?
Oh, the SCVs are coming, yeah. He saw that the natural was started from snow before the Dragoon range.
Pulling
so
the
he's
boys.
decided to go all in this.
Oh, we got a boy pull in the last
Yeah.
series in StarCraft 2. Now we're getting a boy pull in Brood War as well. How effective is this actually? Like, this is, I feel like something that maybe you don't see as much in Brood War. Am I completely wrong?
It's
in
very
that?
common against Nexus first, or it's somewhat common if they do expand before Dragoon range.
Okay.
Builds like this.
It's going to come down to the micro. Like, if Barracks manages to get a bunker next to the Nexus,
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously going to spell some trouble for our pro player, but so far so good. He's not losing any Dragoons. I think the Zealot only went down, so it's not too big of a problem. But the bunker's going up, and it's going to go up.
Yeah.
Now the vultures aren't really going to come in handy at the moment, but I'm guessing he's already got a machine shop up and he's getting mines because that's usually what he's going to do with this. Otherwise, you know, the vultures aren't going to do anything. But the Nexus is probably going to go down.
Yeah. One nice thing is that the bunker is not in a position where it cut off the probe retreat. So all the probes that were at the bottom of the natural did get to run away. Also, our robo's already done, so even if his Nexus is going to go down, the mines are not going to delay him retaking that natural for very long. So as soon as Dragoon range is done, he should be able to start clearing this.
Yeah, the natural follow-up here for the Protoss player is going to be an observatory because he knows that mines are a follow-up for the Terran player. And that's exactly what's happening. The bunker's going to go down, but not before the Nexus also gets picked up by the Terran.
All the Marines are left here to die.
Oh, he actually gets 1 Dragoon, which is not bad.
Nice pickup on the Vulture there as it was retreating. And we see that the Terran CC isn't actually started, which is
A little surprising.
a little
but
surprising.
He did pull quite a
Yeah.
lot of SCVs in the early game, so maybe a bit short on money.
I feel like whenever, I mean, like I said, I watch a lot of Tasteless, and like sometimes he will pull the SCVs to maybe like 3 or 4 or something to like do the bunker thing. It felt like Barracks kind of did pull a lot more.
He did pull a lot.
So is, like you're saying, is that the reason why then his CC would be so late and he's maybe not? Is he like not? Is essentially was killing the Nexus worth it? Like, is that enough to actually make this even to go into the later game?
I'm not sure if he's actually ahead here, because his CC is actually later than the Nexus.
Yeah.
The Nexus got restarted before the SCV started, which is very unusual in a situation like this where you do get the kill.
Yeah, and the mines are not paying off because, well,
The Observer's so fast.
yeah, the Observer's really fast, so.
Was Barracks maybe sorry? Was Barracks maybe trying to actually do more damage there than just killing the Nexus? Did he think he was going to push a little harder?
I don't think that's a possibility. Like, you're going for the Nexus. You're not going to be able to push into the main base of the Protoss. But I don't know, maybe he was hoping for more probes.
Yeah. For Snow to actually try and defend it with a bigger pro pool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I see, yeah.
Because he had 4 Vultures there, so a
Yeah.
big pro pool would have got completely crushed.
So that was a lot of vultures
Yeah.
to make before mines.
Usually you're only doing this push with like 1 Vulture and you go right away, but he already had a lot of Vultures.
Right.
I would say 2. 2's more
Two?
better, no?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, well,
think
you
so.
have 1 and 1's
Yeah,
coming.
yeah.
Against like the Nexus first.
All right. Well, luckily he does have tanks. I'm not sure he has siege, but it's enough to at least repel these 3 Dragoons. And he's probably going to be gearing up for another push relatively soon. Is he still on 1? He's got 2 factories. The second one's finishing. But as we said, Snow knows what's happening because he's got that observer. Oh, nice catch on the vultures. You don't want to be losing these. Like, even if they expend their mines, you kind of need to keep them alive.
Yeah. They tank a lot for the tanks in the
Yeah,
pushes
that's
later,
right.
and they always threaten like run-bys into your national.
So I'm interested to see what kind of a follow-up Barracks is going to go with. Is he going to try and be aggressive or
He's
not?
going second machine shop. No armory yet.
Yeah. So this is probably going to be like a turret ring around the main, maybe, because he fears Reavers from Snow.
But the Protoss is never sad about the turret ring if they already get the observer in.
Yeah.
Because you're never going to be scared of a push if there's a turret ring, you see everything.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
see factories, you just make gateways right away, and it's pretty easy
Yeah,
to
yeah.
defend.
It's a lot of money you're investing into those turrets if you
Yes.
go for it. But if you don't have an armory, I feel like you kind of need to go for this because Reaver's just that scary.
Yeah, because you can't make the Goliaths. Shuttle comes in. We'll see if he has a Reaver. He does have a Reaver ready. There's no siege mode. It
But-
looks like. Oh,
No.
here we go.
He should have it.
So he might just try and pick off the turret rings, and then he can come in later for more harass.
This is a very interesting position for the third base for Snow to take because he's going for the 6 o'clock mineral only instead of the natural triangle base with gas, right?
Yeah.
Now it does have a reduced gas count,
Yeah.
the triangle base, but still, you know,
The minerals also.
why not go for it, right?
The minerals also mine out much faster on the triangle base.
Yeah, but it's just, I think it's just safer and
Okay.
better in every regard, no? Don't you think?
Because it's harder for the Terran to push too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a cliff, but it's still, like, it's a little further away, and, like, the base itself requires the Terran to go through the center of the map if he wants to attack it.
It's a lot of tanks up already.
Yeah.
We'll see if he adds more factories. Can we check the Terran production already?
I think he's going up to, like, 4 factories right now, which is quite standard.
Yeah.
Now the question is he going to go for a third command center after this, or 3 more factories and a push? I'd bet money that this is going to be just a command center. You can't really go for a third command center of 2 factories like this, so 4 is very standard. And he's just going to sit there.
Just gonna sit there. Just gonna camp.
Just look at him.
But what else is he gonna do? Like, you're also just sitting there as the Terran player. Like, you're literally sitting there. You make siege tanks. They can't move. They sit. That's their natural thing. You know.
I think Ziggy was talking about the Terran here, just sitting there.
Oh, but
No, I was talking
no,
about
he
You
was
were
talking
talking
about
about the
Yeah,
Protoss.
that's what yeah, fucking,
he just sits there in an arc. What are you?
yeah, Artos he's just sitting there. He's just sitting. He's making an arc of dragoons. That's how I can't leave. It's literally what he says every time.
Okay, yeah.
It's like, well, okay, yeah, of course. Like, you know, what is he gonna do? Just sit at his base and do nothing like you do all game?
What's he gonna do? Run into the tank?
Yeah, like, like, wow, he's trying to deny you from doing things on the map. Whoa, wow, screw this guy, right? I don't know, man.
He has a 5th
Oh,
factory.
yeah, it's a 5th factory.
What's that up down there?
Can
Supply
you,
depots?
click W?
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, just supply depots. Okay.
Still doesn't have an armory. This is hard.
So he's going for a timing. He's going to slow push with these tanks. You can't rush this because the Reavers will easily pick off your units if you push without sieging the tanks consistently. Which Snow is the best Protoss in the world about picking off units with the Reavers like this.
And then, like, a turret push on this map is very difficult because you can't really place the turrets in the center of the map very, like, efficiently. Like, there's a few spots where, yeah, you can do that, but against Reavers, against that many shells, have to be careful.
Got a Dragoon there, okay.
But it is a lot of terrain, still, notwithstanding. Like, a lot of tanks. 'Cause he didn't lose any in the early game, right? It was just Vultures and Marines that he traded out.
This is a nice rotation with the Dragoons to force him to go back because he's delaying the push quite a bit here.
Yeah.
Should retreat downwards.
Oh.
Maybe lose a couple of Dragoons here at this point.
Nah, this is fine. He's
Yeah.
still ahead in supply, as he should be.
And the Terran does have 0-0 still, I believe. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of units, but the upgrades are not very strong.
He's got a Zealot bomb going on top of the tanks as well, trying to drag some fire or at least just kind of get on top of them. But it didn't really seem like it did that much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking very good for Barracks, I would say. Like, the Dragoons on the left are cut off from the rest of the army. I don't see that many Zealots to try and tank for these Dragoons. Still got those Reavers.
Yeah.
They are scary.
He has speed shuttle done, and he has a second shuttle. I assume it's full of Zealots.
Yeah, that would be
And
good
there's
assumption.
no really anti-air other than these 3 Marines, so he can't really pick off the shuttles at all.
Yeah, but like if you have enough Vultures, you can kind of pick the Zealots off before your own tanks annihilate themselves.
Nice
But
shot
he's-
there. Picked off 2 more tanks with the Reavers. Oh,
Yeah,
he has
yeah.
3 Reavers ready.
Oh, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
But I think he should be targeting maybe the Vultures with the Reavers, and then he doesn't have enough Zealots to like close the gap with the tank. But I think it's still winning. Oh, what am I even?
Yeah. He had a flank up top with the Dragoons that we missed a little bit. Oh,
No,
forgot about
he
these
didn't
ones.
even use them.
No, on the top right, he also had Dragoons.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, they died to a tank.
One thing he doesn't have is Zealot speed, which I think is a bit unusual, but it looks like he just wanted to mass up the Reavers with him that way, Dragoon Reavers.
Yeah.
Nicely done by Snow.
Dude, it's kind of crazy. It's honestly amazing watching this. Like, Brood War is like, I mean, so difficult to control stuff, but like the amount of space that Snow is able to take control of there, just like splitting off almost 3 whole sections of units, like just dancing around the middle of the map to slow that push as much as possible is like, it's really impressive to watch it. Also in that downtime, or in the game when that was happening, we did get a wonderful dono, a $100 dono from Lazy Bipolar Bear. He's given us a Ben Franklin, which, contrary to what we were saying before on the other cast, is not actually a past president. So that's that thing. But he says, Land Pate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're getting closer and closer to that third LAN party donation goal.
We really want to get that goal, the 5K, to secure that we'll have another LAN party next year sometime. So do keep those extra donations coming if you do want to support it. If you want to get some more of the merch, it's also appreciated. We got some awesome stuff over here, some great shirts and everything. So feel free to keep that coming in if you so want to. Thank you so much. We do appreciate that. But yeah, we're going to be getting into the second game here of Barracks versus Snow. Like we said before, it's best of 5. So
that's correct, and Snow is leading 1-0.
Yes.
Should I go see if Nick wants to join?
Oh,
or are we just gonna?
I assume if he wants to, he'll just assert dominance and come on over here.
Click on observers.
Click on observers. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Guys, I'm a professional.
We got it.
I've been trying to coach this guy in Brood War.
Oh yeah, this is.
I'm not gonna let it slide. And like we get into a TVZ and I'm trying to teach him like a very basic build, like a good all around. 2 fat Goliath, right? And he makes a factory, and I tell him, okay, you're gonna need to make 1 vulture just to stay safe. He's like, okay. He makes 1 vulture. I look away for like 2 minutes, look back. There's 6 slow vultures in his base. I'm like, Nick, I told you to make 1. He's like, okay, but I had money.
Snow is random. I don't know.
I think there's a keyboard.
Yeah, it's a keyboard
There's
issue.
a keyboard thing.
Oh no, we're gonna have to stall for time.
We're gonna have to do it. We have to do the thing that casters dread the most, which is to talk
No,
about
it's
nothing.
okay because I want Ziggy to tell the story because.
Okay.
So I got bored one day and I'm like, hey, I want to learn Brood War because I watched like some streamers and then so I'm like, okay, let's go to PC Bang, and then we go to the PC Bang, and I played Zerg in StarCraft 2 for a couple of years, but then I stopped playing for a while. But then I was like, I want to learn Terran, and I went to the PC room, and I'm like, hey, Ziggy, teach me. This game is so hard. Like, it's so hard. And I'm like, he's like yelling in my ear. He's like, stop making vultures. Make SCV.
I tell
Supply
him,
depot.
we play a TVZ, and I tell him, if you put your armory here, it's going to get sniped away the mutas. So don't put it here. I look away, look back, literally the spot I told him not to make the armory in. He puts it there. It gets sniped by the mutas. He turns to me, he's like, what did I do wrong? Why is this game so hard?
This story rules, man.
This
story is the best.
I've heard this story 5 times now.
It just gets me so worked up.
So I think there's some issue with Snow's keyboard. Scarlett's going to go fix it. Sasha, are you okay doing one more game? Yeah. Okay. And then Food's coming here.
Oh, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I was.
Thanks for that, Nick. You really saved us there, man.
It was a sick contribution. I mean, not as good as his story, but I mean, that's a lot to compete with. Food's going to be here. I'm going to wolf down some food, and then I'll hop on a cast.
All right, cool. Welcome back, Scarlett.
Yeah, thank you. So when we play StarCraft 2, all the pros increase their repeat rate really fast in the registry, and Snow was having issues with that. He didn't know how to change it back.
He's like queuing 5 Dragoons every time. He's like, what the hell is all my money going? Like,
yeah, I see him in chat. He was trying to type like his settings have issues, and then like a bunch of the keys are repeated. Yeah. So I knew exactly what the issue was.
That's so funny.
Right.
Yeah.
I like how his idea is I'm not pro.
I'm not pro. Yeah.
I think that's Barracks, right?
It is.
I'm not pro.
How can you see the chat from here? I can't see anything.
Me?
Yeah, from here. I
You
can't
need glasses,
see anything.
man.
Yeah.
You need glasses.
I got LASIK in Korea a couple
Oh,
years
really?
ago.
Oh, did you
Yeah,
actually?
yeah.
How is that? Is it
It's
like
pretty good.
Wow.
They're ready.
I'm too afraid to do
My
that. man.
eyes were
Ready to
like
go?
very
Just
dry
go,
for a
Nick.
few years, but it's good now.
I'm like so afraid of that. I like don't want to have lasers just like destroying my eyes. Like it
It
just
takes
seems
like 15 seconds, honestly.
it just sounds so scary. I like can't do anything. I literally can't even put like contact lenses in my eyes. So I'm like so afraid to touch them. It's like
Yeah, I remember that scene from Final Destination, was it?
I
No,
don't watch those
one
movies.
Like one of the horror movies. There was Wait, no.
I vaguely
Okay.
remember.
I've seen
I
it, I've
vaguely
seen it.
remember this, but
I don't really need to know about this, to be honest. Like, we can
Yeah, you
talk
don't wanna
about
spook him.
StarCraft now.
Gemini, do you even watch movies? Like, I feel like you don't watch a single movie.
Wow, that was
Star Wars.
that was very direct.
No, I'm serious. Like,
I do love Star Wars, though. I will rewatch that. I'm that guy, though, that will actually, like, I'm not going to watch a new movie. I'm just going to rewatch all the movies I used to like because it's like, oh, I like this movie.
okay, you're like a boomer. So, so what's your like favorite movie that's not Star Wars?
Actually, it's Interstellar.
That's a good movie.
That's like my favorite single, like, standalone movie. Star Wars is like my favorite, like, series movie. Or like Pirates of the Caribbean as well. I love that.
I was low-key expecting Mamma Mia, but
I like how
Yeah.
Josh just like surfaces from the back after he hears him making fun of me not knowing anything movies. Like, this is like Josh's
No,
favorite thing.
Yeah, like I love talking about movies with Josh, but like when I try to talk movies with Gemini, he's like, bro, I don't watch movies. I just watch Valorant and StarCraft. I'm like,
It's true though.
all right, man.
So true. All right, anyway, we
You
are
do
in the
you.
second match here to completely derail this conversation away from this. Yes, we have Snow vs. Barracks Game 2 on a map that I don't know the name of because I don't know any Brood War
Butter.
maps.
Butter 2.0.
It's what?
it's butter.
Butter. Butter.
Butter.
Can I get a little bit of water with that butter?
Water.
And he got a full wall before the probe was here, so no gas steal this
Pardon?
time either.
No, wait. What was the word that Ziggy said at this GSL studio that we?
Oh.
What was the word, Ziggy? What was that word?
Well, it was like
I
the word
don't
for it, umbrella.
umbrella.
Brawly.
Brawly.
A
He calls
brawly.
you call umbrellas brawlies.
We've never heard
Have you ever heard of that, Scarlett?
No.
A brawly.
A brawly. He's like, did
Never.
you bring a brawly? I'm like, what? I don't want to fight you, man. Relax. You want to brawl? Like,
I literally, the thing I thought first was you were saying like probably, like probably, and I was like, why are you saying that as if it's an
Yeah.
object? Like, so confused.
I don't like being poked fun at. You guys poke me fun at. It's not,
sorry,
it's
Ziggy.
not nice.
Get used to it.
You
All right,
know,
so
like,
we got Cybercore coming in as the natural follow-up here. Obviously, every pro does that. Do you think there's going to be any special thing that Snow's going to try to do this game, or is he going to try to do maybe the same kind of Reaver drop stuff?
He really likes his Reavers.
He really likes his
He really
Reavers.
likes his
He's
Reavers.
got like a pet Reaver back at home.
Probably a plushie, yeah.
Oh yeah, they have that, right? The hat, right?
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
one of those.
They were
I
giving
wonder if he has one of
yeah,
those.
they were giving it away at the studio. Like
Hmm.
you can win it at the GSL studio.
We're gonna play Cast Chicken.
I was just like looking at you guys like, okay. Anyway.
SCV coming in here, scouting around the... Snow's trying to hunt it down with the probe. This is something you can do in Brood War. There's moving shot on the Protoss and Zerg workers, so...
Every time I try that, I just don't do anything. It just sits there.
Yeah.
How is that fair?
What?
The moving shot.
You
Can't
can
that
do it
with
with Terran, it's just less range.
It's just, yeah.
But the
these guys
Terran
are
ones,
Oh, we got him!
they attack faster, and they have more HP. The SCVs.
Because if they didn't have extra HP,
Yeah.
we'd just lose.
But imagine trying to do the SCV pulls like he did game 1 with probes or something. It just wouldn't work.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the thing that I've noticed so far, that's the pattern that I'm picking up on here, possibly, is that Snow lost his probe in the beginning last game, and then he won. Barracks just lost his SCV in the beginning, so that means that he is about to win the game.
It's much more likely for the SCV to die, though. But yeah.
Can you just go along with what I'm saying here?
Sure,
Just to
sure,
build
sure,
up some
sure.
cool hype here. All right, so what is Barracks going to be trying to do here? I mean, the last time he did try to punish the natural really quickly with a big SCV pull. Do we feel like we're going to see something like that again here?
I mean, he's gone for 4 Marines again.
But he
which is
doesn't.
like three is more standard. Just go for a bunker, get a tank. I don't know. We can take a look at how many vultures he makes. Like, is he gonna go for 1? Is he gonna go for 2? Is it gonna be no vultures and just straight into tanks? That's usually the deciding factor for the early game.
It's going quick
Oh, he's
to
good.
fac
Oh yeah.
after the CC.
But he did go for a fact. Yeah.
What is that? What does that mean? The quick fact after, like,
It's probably just gonna be some kind of push with tank, like two tanks. Could just get upgrades for both vultures and just rally them to the
Yeah.
other side of the map.
Okay.
That's a decent follow-up.
I think we saw the Robo going down over on Snow's side.
Yeah,
Is that right,
it
Nick?
should be just 2-gate robo.
Yeah,
Okay, cool, nice. So,
Is that 3-gate? Oh yeah.
3-8.
Very safe.
is this also still going to go into Reavers, or is this just like 3-gate and like fast observers to
No,
like
probably
scout
observer.
for mines?
If 3-gate, it's
Okay.
probably just gonna be observer.
Right. Okay. I remember this is like the one thing I was like, Artos was like teaching me how to play Protoss one day on his stream, and I think he was telling me how to do this build. So I remembered. I was not making Reavers with that build, so.
Alright, so 2 machine shops. We're going to get a bunch of tanks. And then we'll see if it's the follow-up that I was talking about with the vulture speed mines just right across the map.
It works out really well with this because you make the tanks off the machine shop factories, and then you have 2 to get both vulture upgrades. And they move so fast that it's a much better reinforcement.
Yeah, he's already got one of the machine shops spinning, so that's with the speed. It takes more time to research. Got the first tank out, needs to be careful. It takes 8 shots to kill a tank.
Is he going to do the Protoss ape move of just sprinting past the bunker to try to target that down?
You need 4 Dragoons for that, generally.
Yeah.
You don't usually go for it with 3 because then it takes 3 volleys.
Yeah, that's what they want you to think.
Yeah.
That's when it comes least expected, you know. You see 3 down there. He's not going to come chase us. I can go poke this, and then boom, they just go do it, and then Artos smashes his keyboard.
Also, you kind of want to know how many Marines are in the bunker, and he opened 4 Marines this time, so it would be quite dangerous.
I think he lost 1, no?
Maybe he still has 1 just sitting there for some reason.
Oh,
maybe he made 5, 6.
Could be. 3 tanks. Is he making any more tanks? Or is it going to be vultures?
Vultures. Yeah. So he's probably going to push out here. Yeah, he has 5 Marines still, so he kept making them. Probably in preparation for this exact push.
Yeah.
And Snow took the triangle third, so a forward third base. I don't know if
But
Barracks knows about this, though.
But Snow got a good read on this because he went for the 3 gate build instead of the Reaver. So I think he's got good potential to stop this before it even like reaches his base.
Yeah, so he just went home pretty early, but he used this little push out to sneak 2 vultures out with speed.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Snow's in position for this. Looks like he has 2 Dragoons ready.
Oops, sorry.
He's so ready.
Wrong button.
Let's just watch it in the old graphics for a little bit. Let's just kind of reminisce. Get
You
some
want to do
nostalgia
it?
Go. No. Please no.
I mean, the Ziggy you play with the old graphics, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You're crazy, dude.
Dude, never underestimate nostalgia.
That's true. I mean,
Power of nostalgia makes my
nostalgia.
tank shoot better. Makes my proxy Barracks build faster.
it's pretty impressive though, like to play with the original graphics.
You can actually build your first worker faster if you use old graphics. Because you can click on your Nexus or CC before the graphics load when it's black screen, but it's only centered if you use the old graphics.
Oh my god.
So some people use the old graphics at the very
And then
start
they'll
of the
switch
game,
it?
and they switch after they build their
Wow.
first worker and do the split.
That is crazy, actually.
A lot of people
I
do that
did not
nowadays.
know that.
It was
That's so
only
weird.
discovered recently.
When you play
actually.
on the old graphics, you can accidentally lift the old command center when the game's loading. It's happened to me plenty of times.
What? Wait, what? How?
I don't know how exactly, but I've started the game with a command center lifting.
Luckily, I play Protoss, so that's not an issue.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You just face roll onto the keyboard. Doesn't matter what happens.
I just keep clicking and pressing E for pro. Jimmy with 7 merch items.
Jimmy!
Thank you for the big
Wow.
order. Reordered
Old
so I can
Jimmy
get
Rayner.
Yeah. Reordered so I can get some stuff for the boys so we can all rock those sweet tasteless threads.
Nice.
Thank you.
Excellent. Seven different things. That's awesome. You're gonna have a whole wardrobe full of that.
Looks like he's moving out the tanks, but
Barracks is
Snow
kinda
has a
dead.
lot of Dragoons.
He's gonna lose all his tanks here.
At least 3.
Yeah.
And the
but like,
and the vultures.
if he loses 1 or 2 tanks, that already stops the push.
Yeah.
Like there's no way for Barracks to like follow this up. And he's building his third command center on location, and it's probably just going to get sniped by the Dragoons. He's got 3 tanks, he's trying to siege up, but the Dragoons are getting very close. He's got that 1 shuttle, but doesn't seem to have anything in it, or he doesn't want to engage. I think he got 1
start
tank,
to the
right?
fight, yeah. There.
Yeah. But he could just loop around and go towards the third. Oh, he's going to go
Oh,
in.
he has a Reaver in it. It's really rough.
Yeah, Barracks is going to...
Once he
He's
sees,
in for a rude awakening. here.
Once he sees the CC, it's easy pickings for him. And it's almost done, too.
Yeah, that's not going to finish. Oh, that's about it. Anyway, do we have the vultures moving in towards the third of Snow? I think he's well protected in his natural and at the third, so nothing really going well for Barracks here. He's going to try and sneak into the natural, but too many Dragoons, too many Zealots. He's just falling further and further behind.
What does Barracks have to try to do to get a position on in this game here. Like it seems like he moved out just before. He just got caught completely and just was losing everything. The third base was killed off at this point. Like, what can he even do at this point to try and pull it back?
It's gonna be hard for him to push at this point after losing so many units. So I think he just has to sit there. Just sit there.
Just sit there.
Just sit there and hope to max out. Maybe get some upgrades, but.
Just sieges tanks.
Yeah, maybe in like game 3 he needs to try a different approach. Like just start off with the intention of going for like a 6 factory build. Do we know what the third map is? I forgot.
Poly.
Oh, Polypoint.
So it depends on the spawn location. Kind of.
But I think macro game is better. Like if you want to go for like a 6 factory push, I think maybe this map is better for it. It's just like straightforward.
Depends if you get cross on poly, you're probably not going to do the push there, but maybe a close one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Snow coming in here. Sends one Dragoon forward to tank the shot of the tanks, then he drops both Reavers, shoots the tanks. This is perfect control from Snow.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we were talking about. Yeah. Nobody controls Reavers in shows better than Snow. He does it again. Pulls one Dragoon forward to lure the tank shots. Oh, he actually loses one Reaver.
Gaster curse.
Yeah, but look at how many Dragoons this is. Against 2 tanks?
Probably just go for
way,
it. Yeah,
no way he holds this.
There he goes.
Good shot on both tanks.
Now just target them down. 4 on each shot. Perfect.
So clean.
Yeah.
And even though he loses the Reavers, it's still good enough for him. Picking off the tanks is always great for the Protoss.
He should be taking his fourth by now, no?
Yeah, he is on the left.
Oh, sorry,
So
I didn't see
kinda
that blob on the map.
location.
Yeah.
Maybe it's easier to wall off with pylons than the base at the bottom.
It's also harder to scout.
Yeah.
And at this point, like, Barracks doesn't have any map presence, so like the map location doesn't necessarily matter for Snow too much. Right, we've got 3 Goliaths in this composition as well. That's not really the number you're going for. You either want to go for 4 or 8, because it takes 8 shots to kill a shuttle.
Why is Barracks taking this space now? I mean, he tried to take the one towards the left at first, right? Am I right? So, I mean, it seems like, just looking at it, this seems like an easier position with the high ground to defend and everything. Why do you think wouldn't have gone for that in the first place? Just because it's closer?
No idea.
No idea.
I would have just gone
Excellent.
for the triangle right off the bat. I don't know why you tried to go for the triangle. Well, it's further away from the pros naturally, but I think this one's just easier to hold.
You can even wall off like he's starting to do with like the supply depots at the top of the ramp. It seems like that. So I was just kind of curious.
Like you can get turrets here.
If the Protoss already has units on the high ground third, it can be very hard to take it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he was worried about that.
Oh, the shuttle's going to come in to try to break this a little bit. Drops on top of the tanks, does get one. The Reaver shot helps to get the second one. It's a little alley-oop right over there. The Dragoons are still kind of stuck behind these supply depots, but eventually that's going to get killed off. And Snow will be able to just walk right up into this. But can you do much else here?
Is Snow?
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing a lot. Like,
there's no tanks on the high ground there, and the Reaver is surviving so long. It's getting so much value.
Yeah, he's already fighting too much damage here for like Barracks to hold on for much longer. Like the tanks have no protection now. All the Dragoons, all the Vultures, all the Goliaths well down, and now the tanks are gonna get sniped by the Dragoons. The Reaver is still alive on the right. 20 kills on that bad boy. Oh, this is looking disastrous. 100, and he's lapping him in supply. 160 to 80. This is looking like a quick 2-0 for our Protoss player.
Man, the Spur Aces are so strong, man. He didn't even go Nexus first or anything. We didn't even pull out the big boys yet, the big guns.
That's for next game.
Yeah, it's a Polypoid. I heard that's a not great TVP map, right? Or is it the other way around?
I think it's a relatively balanced map, but I know Terran players do complain about it in PvP. I like it. Like, personally, I like playing it.
Okay.
Probably the most balanced map we've had for a while, though.
Maybe I'm just mixing it up.
Considering all the matchups.
Maybe that's the one that Arctos always says is the good one to play. I don't know.
I mean, the spawns do matter on that map because you get the high
ground range at the third,
yeah. But generally speaking, it's pretty. I mean, we're just waiting for Barracks to tap out, and he does do so.
All right. Snow with a strong 2-0 so far. Actually, I like this little setup over there. This little color-coded keyboard mouse mat setup. I kind of like that. Do enjoy it.
So far, everything going as expected. Snow dominating in Snow fashion. We're going to be going into game number 3, Polypoid. I really hope that Barracks at least picks up one game in this series.
No, yeah.
You know, we don't want to bop.
That would be nice to see, of course. We do have a little bit of a
You have to open
competition
first.
here.
Open, yeah.
Nice.
Good.
I knew that.
We managed.
We did
We
it.
managed.
We're getting the game set up. We can do it, guys. All right.
It's fine, right?
Are they ready to go?
Yeah, as long
Yep.
as they're ready.
Yeah, okay.
Wait for snow. Yeah.
Okay, go.
Excellent.
So what do you think we're going to see from Barracks here? Is it
I
gonna
like
be-
how you look towards me for a second. You're like, wait a minute, this guy doesn't know anything about this game, and then starts talking to Scarlett again.
I think it depends on what snow opens.
Oh, yeah?
We'll wait till he scouts. I don't know if he's gonna do anything crazy like.
Yeah, this
Proxy
is like a difficult position to push in for Barracks because he has to go up that high
ground
ground
ridge.
at the third. So this probably will mean Barracks will go for like a macro play.
I hope Snow Nexus first too.
Next first.
I'm a
Oh,
big
yeah.
fan of the Nexus first. I would have done it against Special, but it was a best of one, and you know the game. The game can end really quickly because a lot of the time they pull the SCV. So I thought it would.
I
be
thought you were gonna be like, it's only best of one. I didn't want to just like
No,
macro
no.
cheese him out or anything.
Well, the game would have ended quickly either way. So either he wins with his SCV pull or I defend.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not cross spawns here for
Yeah.
Snow and Barracks.
We'll see if Barracks will get the first or last scout as well, because he's probably gonna go one way around the map or the other, right? He's not gonna just go cross spawn.
He can do the
scout.
Z scout.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a thing?
Hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can either go across or you go to one spawn and then through the center to also check the
double gate in the middle.
Yeah, because if you scout
that's
around
true.
the map, then even though you scout your opponent's Nexus first, like it's too late for you to do anything with the scout, so it just doesn't make any sense. Like doing a round scout.
Right.
Oh, this is an interesting Barracks location. Probably going to be a gasless expansion by the looks of things.
No Nexus first though.
Yeah, no Nexus first.
Scarlett's sad over here.
It's a cross scout by Snow. It looks like.
Is he worried about
Maybe he's
double
worried about
racks in the middle?
BBS. Yeah, Barracks
Could be,
supply in
could
the
be.
middle.
But it's not really something you see in TV
But like
very
a
often.
12 scout cross map is very strange for a Protoss.
Yeah.
Like, this is extremely safe for Protoss.
I want to see a 2-gate from Snow.
2-gate?
2-gate.
You mean proxy 2-gate?
No, just
Like 2-gate Dragoon?
2-gate goon.
Do we want to do
range.
that? It's like
I don't think he will, but I'd like to see it.
Okay.
I want to see him rush to scouts. No one does that.
That's
But
the
that'd be
thing.
kind of cool.
No, it's not something that people don't do. It's just something that he doesn't do. But I'd still like to
2K?
see it,
Okay.
I want to see the stove.
Stove. Was that scout into Dark Archon?
Yeah.
All right,
classic.
gasless expansion here for Barracks, as we predicted.
First scout by Barracks.
Needs to start making Marines. Oh, he wants to build a supply depot.
Locked in.
Wow.
So it's gonna let the Zealot run in between there.
But you can,
can't build a depot
still,
time.
yeah, but you can still
dirty.
put a
Just
supply depot
farther
here. So
above the barracks. Okay.
What was that?
Yeah,
He
he
just
cancels the
cancels it.
pylon.
It's like, oh, okay, never mind.
So there's a gap. There's a gap here. The Zealot can get in easier. If you get this depot, then the Zealot has to run all the way around the command center.
Yep.
So.
ooh,
And he
Unlucky.
puts the Marine up.
unlucky.
Not making a second Marine. This is really dangerous. One Marine against the Zealot. I don't know how he's gonna defend this. He's gonna have to
Outplayed.
run.
Oh, he just needs that depot to finish so bad.
So obnoxious.
All right, depot is up.
Is he
Not
waiting
supply
for the
blocked.
Marine to finish with the Zealot there?
He was
Oh,
supply
he got
blocked.
one hit on it.
Right? Or no?
No.
Oh no, he didn't move it down. There's that little cute trick where you can keep the Marine from dying by sticking it in between the barracks and the supply depot. So it's actually
Yeah, and
too
like,
fat
This
to go
is
in
too
there.
much damage. The Dragoon's showing up.
Oh my god.
He needs a bunker to get up,
Oh my god.
or he can't defend this. The Marine might die before.
He can just run past with it.
Yeah.
Like if another Dragoon shows up, you just run past.
It's already very big damage. It wasn't a big
He
commitment.
hasn't even started his factory, right? No, he's just put it down. That's very late. You just run past. It's just 2 Marines. 1 Marine because the other one's heading back to the main. Yeah, I thought the Pro's still alive. Well, the Pro is still alive. Wow.
Yeah, the Marine went up to shoot it, and the Zealot came in.
Oh,
yeah.
That
Then
explains
he pulled
some
it back
stuff.
down.
But this is not looking good for Barracks.
I mean, yeah.
It's looking very bad.
How do you build a case for Barracks from this position? Like his factory being late is the biggest problem because the Dragoons are going to have range soon and they're just going to bust the bunker. There's going to be 4 away.
You have to
He's
send 3
starting.
SCVs to repair, 4 SCVs maybe.
Well, you need 1 SCV per Dragoon shooting. So I mean, it costs him money to just
Yeah,
repair, right? And the tank's very far away.
Oh, this is so good. You can just target the SCVs as well. It's like, yeah, okay, you're gonna have to be forced to
the
repair
Dragoon
this.
needs to move back.
Doesn't matter, dude. Don't barely lost any health. Dragoons are just, base chads. They're just like, yeah, shoot me. I don't care.
Look at this. He's only just now starting his machine shop.
Did he just forget because of all the chaos, or was he literally unable to build it because he didn't have money?
No, he did go up to 160 Vespene gas and didn't plan it down. There were so many things he had to take care of.
Right.
He probably just forgot. Didn't have the attention span to do everything at once. But he's taking so much damage here. It costs him so much money to keep this bunker alive.
What's the follow-up tech out of Snow? Do we know yet?
Snow? He can do whatever. It just goes for a 3rd Nexus. Yeah, for this. Yeah, it's gonna go for a 3rd Nexus.
2-gate Robo.
Fleet
3rd
Beacon.
Nexus.
Oh no, nothing crazy like that. Just 3rd Nexus, more gateways. There's more upgrades as well. 4th Nexus. But if this game progresses past that point, he's probably just gonna be a gateway man.
Is he gonna just dive on this tank, by the way?
He could. Yeah, 5 Dragoons. I don't think he wants to risk. He's still doing damage. This costs Terran money. Look at his money. He's got no money.
Yeah, but if he's just doesn't care. He's just yeah, whatever. Let's do it, YOLO. I'm up 2-0. Let's just try it.
If the tank ever gets too close, he'll go for it.
Yeah. Oh, he's not repairing, is he? Right now, the bunker. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Probably assumes that siege mode should be finishing soonish, right?
He's making a turret.
It's not even okay, he does have siege mode. Yeah. Well, he has to go for the turrets because he doesn't know what's happening. Could even be DTs, right?
Yeah, it could be. He's playing
dark.
safe though, but he's behind and he's playing safe. So I think you kind of have to take a risk if you're behind like this if you want to win the game. Playing safe versus anything when you took that much damage at the very start is.
Yeah, you just kind of have to gamble. You have to go one way or the other. Cut some sort of corner. Okay, sure, I'll die to an invisible man drop, but I'll at least be better off in a normal game or something.
Yeah, could be, but I mean, it's difficult to build a case for Barracks here because he is that far behind, and as you say, he's playing safe, and that's going to put him based on what we see, it's going to put him even further behind because Snow is not going for any DTs. He doesn't have a Robo Bait either, right? So he's not going to be going for Reavers. He's just expanding, getting more gateways, and just running away with his game. Another factory going up. The question is, are we going to see a 3rd command center after this, or is he gearing up for some kind of push? Like a 6-fact, 7-fact? I don't think he's going to have the money to do a 7-fact. Even if he does a 6-fact, it's going to be so delayed. I don't think it poses too big of a threat, especially in these spawns as well, because he has to go up a ramp.
And the Observer's going to get in here. So
Yeah, he's going to see everything.
it's hard to go for a 7-fact when you're behind and they have an Observer in your base.
Yeah.
I feel like. Oh, the Observer is backing out though. Maybe he's worried about a turret.
Oh, he does have a Robo Bait. That's a nice location. Well, he doesn't want it to get scanned, probably.
Yeah.
So.
It's kind of weird though. I've never seen a Robo Bay
Yeah.
like that, just out front.
Yeah, that is out there.
Usually it's in the wall.
Might as well
You
just
put it
build it
on
in the middle of the map.
Snow's gearing up to take a 4th, I think.
Yep.
And he's checking the bottom left to make sure that Barracks really is as far behind as he is. Checking for any ninja expansions. Out on the map.
Sending the Dragoons up the top in case a drop comes.
Yeah, he's so contained right now. Look at that arc. Look at the arc. You can
Just
look at
sitting
it
there.
Yeah,
He's
just sitting
just
there. Look at this.
sitting there.
At least he doesn't have Reavers.
Oh my god, that arc is
The
disgusting.
Reavers are gonna come soon.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he has a Robo Bay.
Yeah.
There we go. Reaver's probably in the shuttle.
This is disgusting.
Reaver's gonna sit there too. Gonna sit there on the high ground.
Do you think the Reaver's going to sit in the shuttle or on the ground?
It's on the ground for sure.
On the ground.
Yeah. Then it shoots once and you pick it up. Yeah. You should turn it too. You can turn it and then it'll shoot faster. Actually, it drops out at the same angle, facing angles when you pick it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I
So you
didn't know
can
that.
like change the angle before you pick it up, and then if you know where you're sending it,
Oh, yeah. I
then
didn't
it'll
know
shoot
that.
faster.
I didn't know that.
Also, if you drop it and you tell it to move before you tell it to shoot somewhere, if it's not facing the right way, it'll actually turn faster and then shoot.
Oh, yeah, that I can believe.
Because Reavers, they added a delay where they can't shoot for a second after you drop it out of the shuttle, but it doesn't start turning to attack its target during that delay.
You don't even play this game. How do you know so much about it?
What do you mean she doesn't play this game?
I've-
She's S rank. Right?
I've played this game before.
Well, yeah, you've played it, but you don't like play it on a regular basis, right?
So mean, man.
I'm not being mean. It's a compliment. Like,
Is it?
you know so much about this
backhanded
game.
compliment. Like,
How is
how
it
are you so good?
backhanded?
You don't play this game. Like,
No, because like when I play, I don't know anything about it. I just click. I just click, and sometimes my units connect. Like you actually know how this game works.
this is proof, man. Terran doesn't require any brain power. You just sit there, just click.
Dude,
Just
sometimes,
click.
Sometimes you get a good mind connection, and the game like plays itself. It's like
Oh my God.
I don't know how much damage a mind does.
How much did?
A lot.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly.
Nice.
125?
Could be. I mean,
I was gonna say 150, but that sounds more correct. 150 sounds disgustingly large.
It is a disgustingly large amount of damage. It's free too.
True. Yeah, can we talk about how vultures are just the most broken unit in the game?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Get 75 minerals. You just get 3 gigantic bombs you can put wherever you want that are invisible.
does he not have zealot legs yet? Again?
No,
It's
it
kinda
doesn't
weird.
look like
Well, he
it.
doesn't really need it, right? He's just sitting there.
Just He's taking a bottom center base. Interesting fourth
6
location.
o'clock. Oh, that's a fifth. That's his fifth.
Oh,
Yeah,
fifth
he's
base?
he's already got his 3 o'clock.
He wants to take the easy bases to wall off. Hard bases to scout. Just keeps repositioning the Reavers a little bit.
He's even got
Doesn't know what to do. Yeah.
He doesn't know what to do.
Doesn't know what to do. He just
He's just sitting there. He's got nothing left.
he's fiddling with his units.
Doesn't have to do anything. He's just, I want this Dragoon over here a little bit. Put this one down here. I kind of want my Reaver, my shuttle now. Why not? Give it a little rest, you know. Don't get my Zellies up here.
Oh, his
Okay.
legs now.
Yeah.
5 bases.
So now he can sit there faster with his zealots. He can
move
send
them
them
back
across
and
the
forth.
They sit up and stand. They sit down and stand up much quicker as well.
They reach the front line faster.
He's
Just
even
stand
getting
there.
stormed.
I mean, at this point, you know,
Might as well.
yeah.
He's on 3 gas.
Dude, I can't wait for the Terran to walk out and then this just giant arc just like obliterates him in 1 second.
6th base for the Protoss about to go
drop.
up. Nice drop.
Sorry.
He does have a cannon in position though, so it's not the worst. Can we check the mine damage actually?
Wait, he's attacking into actually at the natural.
Yep, in the natural.
He's just like, all right, I'm done
Storm
sitting
is
here.
ready.
I have sat here long enough.
Did he lose the shell? Or the Reavers? Can you like zoom out? No, the
Okay,
Reavers.
he
They're
lost
also
the
just
Reaver.
sitting there.
He lost one. He lost one shell.
One shuttle was out.
Yeah. Well, this is good. You know, these vultures. At least he's buying himself some freedom on the other side of the map.
Can we select the mine and see its damage real quick? I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 125.
Oh, nice.
Very good. Impressive.
Okay. Gonna continue to sit there.
Oh, those Dragoons are getting annihilated for just sitting there, man. They should have moved.
Storming the vultures as they go forward.
I love the animation when they die.
It is
Yeah.
quite satisfying, actually.
Artosis is an emote for that.
Yeah, it is.
Artogoon.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I'm sure the chat will now spam it.
Does
Or-
Barracks have 2-1 upgrades or?
1-1.
Yeah, there it is.
1-1.
I see it. There it is. There they go.
What? What?
Chat's going.
The
They're
chat
just
over there.
spamming Arto Goon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Chat, can you now type PogChamp? I will look to see if they do that in about 10 seconds.
Hopefully,
You guys can keep talking.
hopefully they don't start with any Mario-related content.
Can we say Mario, and then slowly fill it in one at a time? Everyone can contribute to their own, make your own Mario erotica.
As Barracks comes up here to try and take the 3rd base, we saw Snow go in to just trade off a bit. It wasn't the best fight, but
And we can just keep doing that. He's
Killed
on
a few
6
units.
bases.
Yeah.
You know, this is Gateway man.
Yeah.
Send those units across.
But we see Barracks' plan is just to sit there until he has 200 civil.
Alright, he's going to try to come in with the Zealots, now tanking for
Nice
the Dragoons, nice storm. The tanks are now on the low ground, so it's going to be more difficult for them to connect with the Goons. The Zealots get on top of the tanks, but Barracks is surprisingly holding on.
I like
fairly
that.
well.
I like that how he once the Zealots were getting close, he moved the Dragoons back so that way they didn't just get focus fire down really quick. Looks like the Vultures were able to snipe some of those High Templar, which is pretty nice. And this little position might actually end up getting cleared up, but I mean the supplies still look pretty. I mean that's a lot of Zealots.
That's a lot of
we got a lot of stuff sitting back at home now.
6 base ready for the Protoss too.
I think he's going to go for another Nexus soon. Is that
Yeah,
enough?
the bottom left maybe.
Bottom left?
Bottom
Okay.
left, main base.
I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce this over here. I think
DJ Slonsek.
Is it DJS Lonsek or DJ Slonsek?
DJ Slonsek. Let's go with that.
Slonkek.
No, I think it's a second.
Keck W.
$5, small support in LAN party. Let's hope for Tomahawk. True, 10K. If we get the 10K goal, we will get well, not I guess a Mohawk, not Tomahawk.
No, a Tomahawk.
Sorry,
No,
whatever. Anyway, Tasteless gets a Mohawk or a Tomahawk, I guess.
Who's gonna cut his hair?
Josh. We've just, for some reason, we've just decided that Josh is the person that needs to do it. I don't know why.
He's the most responsible person.
We've all just kind of, it's just like a natural thing.
So why don't we tell the stream who Josh is? I don't think.
I don't think we don't need to do. No, we don't need to do that just yet. Don't worry. We'll keep him a secret. He's just like the secret.
He's the guy.
He's the secret guy in the background, you know. All right. What happened? Did anything special happen?
Still
Just
just
still sitting there?
trying to get a bit of damage done. He dropped his Zealot on the SCV line, got a bunch of SCVs with a friendly fire from the tanks.
Oh,
but
sick. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Did I miss that?
Styling
No,
on
you
him.
saw it. You saw it.
Oh, really?
I mean, to be honest, the plan here for Barracks...
How would she have known if you were looking at
No,
it?
it was just the red.
She just like got up, sprinted over to the over to the
I
PC.
mean-
She's like, Nick isn't looking at anything interesting. She goes and just looks at Snow's screen.
I earned my nickname. Okay.
I think the plan here for Barracks is just to wait for Snow to make a mistake, because this army, to be honest, is not very complex. It's just Zealots and Dragoons, and Terran upgrades, like a well-upgraded Terran army, just mows down this kind of composition. Like, there's no Reavers, no Storm, no Arbiters, no Ice Cubes to throw around. So, I mean, this is still maybe doable for Barracks if he takes a fourth relatively soon, and he's floating that command center to 12 o'clock.
If he sits there long enough, he might win.
If he sits there long enough, if he
Snow-
gets a good enough arc,
Is Snow sitting too much? Has he sat just a little bit too long?
he's sitting too far out.
Because I mean, he's getting max. I mean, as far as I know, a max Terran army is like
Yeah,
quite
it's kinda
strong.
scary. Kinda
It's
scary.
quite strong.
What are the upgrades for Terran?
Should be 2-1 by now,
2-1,
yeah?
yeah.
Yeah, 2-1. Good Storm on the tanks, but there's still quite a lot of Terran up on the high ground. These tanks are going to get picked off by the Storm. I mean, Barracks has secured another base.
Yeah.
And he's got good upgrades. He's got a healthy army count for the time being. So I feel like Snow is one mistake away from potentially throwing this game.
Yeah. I like that he's getting production up in the bottom right. So in case he ever does lose his main base, because that can happen once the Terran gets maxed, he will have a place to keep building units. And I would like to kind of take the bottom left sometimes.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about him just sticking to Zealot,
Zealot
Dragoon. Like,
and Storm.
maybe if he got a few more shells to like
Yeah.
make engaging the Terran army easier, because
Like 2 Robo Shuttle.
yeah, you're like 3 shuttles,
Yeah.
put Zealots in there, because Barracks doesn't have enough Goliaths to shoot those down before they reach the tank line. And there's potentially some mines going to get dragged as well, so maybe that's the way to approach this.
Is there a reason why we're not seeing an Arbiter transition in this game?
I don't know. Go and ask him.
Is like, I mean, like,
I,
just knock on the glass, open the door. It's like, hey, it's in this like terrible English. He doesn't understand English. Like, why no Arbiter?
can we check the Protoss main to make sure that he's no Stargates or anything?
No, it's just gateways.
Okay. Go on. Double forge. Okay.
What are the upgrades for the Protoss player?
1-1.
1-1?
Arbiter transition does take like a long time.
Yeah, it's just kind of interesting because like
Yeah.
it felt like he was ahead for so long and doing like almost nothing. Like actually, like we were joking about it. Like he is just sitting there, but like I don't know. He took the whole map. We're just kind of now still sitting on just a bunch of Zealot Dragoon Storm, and it's like I don't know. I feel like we should have had an Arbiter transition.
He's
in
definitely
somewhere.
not breaking this position. Like, what is... Maybe he's just clearing supply for something? Does he have any... Can we take a look at the bottom right? Like, what kind of production...
Oh, there they are.
Carriers.
Nice.
Carriers. Yeah, we've got a fleet beacon there.
I like you put them in the bottom right instead of
Yeah, that's actually smart.
Yeah, but
it tricked us.
Tricked
Yeah.
me, yeah.
But he's just throwing away zealots at this 12 o'clock. What if he just took his army to the mineral only and tried to attack from the bottom, like from the south? At least he would be trading, right? Now he's just throwing the zealots away for
two
free.
more cyber cores.
Yeah,
He's
getting
not
those
using the
nice.
one in the main base, so if he gets scanned in the main, we don't see it spinning.
That's crazy. Look at this
But
big
look at this
brain over
army.
here.
And he only has, what, 3 Goliaths? So even 2 carriers could force this
No, he's
army-
got like
oh,
7,
no, he has
8.
more?
He has more.
Okay.
No, you
4
pro-
carriers then.
You probably want to wait till you have like 6.
Oh,
He's pushing out down towards the bottom.
It's a good idea. Although, maybe going towards the mineral only would be smarter for Barracks. Although he has to worry about taking a 5th relatively soon, right? And the 9 o'clock is the only potential base he could go for. So pushing out south actually makes quite a lot of sense.
He probably wants to try and split them up so he can take the left side bases over
Yeah,
time.
that makes sense. He could go for the 9 o'clock, or
I like
maybe
this
try and
pylon.
bottom left.
The pylon and the high ground on the left side.
Yeah. Blocking the
CC.
command
It's
center.
annoying. Oh, he's pushing across the map. Interesting. Maybe he scans the Stargate.
Yeah, I heard a couple scans, but it's hard to know where.
Yeah, when
it's
there's
scanning.
when you can hear the scan, just click on Snow's name in the top right, and then you'll see where Barracks is scanning.
That's right.
got it.
Nice
nice
storms
storm.
there.
Yeah, that was really good on top
Grab
of all
it.
those tanks.
Oh.
Second one even getting the top tanks over there too. Can you get another one? Yeah, nice.
Good pickups on the tanks, but he's still got a lot.
Well, we got 3-2 upgrades by now as well.
Yeah.
Isn't that like the? Is it
3-2, yeah.
3-2 is like the upgrade count you want. Like that's when Terran is like actually just outscaling
Yeah.
Protoss, right?
Well, yes, those are pretty good upgrades. like those are the
like
highest.
That's like a. Okay, thanks,
I'm,
Biggie.
I'm,
Anyway.
I'm sure he would get plus for attack if he could. But, like,
I'm like aware, like in TVP, there's like a timing you try to hit, and like 3-2 is the time. Like yeah.
these are pretty good upgrades then.
All right. So anyway, so this third base is getting kind of pushed in a little bit. The Storm's doing some amount of damage, but it seems like Barracks is able to push through. He's actually up in supply for I think the first time in this entire game right now. The carrier transition is still at the very bottom of the map. It has not come up over here. He's still banking them, making sure he has enough to actually really surprise Barracks at this point. Is this actually like kind of like a scary moment for Snow right now before this carrier transition really kicks
Doesn't
in?
really care about losing the mineral only. It's basically mined out, and there's no gas income there anyways. As long as he doesn't like losing the high ground, right side base, and the natural gets a little bit more annoying.
Yeah, he already has production in the bottom right.
Yeah.
But instead of taking the 2 bases he took in the bottom left, he should have taken the main base in
Yeah.
the bottom left, so he could have
Agreed.
got another like production area,
Yeah.
right, to put gateways and maybe those stargates. But like losing the, as you said, the mineral only, the natural, they're all mined out.
Yeah.
So it's just about keeping the production in the top right maybe still somewhat intact.
And he has way more pylons than he needs by now, so he's not going to get supply blocked or anything by losing his pylons. It's
Yeah.
not a big deal.
I don't think Barracks has picked up on the fact that
carrier
Snow is going for the
transition?
carriers because
Let's
this.
see his production.
Yeah, it's
he's
just
not making
hoses.
any
Yeah,
Goliaths.
no.
It's going to be very scary.
This could go south very quickly here if the carriers going to fray.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going for the 9 o'clock, so he's denying Barracks another base. Barracks is going to be running out of money very soon. Like, I think the 12 o'clock is still intact and the mineral only, but natural and main all mined out for the Terran player.
Oh, whoa.
Look,
That's
he could get
so many mines. Wow. That was pretty good.
oof.
Oof.
Yikes.
Big oof.
Artogoon.
Artogoon.
Alright, here we go with the carriers. How many does he have? 5. Moving north right now. Doesn't want to lose that 3 o'clock. Still has
Goliaths
some money
over
there. Not that many. Not that many. He's now scanning around. He's realized that his opponent has gone for that carrier switch. Gonna lose the tanks on the right, but he's still attacking the 6 o'clock. A standing army there, taking down the Nexus. I don't think Snow is going to be able to save that. But the question is how much of this Terran army is going to go down before Goliaths join the fray, and maybe
He's just running home. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He
But he's
has
gonna
to.
lose.
He's gonna lose
all
the
the
tanks.
tanks.
The carriers are move fast enough to kill them as they retreat.
Wouldn't it have been just better to like keep attacking the main or something with him, or because he's gonna lose him anyway, right?
I mean, both options here
Are bad.
are bad. So.
I'm really surprised he never took the bottom left.
Yeah, yeah. But he's still got a healthy
Yeah.
production area in the bottom right, so as long as he doesn't lose this. Okay. This Nexus, he should be fine.
Should be fine.
Gone.
I mean, he's still got a whole bunch of carriers.
He's
Excuse
fine.
me. He's got a much bigger bank at this point. I mean,
Can we check the upgrades on the carriers?
1-1.
Yeah. You have to take them into account.
Can you select them? Oh, 2-1.
oh, nice.
2-1.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. Actually,
Well,
I was,
the
like,
carriers
confused.
don't attack, it's the intercept.
Yeah, yeah.
In StarCraft 3, you click on the carriers.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm like.
You
Yeah,
can't.
but
You actually can't click on
Yeah, the
interceptors in
interceptors.
StarCraft 2. So
Yeah.
I
Check the
always
upgrades.
found that to be kind of weird.
They can't click on them?
Yeah.
Well, it's so that you don't misclick all the time.
I mean, I know, but it's just like.
In Brood War, you click on your own interceptors when you're trying to attack stuff.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part of using carriers. Is you have to
Not focus
click
firing
on
your
your
own
own,
stuff.
yeah, your own interceptors. Oh, the
Whoa.
carrier's a bit far forward here. The Goliath's getting a quick pickoff, but only one goes down. There's still plenty left.
Oh, this Terran army is not
Goliath's
gonna.
number one.
He doesn't have enough tanks to
Yeah.
protect the Goliaths from the Dragoons and the. Although, well, he's trading out fairly well now.
So the
Goliaths
carriers,
are getting thinned out.
the carriers just target the tanks here, and then the goons trade well enough
Yeah.
against the Goliath vulture. And the tanks went down so fast. It wasn't fun.
That's
Snow is still maxed out. 200 against 120 for the Terran player. And he's only just taken control of this 9 o'clock. So his economy is not really in the healthiest state. And I mean, it's just Goliaths going up against the Goon carrier.
You got another carrier there.
It's a little too late for
A
that.
little too late.
A little too late.
That is
for
still so interesting, though, because it's like you would think about it. I mean, at least coming from StarCraft 2 perspective, like you would think, let's just focus fire all the anti-air so that the carriers just like live. But
Yeah.
like you said, he focus fired all the tanks,
Yeah.
so that way then the Dragoons could just walk forward because they are the ones that are going to get melted by the tanks.
Yeah,
And
tanks
the,
are amazing.
and then
against
and then the Dragoons kill off all the Goliaths, which will then save the carriers. Like I didn't really even. That's
like-
like that's like the cool interaction, honestly.
Yeah, I think the counters in these armies are much more clearly defined than in
Yeah.
StarCraft 2. Like, oh, this unit beats this unit, so you need this unit to beat this unit, right?
Because Goliath ground attack is not very good, but the anti-air is,
Right.
is extremely strong.
I mean, Goliaths are decent against Zealots still,
Yeah.
but
And Zerglings.
okay. So this 9 o'clock is going to get picked off by Snow, and that means Barracks is going to be running out of money. The only base he still has going is that 12 o'clock. But I mean, if you compare it to Snow's economy, he's got that bottom right, he's got that bottom left locked down as well. And there we go. Barracks taps out of game number 3. Snow is going to take this 3-0. As we expected to a certain degree, but
Yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed that Barracks didn't manage to win this last game
Yeah.
because he did put up quite a good fight. And if he had scanned those carriers a little earlier, then he probably could have transitioned to the Goliaths
Yeah.
faster.
We have to remember the start of the game went very poorly for him.
Yeah, yeah.
So
The
He-
rush in the early game.
he made it closer
Hmm.
than it could have been.
Yeah, I was actually surprised just thinking back. Like, yeah, that was that game started off. We thought this series was going to be over in like not long at all. So the fact that it ends up actually having a full game or a full series was pretty good.
Yeah.
Do we have a
That was
translator?
it.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
about
you
to say,
gotta
what do we
translate, right?
what do we?
Me? No. No. Okay.
All right, Tommy's
All right.
So we're gonna have a
Cool.
winner interview.
Yep.
You guys got questions? Because I don't.
That's the worst part about it. Like, do you have any questions? We can just ask him about his
I'll ask
favorite
him a
color.
few questions.
Is your favorite color red, just like your keyboard and your mouse mat?
Do we have any questions? We have like 30 seconds
30 seconds?
to
You
come
guys
up
are
with
the-
questions.
Yeah, we got to get prepared here. We have to get quite ready to do something here. Otherwise, he's just going to sit there and be like, what is
He's
happening?
just going to sit there and
He's going to sit there
Just
just
gonna
like he did in the game. Oh, God.
Okay.
Okay.
We want to just wing it, or is he
Well,
going to do it?
Tommy's going to come over.
Yeah.
It's gonna come?
So, yeah, you'll
Okay.
get out of here, Nick. Thank you, Nick, for observing. You did great. That was good observing.
It was fun. It was fun.
Excellent.
good job. What if we get Tasteless here to ask some questions?
Oh
Sure.
yeah.
He always asks good questions.
Yeah. Tassels, you want to ring the interview?
You want to ask some questions? Okay.
We're just like, we don't want to be here. Actually, can we just go home, Tasteless? Like. So funny. But yeah, Snow is just
Does
over
he know he
there.
has an interview?
I don't know if he knows
No.
that he should be over here. Actually, to be honest, so we should bring him over.
Yeah, he's just packing up his keyboard and
Yeah.
everything.
Oh my god. But yeah, great series, eh?
Great series.
Yeah, nice 3-0 from Snow. As we
Pretty
expected,
good.
strong PVT.
Yeah. Really? Oh. Okay. Nick, be quiet. Go back over there. All right. Excellent. All right, we got Snow here finally after his win. Congratulations, Snow. 3-0. Nice job. I mean, first we can ask if he was expecting if it was going to be such a one-sided series or not.
먼저 스노우 선수 일단 먼저 축하드립니다. 그리고 일단 3대 0으로 되게 빠르게 끝났는데 스노우 선수 본인도 혹시 지금 이렇게 3대 0으로 빠르게 좀 이렇게 일방적으로 끝나게 될지 예측하셨는지 좀 궁금합니다.
아니요. 저도 오늘은 한 3대 2 정도 나올 줄 알았어요. 제가 요즘에 많이 지고 있어서 좀 자신 있는 종족전임에도 불구하고 좀 한 풀세트까지 갈 거라고 생각했거든요. 근데 운이 좋았던 것 같아요.
So he also kind of expect himself that the match gonna be going to be like kind of like 3-2, something like that,
Oh, wow.
very
Okay.
close. And he said it's like it's a matchup that he's kind of confident, but he recently losing right now. But somehow the lucky was on his side, and then it just went pretty well. So he was kind of surprised. Yeah.
Nice. The last game especially was it started off. It looked like he was going to win really quick with his fast attack, but it ended up being like the longest game in the series. Was it kind of hard to close it out, or was he kind of at one point scared that maybe he wasn't going to be able to win that last game?
사실 이제 처음 딱 마지막 라운드의 양상을 봤을 때는 좀 이제 처음에 기세를 확실히 잡아서 이게 좀 빠르게 끝나게 될 줄을 알았는데 생각보다 사실 길게 됐고, 그래서 사실 이번에 열렸던 시리즈 중에서도 가장 긴 경기가 됐었는데 본인도 좀 이거를 마무리하시는 게 어려우셨는지 아니면 좀 승기를 잡기가 어려우셨는지 한번 얘기해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
네, 맞아요. 이런 게임이 저는 좀 자주 나와요. 그러니까 초반에 유리한데 자꾸 게임이 늘어지면서 못 끝내겠더라고요. 근데 이게 제가 물량 뽑는 능력이 좀 떨어지다 보니까 못 끝내는 것 같아요.
So Snow said that it's also his like one of the like common, it's like common happening to him that he also get like a lot of games that where like he just easily get like a lot of fast face and like just the first phase, but when this game he trying to like finish it, it's hard to like he manages his soldier like he's like all like
His whole army.
the whole army, and then he trying to like gathering in and just trying to getting in, but it's hard to like managing it something. So he said it's hard to it's hard to like keep it in and then just keep his like winning pace through the end. Yeah.
So in the first game, he went for the 8 search on Neo Sylphid, and he did scout the Terran first, but he didn't end up stealing the gas, and I'm wondering why he chose not to.
So you mean
on game 1?
Oh yeah, so
he didn't steal the gas
Yeah.
in the first game.
Yeah.
And why? Like, is it just like why did he not steal it? Like,
Yeah.
첫 번째 경기에서 그 스카우트로 A 서치를 하신 다음에 가스를 발견하셨는데도 그거를 스틸하시지 않으셨는데 그 이유가 뭔지 궁금하시다고 합니다.
되게 고민했어요. 이게 프로브를 취소하면 할 수 있었거든요.
네.
근데 취소 안 해도 될 거라고 약간 자만했어요. 그래가지고 이거 안 해도 될 것 같은데 하는 타이밍에 바로 짓더라고요. 그래서 사실 그때 엄청 꼬였어요.
So he said he knew that if he just cancel his like probe doing like building and stuff, and he can still there, but he was like, actually, I can just do it without it. And then he kind of thought about it, but ends up is kind of like messed up, and he was like, he really like had a hard time to dealing it after this all happened. So yeah.
Okay. And after Barracks pulled the SCVs and killed his Nexus at the second base, did he think he was still in a good position there, or was he worried?
그 배럭으로
네.
SCB를 스틸하신 다음에 이제 그거를 없애셨을 때 여전히 이제 좀 자기가 좀 이제 여전히 유리하다고 생각하셨는지 아니면 좀 불리하다 생각하셨는지.
아 배럭을 깼을 때요?
네.
저는 상황은 계속 유리하다고 생각했던 것 같아요.
네.
계속 유리하다고 생각은 했는데 이게 확실히 집에서 하는 거랑은 좀 다른 것 같아요. 유리해도 자꾸 막 컨트롤도 잘 안 되고 불안불안하더라고요.
So he's saying he knew that he's keeping the good position, but you know it's a tournament. It's not like same thing as you just playing the like your home, like in your like comfort zone. This is just completely new like location and everything. So he thought it could be just in good position and he can like keep it well, but since it's like tournament and the mood is kind of different, so he has a kind of a hard time in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ziggy, do you have any questions?
So obviously this is a very prestigious event, and congratulations on winning this show match. But what I'm wondering is, how confident do you feel about ASL in 2023? Like the next season, the next maybe 2 seasons, how far do you think you can go in the ASL?
저희 이제 이 테이스트 램파티라는 시리즈 자체가
네.
상당히 이제 상당히 위험 있고 상당히 이제 상당히 좀 훌륭한 이벤트인데 이제 저희는 궁금한 게 이런 이제 스노우 선수께서 내년 2023년에 ASL에서는 또 얼마나 잘 하실 거라 이제 본인이 생각하시는지 또 원하시는 목표가 있으신지 한번 궁금합니다.
사실 매번 목표는 막 4강 이상이었는데요. 그렇게 잡다 보니까 오히려 떨어지더라고요. 그리고 이번 ASL에서도 질 것 같은 경기는 다 이겼는데 이길 것 같은 경기는 다 졌어요. 그래서 높게 잡지 않고 그냥 한 단계 한 단계 닥쳐왔을 때 열심히 하려고요. 일단 24강이 목표예요. 네.
So his goal for ASL always is just getting a top 4, but he always getting like when the match is like you're like easily to lose, but he somehow getting win a lot of time. The match is like kind of like he's almost lose, but he always win there. But the match that he should be win, he always lose that. So he kind of want to just like not think about like the big goal. He just want to do one step, just keep going into making just small progress to just seeing like just the thing that you in just your front of it. So right now his just first goal is just getting top 24 just usually, and then he just think about next goal. Yeah,
Nice.
That's a very healthy approach.
Yeah, for sure. And last thing, really, there's actually like a lot of overseas fans that are big fans of like his stream and just him in general. And so if there's just like anything he wants to say like about that, or to help plug his stream or his socials or anything like that.
이제 마지막으로 이제 저희 해외에 있으신 스노우 팬들 분들 계신데 이제 그런 분들이 어떻게 하시면 그런 분들 해주고 싶으신 말이라든지 아니면 이제 그런 분들이 또 어떻게 좀 이제 자기를 좀 찾아오기 좀 쉬운 뭐 자기 방송국 주소라든지 뭐 아니면 SNS라든지 알려주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
네, 저 안 그래도 트위치로 많이 보시잖아요.
네.
그래서 트위치도 제가 방송을 하고 있어서 그걸로 좀 봐주시면은 감사하겠습니다. 뭐 어떻게 뭐 나중에 알려드리거나 아니면 어떻게 할게요.
네, 알겠어요.
Does he have a schedule that he usually streams at and
혹시
stuff?
그 몇 시에 이렇게 방송을 많이 하시는지?
저는 보통 한 한국 시간으로 한 1시부터 4, 5시 정도까지 낮 방송 위주로 많이 하고 있어요.
So for the overseas fan, he usually stream 1 p.m. Korea time most of days. So he would be really appreciate if you guys come to his stream and then just enjoying there. Yeah.
1 p.m. is also when this tournament started each day as well. So if anyone knows when that is, if you're having trouble with time zones, stuff like that. So that's one thing to help out. But yeah, so thanks, I guess, Snow, for the interview. Congratulations. We're going to be going into some more StarCraft 2 action. I think we're doing the finals after this for the StarCraft 2 portion. Please make sure, guys, if you have more merch that you want to buy or any more things that you want to send in, do appreciate that. We've already hit 4,700 so far, so it's great. We're only 300 until our 5,000 goal of getting the next Tasteless LAN Party 3 next year, so we really want to get that settled in. So, yeah, we'll be going to the short break, and then we'll be doing the SC2 Finals after that.
All right, everybody, we're back. Thank you for waiting. Excellent StarCraft 1 cast back there with Barracks and Snow. Great series. Thank you again to those pros coming down and having that great series. We're ready to go now into the finals.
Yeah, the grand finals.
This is it.
Ragnarok versus Estrella. Grand finals of StarCraft 2 here at the
Yes.
Tasteless LAN Party 2.
And I'm looking forward to this, man. I think it's going to be great. We got the rest of our guests eating pizza right now. We were eating some food. Ziggy's going to observe, even though he just ate. Are you going to be okay to observe, Ziggy, with all that pizza?
Yeah. Got some carbs, got some
That's
pizza,
good.
got some
That's what
pepperoni.
we call him Piggy.
Oh,
are you going to join us? Yeah, come on over, Steve.
Nice. All
Come
right.
on in, buddy.
The team is forming.
So we're going to start on the map inside and out. I said this was a best of 7 because why would I know, the rules of my own tournament? It's a best of 5, which is what we had mapped out before we started this. So it is a best of 5. We're going to go find out who's going to come out and take this whole thing, and then we will have my show match against Scarlett that we earned via the donations up there. And after that, it's going to be the StarCraft 64 World Universe Championship.
Universal
Have you drawn up a
Championship.
bracket yet?
Huh?
Have you drawn up a bracket for the
Yeah.
Nintendo?
No way.
I think
We'll
we know
figure
who's
it
playing,
out.
but we haven't made a bracket. We'll do that on one of our breaks.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Speaking of donations, by the way, we're at 4,700, so we're only 3 Benjamins away, $300
That's right.
away from unlocking Tasteless LAN Party 3 next year.
We let the money accumulate that's coming to the merch, and then we shoot that into I don't know, into the bar up there, and so
you inject it into the veins.
I don't know why. I'm like, we said it to ourselves, but like we take the money, then we shoot it like this, then it goes, and then it fills up the bar. Anyways, are we ready to go in this game?
Astray is
don't
missing.
have Astray in there
Astray
yet.
is missing.
Straight Max.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Maddie, one item from you. Love your work, Mick. Thank you, Maddie. Air Pie?
Air Pie 12.
Air Pie 12.
What a great name.
No question mark in the name, but I said it like there was one. 2 purchases in the shop. Says, got to get 2 of these for me and my friend Gabe.
Gabe. A lot of A's in that Gabe.
Yeah. Long name.
Yeah. Well, this is how we got here, everybody. Estrella versus Ragnarok are going to be your finalists. The GSL finalists from last season. Ragnarok going against the Foreign Hope here at the Tasteless LAN Party 2.
That's
and
right.
A lot of close series, and Estrella so far has gone through a ton of Zergs to get here.
That's right. I mean, Estrella with a really great breakout performance. This is one of the guys. Every year, minus the pandemic, we have a couple players that show up for GSL that are not Korean, and I'm always really excited. Personally, because I'm like, okay, finally, are we going to have a non-Korean win? I mean, I've been casting Koreans win for 12 years. Estrella floundered like many foreigners before, but here at the TPL 2, he is now in the finals. He's going up against Ragnarok. I think there's a lot at stake here for Ragnarok as well. Obviously, just winning just getting second place in GSL Code S. We're going to see if he can win this.
Yeah, man. He's been playing great so far in this tournament. It's all been PVZs. TLP? Oh, are we dyslexic?
TPL?
What's going on? Yeah, you did say TPL.
For what? The Tasteless Party Land? What are you guys talking about?
Party Land.
Pay attention. Pay attention, all right? Focus, guys.
He's tasteless. He gets to call it whatever he
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
to call it.
It's a best of 5 now. It's also Tasteless Party Land. What is so funny about that, all right?
TPL.
Stay on point. We're going to go into Inside and Out for Map 1. Yeah, let's do this.
I'm excited, man. Estrella's been playing fantastic so far. Ragnarok looked really good in his last series as well.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be in for competitive series here.
This is going to be a fun one. Did Estrella only play Zergs?
He's only played
Yeah,
Zergs. He
yeah.
played Solar and Rex, I think, in
Solar
the
and
first
Rex.
round. Yeah, so he's killed 2 Zergs on the way here. Will he kill the final Zerg to be the TPL 2 TLP
TLP.
Tasteless LAN Party 2
TLP,
champion?
Yeah.
TPL does kind of
The TPL
come out of the
sounds more
tongue.
like a tournament that
Yeah.
exists, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, no. Ragnarok just finished a ZVT, so maybe not quite as warmed up in this matchup as Estrella is. And not just being warmed up, I think Estrella's ZVP has been looking amazing this weekend.
Yeah.
Like, he's been just stomping Zergs, and he's got, like, this one build that he really likes. Opening with the Stargate, going for that Immortal Sentry pressure into the Mass Archon. Not Mass Archon, but, you know, army with a lot.
That's all what it is. It's Mass Archon
Okay, yeah,
sometimes.
okay, with
Yes.
the Mass
Eventually it
Archon
gets
kind
there.
of finisher. And he looks so comfortable playing that style. It's going to be a really good series, I think.
Yeah, he did that a couple of times against Rex there in that first series. I think maybe 2 or 3 of the games that he won was using that play style. But hey, I mean, he's here in the finals against Ragnarok. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes up with something just completely different from what he's been doing in this tournament, because I mean, you know that Ragnarok has been watching the other PVZs. He has a pretty good idea of where Estrella is at in this matchup. And one of the best ways to win on a best of 5 series is kind of catch your opponent a little bit unprepared for whatever strategies you've got. So we'll see. I was talking to Estrella before the series started, asking him kind of what his plan is coming in, and he said that, you know, for him, it's not really about planning builds on maps like as you're doing the drafts or anything like that. It's once the game is loading up, he just kind of decides, like, all right, this feels right in this moment. I'm going to go for this. So I wouldn't be surprised if he mixed it up just a little bit.
Right. And one thing I'm curious about is if he saw the last series where Estrella was 12 pulled, and if the Zerg's going to use that in this set, because he might have looked at that and thought, oh, that could work for me if I bust that out in this set. So one game we might see a 12 pull, just something to keep our eye on. Things look pretty standard here so far. We've got the Cybercore going down, hatch, gas, pool, Overlord just floating in here, checking that everything is normal. Fallings on the way to deal with any units in the beginning. And let's see what the first unit is here. It is an Adept. He's going to chrono that out, go across the map. We've seen him shade in a couple times and try and pick off a drone or two. But he's also, you know, happy to not do that if it doesn't look like it's going to be worth it.
Yeah, I'm excited here for Estrella. Playing just a much, I think, cleaner set of games in the last 2 days. You know, even with that Solar game. Was it Solar that did 12 pull, right? Am I making this up?
I think you're right. Yeah, it was Solar because it wasn't the Rex
I wasn't
series.
confused there, but
yeah, and it worked.
But you know, I mean, that was one of the only ways that Solar took him out. Otherwise, I think Estrella went pretty well head to head. He seems to be one of these guys that knows when to disengage, which really is a sign of an incredibly good player. Because I mean, even in the top levels of GSL, there's so many moments where you just see the players commit, even if it's not going to work. But I think he exhibited a lot of patience back there. So I'm hoping we're going to have some long and pretty drawn-out games here. Going up against Ragnarok, though, I mean, Ragnarok, I do feel like he does not play like the other Zergs. Not like the other Zergs, you know, that meme? Sorry. Not like the other girls that came out like that. But no, I think he's got a very different approach. He always strikes me as the player that wants to get you in some kind of a hindered position and then just pound that over and over and over, versus what I think we've seen a lot of with like Rogue and with Dark, where they stay back, they defend everything, and eventually get like 10 to 15 to 20% ahead and close it out there. So I think the mid game is going to be really interesting in that regard.
Absolutely. We see some Ling pressure here. The Adept did shade behind the wall, but gets picked off before it can do so. He's filled the gap with a pylon there, building more buildings, and this is a lot of pressure. A lot of damage being taken on these shields of the gateway in the core. The Stalker chipping away at these Lings, and with these extra war pins, he will be able to fend off these Zerglings. Let's talk about the build order choice for Estrella, though. Going for the Dark Shrine. I love this in game one because it's like, if you're even slightly nervous, this might catch you off guard, and it's going to set the tone for the rest of the set. Like, you better watch out. I might do anything. I'm crazy like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this isn't something that we've seen from Estrella so far in this tournament, which says a lot, frankly, because of how many PVZs he's played. And here the 2 Dark Templar are going to be warped in. Ragnarok is keyed into this, as the DT is not even making any attempt to hide themselves, just attacking those Zerglings moving in. Estrella probably has a good inkling that Spore Crawlers will be ready, as the one in the natural just finishes back into the Warp Prism. And behind this, Estrella taking a 3rd base, and wouldn't be surprised if we saw some kind of, you know, classical Archon harassment. I mean, it's been kind of a long time since we've seen this in a PVZ. It used to be quite the meta. We'll see if they decide to morph.
And this was great activity from Ragnarok, being active with those Lings and seeing the War Prism in time to really be on top of where the DTs are. He did have his spore coils going up, but they weren't actually up when the warping came, so it's good to know where they are in that case. They're going to poke in here again, see if they can get anything. Okay, there is that detection though, as we mentioned, so they have to get picked up, and we're going to see 2 more warped in, and then it will be that double Archon pressure with the Warp Prism Micro that you were talking about.
Going back to the early part of this game, I feel like this tech from Estrella was kind of ideal when hit with the Lings at the front of the base. Like, this didn't slow down what Estrella wanted to do at all. Going into the Archon harass is a totally acceptable way to approach, this position now. You're basically always going to get value with this. It's frankly pretty damn hard to actually lose the Archons.
Right.
If you're, pretty decent at control. Oh my God!
You almost jinxed it, Tasteless.
No.
As soon as you said that, I was like, oh no.
Is what I said true? Is Estrella bad? What's going on? That was crazy. Well, that could have been absolutely catastrophic. Luckily, he does manage to escape with that. So, that may end up being a factor later on here if the Warp Prism's picked off. But yeah, as you guys are saying, a Spire inbound here. This could be a pretty big surprise tech switch.
I'm a little surprised with Ragnarok choosing to go for the Spire here, considering that Estrella, he's already opened with Twilight Council. He already has 2 Archons on the field. Generally from this, Blinkstalker is the follow-up, so maybe it's just going to be a handful of Mutalisks to deal with the Warp Prism. Maybe not going to be too much of a commitment, but we've seen in the past, Estrella, even when he gets in kind of base-ready situations, or base-tradey situations that we saw against Solar, if he has a sizable army of Archons and Stalkers, he's very good at splitting that up and defending his bases while also keeping pressure on the Zerg.
Yeah, he looked really comfortable against the Mutas, even Mass Muta, when he didn't have the best early and mid-game, I didn't think. Like, he didn't go into that game in an amazing position really far ahead, and he still looked comfortable. He knew exactly what to do, and he knew the right time to move across the map and accept the base trade and still be able to recall in time to defend his own bases. So if that's the way it goes, I think Estrella is going to be pretty comfortable. We see 8 Mutas coming out at the moment. There is Roach Speed. There is the +1 ranged. So I don't think we're going to see Mass Muta here necessarily. There is a Bane in this though, actually. So sometimes you go for that, right? You go for Mutas, Ling Banes, you attack a bunch of bases. These Blinkstalkers just barely don't get that hatchery. No, there's no Blink.
Yeah, there's no Blink just yet, but he's baiting them into the Disruptor. Disruptor will be able to peel off 2 of those Roaches as Estrella is starting to apply some pressure over here to the 4th phase. In the meantime, 3 Adepts coming into the natural expansion of the Zerg are able to pick off a couple more drones, and that hatchery will fall. So some nice maneuvering here with Estrella, even without Blink, to use the advantage that he has with the Archons and with the Disruptor to finally pick off that hatchery.
Here come the Mutas though. What's in the mineral line? Nothing except a Disruptor and a bunch of probes. That high-tech unit gonna fall. Only two so far, but this number's gonna rise a little. Only 4 actually. Great defense, blinking back with the Stalkers. He'll lose a couple more here, but now he knows his Mutas, right? Oh my gosh, he sent the probes back a bit too early and taking a ton more casualties there.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills over there. The surprise element of the Mutas coming out now is gone, so we're going to have to see how well he could try to maneuver around here, and there's not that much area to work with here. But Ragnarok needs to get another base. He's also maxing out pretty soon here, so he's going to need to trade out his supply somehow moving forward.
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Estrella 3 base versus Solar in that Muta game? Did he ever get the 4th?
I think he did take his 4th base,
he did eventually?
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but I remember being in at least a little bit late. But in this game, we see it coming up at a very decent time, and especially as he killed the Zerg's 4th. So, yeah, in terms of bases, he's doing very well here. Deflecting these Mutas. 20 Banelins in production, so he's going to be trying to hit this mineral line, kill any shield batteries, pylons, take out whatever he can here and try and trade out this army as he reaches the supply cap.
And it looks like Ragnarok is finally gearing up to attack into this 4th base here. There's only, 3 Disruptors, a handful of Stalkers, some Archons. So the army here for Estrella, not too potent in defense on the 4th bases. He might be spread a little bit thin trying to defend against these Mutalisks. We'll see if Ragnarok decides to commit. Probably if he does, it's going to be melee attack +1 as well as centrifugal hooks that he waits for. As you see him already setting up with this wide arc around this 4th base. Looks like he's going to come from 2 different angles, and man, he's got to be careful with those Disruptors. He does not want to move off creep.
Yeah, almost had those Disruptors isolated for a second. Big attack going to come in here now. Those Disruptor shots a little bit later, coming forward now. Stalkers tanking, the Disruptors now in the front.
They're nicely defended over here. The shield batteries provide a lot of cover, but there's just too much Zerg. The Disruptors are out of shots now. The Disruptors finally fall. Stalker's blinking back against the Zerglings and the Roaches, and man, it's looking really close, but I think Estrella's going to hold with this defense.
That shield battery did so much work there, and excellent blink micro. He manages to hang on somehow. That looked really rough for a second. A few Ravagers fall, nice pickoffs here.
There was just so much stuff coming up from the bottom. It just
Right.
kept coming up. On I'm like, Jesus, how much is there, man?
Where does it end?
Yeah. So he has effectively traded out that supply. He's going to try to refill that up, but not a victory within that battle, really, for Ragnarok. The supplies are much more even now. The fourth base stays. Not a single probe back there was interrupted in mining, although we do have these mutas coming in now and getting a few pot shots here on whatever remains of the mineral patches here in the main.
But for the past couple of minutes, it's been a 4-base Estrella against a 4-base Ragnarok, and I think he's going to be happy with that, even eclipsing Ragnarok in a working count now, despite losing those probes in the main base. So Estrella, economically, he's doing really well here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting his attack upgrades. He's making probes, powering up. He didn't have a cannon in that mineral line in the main, but he has fixed that. One problem for him is that he lost some disruptors in that last fight, right? I think he lost 3 or 4. And yeah, 4, so he has to replace them, and they do build slowly from the Robo. But there's no more mutas on the field, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. He needs to deal with this big Zerg army that's out here sharking on the map, trying to cancel his 5th base right now. And we have probes going down.
Yeah, Estrella looking like he's gearing up for that 5th base, and that's going to be a tough one to take, as the next forward expansion here for Estrella is going to be a little bit tenuous, and hold that thought as Ragnarok once again coming in. Ravagers, nice connections there with the Disruptors coming in. Oh, will he hit these Banelings? Banelings and Ravagers both going down, blinking back. The shield battery continues to stand, finally does get taken out, and some big connections there by the Banelings, but onto the Archon. So Estrella, once again with good Disruptor hits, looks like he's going to be able to hold here.
It's kind of an insane moment, man. Disruptors just wishing they had the blink upgrade. This moment's for mentioned Stalkers. Take it away, and it's just Disruptors like, ah! But it looks like you're right, State. Estrella is staying alive. Does he have a counter punch, or does he have to stay back and try to absorb this next attack? I don't think he's going to find any opportunities with Stalkers alone. Meanwhile, we have Ragnarok now reloading that army and getting ready to launch another attack.
Right, it is very risky to try and counterattack onto the creep, right? That is one way you could get surrounded by Zerglings, even with Blink. So he does have to be careful, but winning that fight like this should give him the breathing room to take a 5th in the near future here.
More Archons morphing in now for Estrella, starting to spend a little bit of that gas bank is... I mean, yeah, he has been trading out Disruptors, but these Disruptors, they're being very cost-effective. I mean, he's made really nice hits on Ravagers, on Roaches, on Banelings. And in terms of what Ragnarok is doing, I feel like he's kind of getting outpaced here. He's behind by 10 workers. Yes, he did deny that Nexus, but Estrella now double expanding. I wouldn't be surprised if this income advantage quickly swung into Estrella's favor as these bases come online, but Estrella, he's establishing more defenses, and as the game rolls on, he's building the more powerful composition, you know, and even finding some DT harassment, getting value everywhere on the map as 81 probes to 66 drones. Ragnarok on very low eco. Unless he makes something happen and shuts down this 5th base for Estrella, I feel like he's going to quickly fall behind.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that. It looks like Ragnarok is now gearing up to come in. Oh, they're actually just going to go right around each other. Okay, I thought they were about to engage each other. He's going to come in here, and there's no way that this base can be kept alive here. But Ragnarok needs to be careful to not actually fully fight that army. That's just sort of a bad angle where the Banelings would get sucked into the Archon splash, and it just wouldn't be an optimal fight. Meanwhile, Bane's on the other side of the map, looping back around, and oh, my God, beautifully done.
He has +2 melee attack, doesn't he? That was 12 probes going down. As Ragnarok, even though he got spotted out there on the 4th base of Estrella, was able to deal with a lot of workers, and now finally equalizing at 69 probes, 69 drones.
Nice.
But now look at this Ling run by coming to the natural in main. Ragnarok was looking for a win, and he finally got one, as this is going to kill even more of Estrella's eco. And now 23 probes going down, but hold that thought, Tasteless. Look at these guys coming into the 4th base.
This is actually almost too much to keep up with right now. There's, it looks like Ragnarok does actually have enough. He's going to box us in a blink out, but that's going to expose the Archons. Meanwhile, if we can just get a shot back in the main here. Okay, he's just now cleaned up whatever was going on in there, but not a lot of workers left for the Protoss. There's 36 workers were killed.
Right, and these DTs are actually so good on the defense because you can't get an Overseer in there with those Lings, right? So eventually the DTs will clean them up, and he's pushing here. Nice disruptor shot on those Ravagers. He's starting to pressure some Mutas still alive somehow. The Zealots are doing work on that Zerg base. Drones are falling as the Zerg tries to push Estrella back here. This game is neck and neck right now in terms of supply. They are battling it out, and he pushes him back.
Yeah, Estrella sniping that hatchery brings them both down to 4 bases as Estrella now finally establishing that 5th base. And man, they're going tit for tat. I mean, just a moment ago, both players had 20 plus more workers. They're just going blow for blow, and this hatchery on such low HP, Estrella really wants to come in here and finish it off, but it's a tough position to break here, so close to the reinforcements of Ragnarok as he's going to pounce in, try and take out this Disruptors. He does get one Archon falls as well. As man, this went from a high eco game to this kind of scrappy battle over here in the bottom right.
Right, and the Zerg is only on 4 bases, and you know the main and natural are going to be mining out soon, so he needs to get another hatchery if he's going to stay in this game, as Estrella's 5th is still quite fresh.
Yeah, at this point in time, we're going to need to have Ragnarok come up with something here. This base is almost gone, by the way. This hatchery is at about, what, like 20%, 10% health here. So another poke in there. All that Protoss has to do after that is go back and just kind of bolster the defense.
Yeah, and I think Estrella knows that if he kills that hatchery, he's pretty much won the game. If Ragnarok goes down to 3 bases at 16 minutes with 45 drones, with Estrella right now on 5 different Nexi, I mean, that's just going to be the nail in the coffin for him. So for Ragnarok, holding this bottom right position is such a critical point of contention. And even see, despite only having 4 bases, he doesn't even have the economy to go support a 5th hatchery. He only has 44 drones.
Right, and the game changer here for Estrella was those Zealots, right? While they were fighting on the right side of the map, those Zealots run wild for a long time, killing hatches, killing bases, killing these units that were reinforcing, and they got so much value. We even see DTs here picking up a few more drones, and Ragnarok is down to 42 workers on 4 bases. At this point in the game, it's simply not enough.
Well, that hatch is still in the game, and so resources are still going to be collected. In that location, it does seem like Ragnarok has a pretty fearsome army, but if he's going to push out, he might have to leave that area open. Actually, I guess you can kind of have your cake and eat it here if you want to try to attack this base over at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, perhaps. It looks like Ragnarok is gearing up to do that, but these Disruptors and this arc here for Estrella is so nice. 2 shield batteries as well, photon cannons, keep in mind, not only here at the 5th base, but the 4th base is now Ragnarok coming in, Archon morphing in the front, Disruptor shot on the top side connects with a ton of Roaches and a Baneling as well. Another Disruptor shot on the bottom gets 3 Ravagers. This engagement is going perfectly here for Estrella.
And he set this fire perfectly with the defenses and the shield batteries and cannons, like you said. Overwhelming numbers here, like excellent micro with the Disruptors, and that's it. He's forced
taps
back.
out.
Taps out. GG.
GG. I
Wow.
can't believe what a good game that was.
That was solid.
That was really exciting to see, and that means Estrella is now in the lead here with a 1-0. And I got to say, a really exciting game overall.
Right. Yeah, and it was after that DZ opening with that Archon follow-up. I mean, he got so much damage with the Archon drops, and from there, the pacing that he kept with the expansion, I mean, he was ahead on bases against the Zerg for a really long stretch, and even when they were on even bases, he had like 10-plus more workers. So Estrella just really playing the macro game there, and his defense, in addition to his offense, was simply on point. Ragnarok, it felt like he was up against the wall for the latter half of that game, and that just goes to show what a solid player Estrella is. I mean, he's putting on a masterclass of PvZ here at the Tasteless LAN party.
Absolutely. And the most impressive thing for me was the way he lost 13 probes to the Mutas. Then the Lings got in the main and the natural, and he was able to defend and recover. And his probe count was still as high as the Zergs, right? He managed to counterattack while defending that and keep himself in the game.
Pretty crazy stuff. I think we're going to hop out. We actually are going to go into game now on Moondance. Game number 2. This is the Tasteless LAN Party Finals with Estrella versus Ragnarok. When we finish this, do not turn the stream off. I have a show match against Scarlett in StarCraft 1. And then it's going to be the N64 matches, which, of course, have just been fun and hilarious. And it's you know, it is, you know, most people just don't even know that you can get StarCraft on Nintendo 64. Like, it's...
Yeah.
It is kind of an abomination that they ever did it, but here we are. We've got cool content from it. By the way, Rand Bauer, thank you so much for the $10. And IKEA is gifting items from the shop. That's right. You can do that now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
10 items gifted.
10 items.
10 items gifted to random viewers.
Halloween, no. Christmas. So, does anybody know how to do that, by the way? Because I don't.
Well, this guy, apparently, we should ask him in the chat.
Can you explain
explain?
your fellow Twitch chatters how to donate merch?
Because I know there's a way to do that when I signed up with the site, and I'm like, that's cool, but I never had time to figure it out. So,
well, it's a very cool feature. I mean, that's a lot of generosity, not only buying them for himself, but also gifting them to the viewers. I mean, that's really nice.
We got more items being bought here from Ace T, Lane Sky, Baby Wings, and Darth Diarrhea. Thank you. Darth Diarrhea.
It's like Poofy's 420, man.
Yeah.
Like, that's a top tier name.
Yeah.
All right. What the hell is happening in this game? I
don't know.
Pretty standard so far, I think.
Yeah, I think Estrella with a pylon scout blocked the natural expansion there for Ragnarok. Ragnarok going for the forward, not the triangle third base. And a spawning pool follow-up. As, we're getting settled in now to game number 2. This is a best-of-5 grand finals here. Estrella versus Ragnarok. Estrella leading 1-0. Man, I can't wait to see what he brings to the table here in this match. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to go Twilight Council after, Steve, as you said, coming into this, he's really been favoring, Oracle openings with the Stargate, occasionally following that up with perhaps, Immortal pressure or going into macro expansions. But that game, I mean, kind of going back to the past with a DT drop into Archon harassment. And here we go in game 2, mixing it up yet again, now going for the Stargate.
Absolutely. And I was that choice is very interesting to me, and especially Ragnarok's response, which was good to go Mutalisks. It seems a little bit strange to me, as we pointed out, you already had Blink available with the Twilight, and he had Archons. So you do have that defense that the units you need to defend. Obviously not happening in this game. We see the Stargate coming out, probably going to be a couple Oracle harass. I don't think we'll see any crazy Sky Toss or anything this series. The Zergs seem so good against that style nowadays.
Yeah, probably not going to see exactly that.
I feel like I understand that why Sky Toss can be strong, but I've never really liked it that much. I just feel like you don't have a lot of opportunities to be active on the map. You basically have to play really good single player. Back at home and hit all your marks.
It's kind of like a crappier version of what Terran's able to do with Ghosts and Mech.
Yeah. It's
you go Sky Toss, but your endgame composition is just worse.
Yeah.
So I have liked kind of the meta shift away from that, where we're seeing a little bit more gateway-centric, and Hero was kind of the star of that transition in the PvZ meta, although we have dialed it back just a little bit. We're not seeing quite as many Stalker plays in the mid-game because Zergs kind of have figured that out. They know that if they go for Ling-heavy styles with +1, +2 melee attack, then they're in a good position against that style. But despite that, we are still seeing a lot more of a mix in terms of gateway units in the mid-game, and Estrella has found a lot of success going for that so far here in this tournament.
Right, I actually really like his strategy choice on this map.
Moondance
has the pocket third there, and he took that at 330. So he took it very early. He's going to be able to chrono out 3 probes at a time if he wants. Be able to have a great economy going into the mid-game here. The Oracle's starting to prowl around, see if they can pick off any drones. Only 2 so far. And we do have the Spore Crawlers down, so yeah, we'll see if he can get any more damage done.
Interesting, going for a second Stargate and starting Phoenix production here. So it seems like Estrella is probably going to be banking a ton of Phoenixes and trying to see if he can find damage with them. We have seen players like Hero very recently, I think, against Solar went for a play very similar to this. 2, 3 Oracles, and then banking up double-digit number of Phoenixes, and then running into Phoenixes, pick up all the Queens, and you try and get as much damage in as possible. As Estrella now finally starting that bank. Ragnarok did scout the 3rd and the 4th gas geysers of the natural expansion for Estrella, but is unaware of the Stargate, or the double Stargate, I should say, as you've seen the 2 Oracles.
Yeah, he's gonna pool these for a while now. I mean, the idea is that because you don't see anything coming out, you're expecting something else, right? But then they can spring this on you, and you have very little time to react. We've got the Robo coming down now as well. Nice tag onto those Queens. The Wounded Oracle does get away. And it's pretty evident at this point in time that, the Zerg's not expanding outward anymore. Scarlett was mentioning that Zergs tend to not try to take that back base very quickly, but having confirmation of that helps, right? You have a better idea of where the Zerg is tempo-wise.
Yeah, +1 ground weapons in charge now coming in as Astray looks like he went to bank 6 Phoenixes. So not too many before coming out here, and they're going to have a lot of energy, especially those first few Phoenixes onto the board as... Oh, Ragnarok actually... Oh, he has an idea, yeah.
There's 55 workers here. He's starting to mass up roaches and lings and move across the map. He needs to get some damage done with this. There are a ton of Phoenixes out, but they're on the other side of the map right now.
I think this is actually really good in Astraya's favor, though, because, yeah, this is a 4-queen drop that's coming with this attack, but what are 4 queens against this number of Phoenixes and Oracles?
Absolutely. We do see the units move in. The stag defense is a little bit late here. He didn't know until late. The Stalker at the front is killed. That stasis trap doesn't catch too many units.
It blocks the wall. It's blocking the wall.
Oh, my God. A beautiful accident. They can't get it anyways. Oh, they kind of can. I guess a couple slipped through. The Lings are still going to get in regardless as the entry has been destroyed.
But, man, the gateway count, it's just a little bit too late here. Only 3 Zealots warping in. And, yeah, the Phoenixes, they are going to be able to clean up the Ravagers and the Queens. But with Zerglings flooding in, perhaps we spoke a little bit too soon, as this is going to be disastrous for him. I don't know if Astraya's going to be able to warp in enough gateway units to stabilize here against this Ling count.
All right, Phoenixes do not want to be picking up Lings, right?
No.
They don't have the energy to do that, and it's not efficient at all. But that's what he's working with right here. We do have one Immortal out. He actually did an excellent job. Oh my gosh, more Lings run in. Hold that thought. He's going to try and block the ramp. But they get in, and there's Lings running everywhere. They take out the 3rd base. This is huge damage coming in from Ragnarok.
Oh my God, and the Immortal's going to go down. He's sliced right through that. And, I mean, this might be fatal damage here. The gateways are now going to be unpowered. There's... I mean, he could even go for the Nexus, I guess, if he wanted to here.
The probe's coming in, too. It's a scary situation over here in the main base. Void Ray is now popping out of these Stargates, going to try and deal with these Zerglings. Is surprisingly not too many probes going down, and despite all of that, Astraya, although he did lose that 3rd base, he's still up at 60 workers. And now my question is he going to be ready to prepare for this Spire transition coming out of Ragnarok, as Ragnarok has already banked 2,000 resources?
Yeah, but I mean, he's going to make Corruptors, right?
Yeah, but the Phoenix count is undisturbed. It's still very healthy, and Void Ray production has already begun. So, I mean, a handful of Corruptors are going to come out. 10 Corruptors now in production.
10, I mean, isn't there like 10 Phoenixes out now or something?
10 Phoenixes, I think 2 Void Rays.
He's going to kill really well against Corruptors.
Yeah, that's true. If he can actually strong arm him with the Corruptors, though, I do feel like he'll kill the air army and then just ooze down the Nexuses and win the game.
It's definitely possible. He's remaking that 3rd base now. Losing that was the biggest loss, I think, because he kept his probes alive, but he couldn't use them, right, to mine efficiently. They were just, oversaturated on his main and natural. But these Phoenixes will gain damage over time if they pick off Overlords, as long as they don't get intercepted by these Corruptors. 4 more join in the pack here, and we're starting to see some damage. Will that orange one go down? Yes, it does. So some damage on both sides here.
Some nice stutter stepping with those Corruptors. Not the kind of micro you see very often.
Yeah, very rarely do we get to see anything incredible happen with Corruptors in control, but that was it. And that really is the play, is to try to force the Phoenixes into a wall or to a corner of the map where they can't utilize their speed in the same way. I got to say, it's kind of remarkable that Astraeus, come back as far as he has, but this is kind of what I feared would happen. Is that you could avoid the Corruptors all day, but then they can just go over your buildings like this. And
the Void Rays were across the map, actually.
Man.
Yeah, they're still across the map.
Well, the Void Rays, they can't contest those Corruptors at all.
True.
If Astraea's going to deal with them, it has to be on the ground. I mean, the one thing going for Astraea is that, these are a lot of Corruptors, but I mean, they can't really kill anything besides the Phoenixes, the Void Rays, and some Nexuses, right? So he's just going to double expand now, take a 4th base, rebuild his main Nexus, and hopefully he will be able to win on the ground. I think that is his win condition, but the army supply 95 for Ragnarok against the 46 of Astraea. Even if you discount these Corruptors, it just feels like he's in a commanding position.
Yeah, it's going to be very easy for him to now replace the ground army that was lost before, and I think it's now probably a matter of time, frankly, before we just see Ragnarok move down to the bottom right side of the map and just clobber him with all these units.
Yep, Zerg now coming in towards the 4th base. A lot of Ravagers will be able to lay siege to these photon cannons, but he doesn't even need to wait. Just going to charge right in here. 1 Archon will be morphed, but that's not going to be enough as Astraea's going to tap out, and we've got a series. Astraea and Ragnarok now tied 1-1.
So cool, man. Great game back there. Again, you get your wall breached like that, that many lings come in, they can fork out in different directions. It's just hard to clean up. And so what are you going to do? We are going to go to a quick break here for 5 minutes, guys. And when we come back, we're going to continue on with the Tasteless LAN Party Finals, Estrella versus Ragnarok. Do not go away.
Hello and welcome back to the Tasteless LAN Party 2 StarCraft 2 Grand Finals. It is Estrella versus Ragnarok, 1-1, best of 5. We're about to go into Game 3. And right now, subbing out for Tasteless and Steve, we got Gemini and Sasha on the desk, and we're ready to go into Game 3. I already hear the game sound loading up as we're about to be on match point. Only 3 games left to play here in this tournament.
I am the alligator runner-up as well from yesterday. It had the tag.
Is that what it said?
Yeah, it said I'm the runner-up and he's the champion, the alligator champion.
I try not to look at the monitors and instead look at the camera when we're doing this. I didn't even notice.
That's why I like not being the host, so I can just not do that. I can just look everywhere else and not pay attention.
By the way, as we're getting into this game, just want to thank everybody in Twitch chat for the support here at Tasteless LAN Party 3. Burning LL, Anonymous, Eba, SC2, and Frost all getting items.
And Carl.
And Carl, yeah. Frost says Ragnarok would have won map 1 if he sat in an arc.
True.
I don't know exactly what this means. I think I'm missing something here, but thank you so much, Frost, for the support.
Look at this not Artosis viewer over here. Doesn't get the jokes.
And Carl with 4 items says Tastosis, GSL brought joy. Since the start, unforgettable, and for all that fun, I haven't paid much. Give me more to spend money on Tasteless. Well, man, there's a lot of merch in that store if you want to buy it. Keep in mind that all the profit goes in. All the profit caught my words for a second there. All of the profit from the merch store right now is going directly into the Tasteless LAN Party 3. So if we hit that $5,000 goal, which it seems like we're going to be able to do tonight, if we get a little bit more support, we will have a Tasteless LAN Party 3 at some point next year. And yeah, let's get into this game. Pylon Scout from Estrella. Scouts that Ragnarok not doing anything too crazy, and now expanding where they're natural. And Sasha, I want to pick your brain a little bit. What do you think about PBZ on Waterfall?
So it's definitely one of the Zerg favorite maps. Most of the Protoss would veto it, but Estrella doesn't like Tropical Sacrifice specifically, so he always vetoes that map instead. So Ragnarok got to feel pretty confident on it. And we saw he went pool first after the drone went past the probe, and then he took the natural hatchery after the probe went up. So Ragnarok has to feel pretty good about this opening, and Estrella might have issues with these first 2 links coming in because his gateway unit shouldn't be ready in time.
That's going to be annoying. Yeah. Dude, we did that thing again where Scarlett just said this like amazingly perfect analysis, and we're all just like, well, yeah, that's just true. What else are we supposed to say now?
we were talking about this after the last series that we casted together, Sasha, where like Sasha will say something that's just like very deeply profound, and it's like I feel like I'm a little kid in like elementary school.
So please talk to me a little bit more.
I'm like a school kid again, and like my teacher is just like educating me on the game, and I'm just like,
I ran out of notebook paper.
Knowledge.
What happens next?
All right, so Stargate now coming down for Estrella. Looks like it'll be a second adept for him. He's going to clean up this Zergling that's been scouting everything here in the main base.
So he built the Stargate in the natural, but the Overlord in the natural, but the Ling in the main didn't see it, but the Overlord does have full vision on it.
Yeah, I mean the Ling in the main base is going to scout everything no matter what, right? And even though the Ling is in the base, it's better just to get the Stargate down and let the Zerg know about it than delay your tech by 15, 20 seconds.
Because he knew that it was going to get scouted regardless because the Ling was in the main, putting in the natural wall is actually pretty nice because that means he doesn't have to make a second gateway before his third base to finish off his wall at natural.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
It's an interesting thing too because like that is correct that you don't have to do that, but whenever I think about this, whenever I'm personally playing, I'm just like, well, that actually just messes up my build. Like, I'm supposed to make that second gate. What do I do with these extra 150 minerals now? Like, this doesn't make sense.
You build the Nexus faster.
Yeah, build the Nexus
but then everything else is messed up. The order isn't correct. I'm like, well, oh no, so
you gotta think on your feet, Gemini.
This happens all the time in PVT where like they don't open Reaper, they go Marine first, and I'm like, well, I don't have to chrono my first gateway unit, I guess, but then I do chrono the Nexus, and then the build is actually messed up because the timings are different. Yeah, no, literally, this actually happens. So, but obviously, Estrella is a much better player than me, so I'm sure he is fully aware of how to make use of that extra efficiency. But Oracle got a drone, I believe, right? Only one.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah, just one. Estrella planting down that third Nexus at 345, and then going rapidly into the Twilight Council, adding some more gateways. So no Robo just yet, just going to be building up that gateway count. Ragnarok on the other side going to be adding in an Evolution Chamber as Oracle's come in once again, sniping 3 more drones, deactivated, so weren't able to catch the last drone on the transfer.
So this is going to be the hero style that we've talked about a lot, but haven't actually seen much this tournament yet. Is he's going 2 Oracle into Blink, then 4 gates, and Ragnarok does have a good counter to it with a +1 melee opening.
Yeah, nice lineup of builds over here for Ragnarok, but I mean, as the meta's developed just a little bit, Baneling Nest as well. Is this typically something that we see with the +1 melee?
Yeah, you can either choose to go Baneling Nest or Roachborn. It depends. If you go Baneling Nest, that means you can go pretty easily into Hydra Bane, maybe Lurker, Link Bane, something like that.
8 more drones now underway for Ragnarok. Baneling Nest about halfway done as both players just powering up a little bit. We'll see if Estrella is able to find much more damage here. And actually with some nice micro, does lose 1 Oracle, but picks off 3 drones. And we'll be able to scout that 4th base going down for Ragnarok. As 7 workers killed in total. Not the best, especially losing that 1 Oracle.
Yeah. It could be hard for him to push out with the Stalkers here. Even though he has Blink, only having 1 Oracle alive against +1 melee, it can be really easy to get surrounded and lose your Stalkers. So he's going to have to play pretty cautious going.
Yeah.
And we see him actually adding a 2nd Oracle just to be able to counter the Lings.
Yeah, that's a smart decision. I mean, the Oracles are really the unit that allows the Blink Stalkers to move it on the map like that, because if the Zerglings get too close, they're able to rapidly fire them down. And
Ragnarok's making a bunch of Lings with just 57 drones, so he might be trying to punish his 4th base, considering he knows that there was only 1 Oracle left, and that Oracle did not have much energy.
He's going for pretty much the same build he did last game, right?
He's making Overlord speed. Layer's finishing up. He could morph drop Overlords and just keep making Lings here non-stop. Go for like a Queen Ling attack. It's not a very common build, but definitely has potential.
So last game he did do the Overlord
so
drop,
many Lings.
even though he didn't scout the 2 Stargate Phoenix. Was that right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well,
And he still won with it.
I mean, it was a good decision. The Phoenixes were enough to deal with the Ravagers and the Queens, but there were just so many Lings on the ground. And Estrella's gateway count, it was only 3, and it was kind of a delayed 3. So the units on the ground were pretty much non-existent. He needed photon cannons to actually defend the natural.
So I don't think Estrella knew about this until right now. He doesn't have much preparation for it. This base is going to be really hard to defend. We also see a bunch of Banelings morphing on the left side of the map. They're about to run into the 3rd while Estrella is distracted, and we see the Queens coming across the map in a drop Overlord while this is going on.
I mean, he only is just now making a battery, and that just looks like the battery you make just to have at each base or whatever. So it's not like he's actually preparing for a huge attack, which is what this is. I mean, Ragnarok is on only 57 drones, and he's killing a bunch of I did that last one. Yeah, that last one did hit.
Probes,
16 in total.
Now down. Oh
Holy
my goodness.
Estrella still doesn't have a lead in the worker count, though, or it's pretty even.
Estrella makes a ton of probes. He's a probe lover.
Yeah.
Well, this base is going to finally go down now as Ragnarok is successfully able to lay siege to it here. Even planting creep tumors there with the 4 Queens. Love to see it as now Zergling is coming in. Go for the surround. Stalkers blink out of it, but there is no shield battery over here at the 3rd base, so that's a lot of damage coming in. Ragnarok will eventually retreat, but I mean, he's got to be feeling good about this. Now 75 drones in total, even considering with the Queen Harass in the main base.
This is really sketchy considering there's Blink ready and a bunch of Blink Stalkers, so you could really easily lose 4 Queens here, which...
he's going
to.
What the heck was this?
I don't know.
It's not something you see every day.
Ragnarok, it's only 1-1, bro. Like, calm down. It's not time to style quite yet, all right? I mean, you don't even have... Oh, he does have the worker lead at this point. Okay.
It reminds me of Estrella going for, like, what was it? 4 base, 2 forge, Mothership Rush against Barracks, going up 2-0.
Yeah.
Similar vibe here is Ragnarok kind of feeling himself, getting a little bit of confidence here, going for the 4 Queen drop in the main base. Stalkers will clean it up as Ice Storm now 5 seconds away from completion. Ziggy, how many High Templar do we have on the map? Only 3. 4th one just morphed in, so they're not going to be very high energy. But man, this creep over here at the 4th base is such a problem here for Estrella. I mean, it kind of just kickstarts the creeps right here for Ragnarok. Storm gets a bit of damage into those Lings. Only a couple picked off there by the Stalkers, and
big drop.
5 more drop Overlords.
Dude, for a second, I like forgot that dropping was a thing in this game, and I thought he just was morphing 5 Overseers in the bottom right of the map. I was like, well, okay, I mean... I guess DTs are scary. I don't know.
Did he forget about the Stalkers in the main that killed the Queen drop? But there's this... Oh, he just grabbed them now. But he just pulled out all his defense, and he has no vision.
Oh, no! Oracles do get caught here by the Hydralisks. Only 4 of them, though, for that
Nice
Only
pick
one
off.
Oracle going down.
And he has no vision in the bottom of his main base for this Ling drop, so it could all unload without him knowing
Oh
about
my
it.
gosh, it's gonna be so bad.
Oh.
Is there any units nearby for this?
No.
He's going to have to recall, or?
I guess he's waiting for his attack to be ready on the left side, so
Yeah,
he can do it both at the same time.
It's ridiculous.
All right, drop overlords heading into the main base now. All 5 of them filled with Zerglings as Ragnarok also getting poised over on the left side. Estrella.
Oh, he's recalling everything. And
Oh,
about
he's
to get hit on
recalling
the left
so
side.
much.
As soon as Ragnarok sees these units, he should definitely go attack on the left side.
Yeah, that's a ton of units, a little bit more than needed. Recalling into the main base, and now the 4th is exposed. There are a lot of High Templar here with high energy, but there's not too much ground support, so Estrella's going to need some big storms here. But the High Templar, without the support, they have to storm to retreat.
They're dying to Zerglings. Oh, they killed the Zerglings.
they used their little
Their auto attacks, water balloons, yeah.
throwing the water balloons and killing the Zerglings. Well, this 4th base is going to go down.
He can't build another one on the right side, so he's going to have to re-expand here, but losing the 4th base this late into the game, he's going to start running out of mineral patches.
These Bailings have gotten stopped by stasis wards at the 3rd base like at least twice now.
Yeah. Ragnarok on 5 base against 3, he's got to be feeling confident here.
Yeah, Ragnarok's economy is spiraling out of control. Look at that, 2,000 income advantage here for Ragnarok as his creep spread. He's finally connecting, or at least coming close to connecting his main creep spread with this kind of proxy creep spread over the 4th base of Estrella. And now another huge attack coming in. Zerglings flooding into the natural expansion. Some storms going down over at the 3rd, but Ragnarok's just going to disengage. You know, he's going to play it nice and slow. He knows that he has this huge eco lead. He doesn't need to push too hard, too fast.
Did he just get 19 probes somewhere? I'm not sure where, but...
Oh yeah, where did that happen?
They just evaporated. They were just like, nah, I'm done with this game. I don't want to play with this guy anymore. We're losing so bad. I'm just going to evaporate into space. Oh, he's going to drop the Hydra Bane into the main as well. Oh, my God.
Even with all those Stalkers that were recalled into the main base, Estrella wasn't able to pick off enough drop overlords. 5 more drop overlords going to come back in.
There's Stalkers patrolling there at the bottom of the base, it looks like. A lot of them.
And he's ready for it. Ragnarok also going to try and bust down the natural. Baneling's coming in, but...
Oh, he's not paying attention. Okay,
yeah,
now he starts
he's
to
not
drop.
focus firing the overlords. 4 of them are going to drop fully here. Going to try and catch these reinforcements exiting the natural expansion.
Time
There's so many Hydras in the main.
I think this is the first time I've seen Hydra drops win a game in at least 10 years.
That's going to be it, man. Ragnarok really in control of that one from start to finish, and he's going to go up 2-1. So we are here on match point. Best of 5 series. Ragnarok needs only one more win to be our StarCraft 2 champion.
Redemption for the GSL finals.
Yeah, this is the true. Yeah, this is what he was training for. He was holding back builds for this. Totally different matchup. Doesn't matter. Didn't even know he was going to play in this, but you know, this is really what matters, I think.
Yeah. So where do you think that went wrong for Estrella? Because it felt like he didn't have the worst start there with the Oracles. Like, yeah, he didn't get too many drone kills, but suddenly Ragnarok just kind of started firing on all cylinders, especially with those drop overlords. And it kind of felt like minute by minute, Estrella just kept falling further and further behind from pretty much every engagement.
Well, I think he just didn't know that attack was happening, right? Like
Yeah.
he did not notice that the queen drop Ling Bane attack or whatever it was actually coming. He had one battery morphing at the 4th, and that was it. Like we said, the Oracle dying before also kind of helps to make it difficult to defend those types of things impromptly, right? To just be able to have a lot of energy to get through all those lings and whatnot. So, I mean, from that point on, it was going to be really difficult. And so it just kind of set the pace for the rest of the game. I think it was just kind of like a weird uphill battle.
Tasteless, you want me to tag you in, man? You want to come in? All right, guys. Give up the seat for Tasteless here in the final match of the Grand Finals.
Oh.
This is cables, man. I got to be careful with this.
We're doing pro gamer circus delay over here. I don't know.
Hi guys, how we doing?
Welcome,
Pretty
Tassels. How's that pizza?
I had so much acid reflux in the first 2 games. I ate all this pizza, and I'm like, you know what I need to do? I need to shout now. I need to shout a lot. So I had to sit out and eat some Tums. We're ready to go into Game 4 here, going on in the best of 5 in the Tasteless LAN Party Finals. By the way, guys, we are nearly to our goal. We've had a couple more purchases in the shop. We're going to be adding those funds up onto our ticker here at the top of the screen. And then we're going to battle Scarlett.
We are.
That's right.
In
Oh, boy.
in N64 SC and in
I think I don't
Brood
think
War.
I'm playing in the N64, and I think we're playing in Brood War.
You don't want to play N64 Brood War as well?
I mean, if we have time, I think I'm casting the N64 part,
okay.
where you and me are going to play in an actual classic StarCraft 1 game. I don't know, man. I'm in a good mood, man. These games have been great. We're going to find out if Ragnarok can overcome his failure in GSL and win an even more important tournament here.
Good thing he can't hear you right now.
Well, if he could, he'd be cheating, and we'd have to disqualify him. So think about that. You're right. It is good he can't hear me. All right, so we got Estrella here in the top right. We've got Ragnarok here in the bottom left. And I'm hoping we get a Game 5 here.
Yeah, it would be great. I mean, the first game between them was honestly great. The back and forth, and Estrella even being able to take it in the end was the great. I don't know. I feel like Estrella's got a really good take on PvZ. It's like kind of refreshing almost the way he plays. It's like kind of it's like the pushes he makes just look a little unique. I like the way that he brings in the oracles to do like those stasis wards on the back ends and stuff like that. There's like a lot of stasis around the base defense as well. It's just kind of fun to watch, honestly. Like it just seems like a little refreshing. I don't usually feel like I see that many Protoss players do it that much. I mean, there's heroes doing all the crazy oracle stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I just like it. It's fun. It's cool.
Okay.
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 Thanks for your input, Gemini.
No problem. I'm like, that's a good story. No, man, this is. Oh, yeah, thank you, Scarlett, for pointing that out. Chet Nitro with one item in the shop. Polly wants a LAN party with $50 coming in. I think we're going to hit that goal.
I think we are, man.
I think it would.
Do you hear that? I think that is the sound of a Tasteless LAN Party 3 coming in.
That is in the future.
I'm excited. It's a lot of fun so far.
Chad is asking about where to get the APM T-shirt.
Is this one not on the shop?
It's.
Oh no, not this one.
This one.
Type exclamation point merch.
The one you're wearing, I think. They're talking
Yeah,
about.
this one. Yeah. It's in the shop.
Okay.
I think it should be.
It's there. I remember seeing it when I was looking
gotta go
at
this
it.
cast. I'm like, is the shop down? No, you go in there, use the command merch, see what's there. There's a way to gift merch. Yeah, you guys have to figure that out. I don't know how to do that yet. This is where this shop is very new. So, in this game, we've got a Stargate coming here. Scarlett, you were saying earlier that this is kind of the backbone build. If you're not doing this, you're kind of going into weird territory. You're trying to do something sneaky or tricky.
For sure. And he's down in the series. He's on match point, so he's probably going to something he's most comfortable with here.
Yeah, makes sense. So we'll see what exactly that's going to be here.
Do you think it's going to be 2 Oracle, 3 Oracle? Is it going to just be 1, 2, 3?
2. Probably 2.
2? And then into what? Is he going to do the charge stuff again, or is he going to try the blink stuff again?
Maybe the charge.
Do you think that's just like what he's more comfortable with, or are you just kind of guessing?
Oh, he just got blasted last game.
He got blasted.
Man.
He made blink and got wrecked by Lings, so might have a bit of trauma from that.
Yeah.
It's like how you took that second to think about how exactly you wanted to phrase it. He's like,
how do we articulate this? What's the most poetic way to say this? By the way, CZYKZ 2494 donated by you. Thank you so much.
It's just so bad. Ragnar just ripped his head off, shoved it under the desk.
Yeah. By the way, the Oracle's going to come in here, defend these the Nexus over here. Lings aren't going to get much of anything done so far.
Is that second Oracle? Yeah, that one was just defending the third base. That's right. Wow, that was some terrible short-term memory right there.
This is one of the things about when you cast is sometimes you start to say something and you're like, uh-oh, this is dumb. You're like, here we go. By the way, that third base is not going to be stopped at all. It should be a little bit of a slower game, I think, here. And I'm kind of excited for that, actually, because I want to see Estrella in another one of these macro games. It does seem like he's been pretty comfortable pushing out and playing solid. But again, I do feel like Ragnarok has some of the scariest mid-game ZVP in Korea. It's crazy what he can get done.
He knows when to cut drones and say, I'm going full unit production here.
Oh, he's going. Is he doing the Tempest?
It's carriers.
Is it going to be carriers?
Yeah, it's going to be carriers.
Because there was that one point where we were doing the Tempest rushes against Queen Walks. Obviously, Queen Walks aren't a thing anymore, but
yeah.
So it's definitely going to be carriers.
It
Well,
should be. But
looky,
nice
looky.
scouting here.
Wow.
I spy with my Overlord eyes carrier tech.
That is frustrating.
Now, and would there be any merit to then switching into Tempest because,
I mean,
Defensively,
yeah, maybe take a 4th base or something?
you can play Tempest here. Maybe if he's going to scout and try and confirm if there's an attack coming. If there's an attack coming, it could be hard to defend with carriers because they take so much longer than Tempest to build.
Well,
And they're weaker in the actual fights.
it is going to be carriers.
Yeah.
Even after getting scouted.
You ever heard what Artosis calls the finger of God in StarCraft 1? Is he calls it carpenters, where it's carriers and then an arbiter over
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Where you can't see anything and all your stuff's blowing up. Sorry, I saw these characters coming and I started chuckling to myself thinking of that.
That's funny. Looks like he's still getting the Twilight and Forge and Robo and everything underneath as well, so he's not going to just, this isn't going to just be pure Sky Toss, just only carriers the whole game. He's going to have some sort of beef underneath it as well. Do we think that it's actually going to be like a total bait and switch? Like he's just going to make 2 or 4 and then just all ground after that?
He's going to make at least 4 and then see how the game is going. Probably like Archons and Zealots on the ground below them.
Right. It would be so weird if he went blank. That would be like the stupidest stupidest thing ever.
Yeah. Oh, the Lings get in.
Oh, no.
A lot of Lings.
Oof. Ouch. Where are the carriers?
Well, good thing the carriers can handle these Lings no problem, right? This is the unit you want to have.
Ragnarok's making so many Lings here non-stop.
He's actually just running away as well. Okay. That actually wasn't bad at all.
Yeah,
Did he even
I
lose
thought
any
that was going to
probes?
be much worse, actually.
I don't think he lost any probes either. That was crazy.
Huh.
Killed 2 probes. Oh, all right. Great. Good. Yeah, you're right. Carriers are the unit you want, I guess.
Unit, man. So
Zealots against Banelings, carriers
Yeah.
versus Lings.
We didn't understand the game that well until today. By the way, a gateway wall up here, so these Lings are going to be pretty useless.
Nice. That's a really good wall, actually. Completely blocking that whole thing off.
1 carrier run.
Is it only 2 carriers?
It is, yeah.
Look at that. Wow.
Attack right out of it.
Is
There you
just
go.
2. The bait and switch.
It is a capital ship. We can't just only have those, you know. We're going to end up with a box art army here by the end of this game.
Yeah, the Robo Bay is on the
Yeah.
way.
We have
One
one
Colossus.
Immortal, a Colossus, a Carrier,
A
2
Disruptor.
Zealots, a Stalker, 3 Sentries. I don't know why. It's box art.
They're all perfectly spaced out to make like a
StarCraft
very
1
nice looking
Scout.
thing. Yeah, I mean, the Spire is going to be done here. I mean, look at how much bank that Ragnarok has. He's going to make so many Corruptors, assuming. Yeah, 11. There's only 2 carriers. And it's going to be a full switch into Charge Lot Archon Disruptor.
Nice pickoffs here. The 8 drones with the Oracles. Oh, but he doesn't cancel that.
That was unlucky.
Oh, that's
He's got
too
1,400
bad.
minerals
I almost
anyway, I
missed
guess.
that. Yeah, that was actually not canceled. So a little bit of a loss there. But Astray is going to be slow playing this. He's going to be getting like every upgrade there is in the game, every tech unit there is.
So I wonder, though, if he's going to... Because like the tech scaling is a little awkward now because he's doing this so late after opening carriers. But like obviously there's going to be a weak point where even right now Ragnarok still thinks that it's a full carrier army right now.
Yeah.
He is not making anything ground. It's all into these Corruptors. Like, does Estrella, like once he realizes that he completely duped Ragnarok, can he just walk right across the map? I feel like it's going to be kind of hard, though, because like he doesn't actually have he doesn't have enough disruptors quite yet, blah, blah, blah. He's going back into carriers again. He doesn't really have like a big army to do that.
It would be hard to deal with these Archons, but he is going to the Roach Warren. And once that's done, then he should feel more confident. The Corruptors went in and saw that carrier production did restart.
Cool.
Oh, I like this, yeah. The Archons can't really do anything about this.
Looks
so
like they're
weird.
peeing on an electric fence right now. The little shields. Well, I mean, I kind of think this is, in all seriousness, a pretty brilliant fake out here by Estrella to kind of duck out under the tech. And
I mean, it definitely kind of saved it because this got scouted immediately. So it's like a great way to band-aid the situation.
Did he finish the Roach Warren? Because he's not making Roach Speed. He did. He's not making Roach Speed, though, and he's going to kind of need that eventually against the Archons. It's hard to deal with a lot of Archons
He's
with
still
just
making.
Bane.
I mean, he did still see more carriers being made, I guess. So I guess that doesn't make that much of a.
How many Corruptors are we up at right now?
Holy.
Oh boy,
That's a
they're
lot.
getting 2-shotted. These Archons want to hit these Corruptors so badly. Oh my God, they just kill all the Interceptors.
So this is what I was kind of talking about, because it's like the corruptors, once you do get a lot, like the carriers will kind of just die sometimes if you don't actually have a lot there to attack. But it's like, if it was only the corruptors, like if you just have a decent group of Archons and some Zealots and like 1 or 2 disruptors, like there was literally nothing on the ground.
Yeah,
like
if
he probably could have just killed at least a base for free.
If he made pure like Zealot Archon after the first 2 carries, this would have been really scary for Ragnarok.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. I thought he was just going to completely flood and just like, get the bait and switch and then just go with it. But it seems like we're still just kind of trying to macro out of it, which is, I guess, fine. It's just I was not expecting that.
I actually really like this choice with the Ultraless Cavern. Usually you don't think of Ultras in PvZ, but there's not going to be any Immortals. Carriers are really bad against Ultras.
Right.
So it's going to give him something that can actually deal with the Archons.
Eventually he's going to have to trade these Corruptors in, right? I mean, they're not going to get...
Well, Astray is still making carriers.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, never mind. He couldn't do that yet. So then he can try to just continue to power up with that. But I think you're right. The Ultra Tech is actually, I think, a really smart move. It's just not something you would necessarily factor in here.
He also has really good ground upgrades. Already +2, +3 on the way. Oh, snipes 2 more carriers. And Astray really needs to build up the carrier count over time, but he's lost so many already.
Yeah, this is getting kind of awkward because it's like he keeps making carriers at this point, but they just keep dying one after another because he took so much time off of building them to do the ground switch that then didn't actually do anything. It's like he did the ground switch, but then he didn't really believe that it would actually work, so he just kind of went back into making carriers, and now he's just losing that too. Yeah. So it's like he's in this weird, awkward, like back and forth mode right now, where he's trying to now rebuild the carrier count up, but he can't really keep them alive because there's already so many corruptors on the field.
This map is kind of hard to secure 5th base, so the Ultras might be able to attack here sometime soon. Once the upgrade's ready into this 5th.
It's going to be really important to get the feedbacks off on those Vipers as well, to at least make it a little bit easier for the carriers to kind of micro back again over top the make the corruptors like go on top of the Archons and stuff like that. But the Ultras are going to be really the really awkward thing. Nice feedback there.
Nice feedback over there.
We also see both players expanding towards each other.
Yeah, Zerg taking the upper
close.
left.
Yeah,
and
same screen.
Yeah, and Protoss kind of creeping up in that direction there. By the way, Zealot's shutting down an expansion down here at the very bottom, but there's still a War Prism here, so he can still use this as a launching pad for more attacks. And we're seeing that now with these Zealots.
Well, Banelings, I guess they are pretty good against Zealots.
Yeah.
that other game, the other series, maybe we weren't quite sure, but yeah, we are.
Stray is alive until he's getting maxed out.
Yeah, that is a lot of cotton balls right there.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big push. The Ultras are out here. Great storm, honestly, down there. But he is just tearing through this, and it looks like there's not going to be enough on the ground to keep these carriers alive here. He's going to pull away. I think the Corruptors may have to respect the threat. Nice harpooning, takes out that carrier as well. Seems like he has exactly not enough to kill the carrier in one shot.
Doesn't quite matter, though, because there's actually just nothing to contest the Corruptors on the ground anyway. The carriers are the only thing, because the Archons are dealing with all these Ultras that are just now kind of getting thinned out, but it doesn't really matter at this point, because Ragnarok's economy is pretty untouched at this point. He had a pretty decent bank leading into that, and he's got a ton of Banes, 4 more Ultras, even going to the Greater Spire as well to eventually switch these into Broodlords. If we completely wipe the air, no more carriers, nothing else, then just get them all working again as Broodlords, the ground army is going to have no way to get on top of them.
Yeah, I really like the Greater Spire here. Good choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, please go ahead, Scarlett.
I was just gonna say Astray knows about the Ultras finally, so he's adding Immortals, but
it seems like he's kind of up against the ropes here.
Yeah.
Like he's not dead or anything, but he's gonna have to wait to try to build back up. Zerg, they're really starting to get free range of everything over there. This is also just a lot for his army to traverse, and he did a great job here with these Corruptors, just taking out important tech and then battering ramming his way in over here. I mean, even Bane's connecting on Archons, but I think you can forgive that when you have the kind of cash flow that we're seeing Ragnarok have here now, and even sniping the carriers.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all. Everything is getting completely destroyed, ground and air. There's just nothing that Astray can really do to efficiently trade against this stuff. He's going to eventually kill off the ground, but again, the carriers just keep dying in the air. He keeps making 2 at a time, but he never actually gets a critical mass of them. It's like maybe 4 I don't even think he even got up to 6 at one point. It's like he just couldn't do it. It was just consistent corruptor pressure because he just had so many Ragnarok, that is, from the very beginning. 13. He's lost 13 carriers and only 20 corruptors. That's insane.
The resources loss is actually worse for the Protoss right now, which is not common until like very late in the game in ZVP. So definitely unusually well trading for.
Oh, look at that. He's
Ragnarok.
making 2 more Robos to go full into
Yeah.
Immortals against the Ultras. That's so whack.
I think one of them got sniped by the corruptors.
Oh,
right?
did it?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
okay,
When
okay,
they
okay.
came in there,
I was going to be
draw 'em away.
It's like triple Robo
Yeah.
Immortal
Robo.
production switch at 15 minutes in the game. It's like, what the?
Yeah, but the Greater Spy is ready, so we could go into Brood
Yeah,
Lords at any
exactly.
point here now that there's no carriers left.
Oh, he's going to snipe the +3 air. That's
Oh,
so
nice.
brutal.
Oh my God. That's actually a pretty big catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Back there. Again, though, with the supplies replenished very, very easily here from the Zerg, we're going to see that Archon count get even lower. Oh, maybe not. I guess he's going to keep these 2 alive. Hero Archons here. And
That's actually pretty good.
And pretty insane victory there for Astray. He didn't, I think, lose very much that was critical at all.
There's
and
8 Brood Lords.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's
gonna be
very
tough.
good that the bases are so close to each other, which is exactly what you want. with
Oh
Brood
my
Lords.
God.
Oh, yeah,
you're
because
right.
you can both protect your base back at home and attack theirs.
Yeah.
You can kite them back to safety if you need to. And
You're so much closer to reinforcements
Yeah.
as well. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, the thing is that Broodlords will start pushing into something, but then like the ground underneath will go away or get killed off, and then you're just like, oh crap, I got to run back home, and you're these slow, super slow Broodlords trying to do that, but you're just right next to everything now. It's like it just makes it so easy.
yeah, and a lot of times when we see people lose games with Brood Lords, they get too far away from their base. Not this time.
Blinking forward right away. He knows he needs to snipe the Brood Lords. Nice blinding cloud there, stopping the Stalkers from shooting them.
Now,
Salad run by.
the problem I'm seeing for Protoss here is that this base that's being attacked is probably the most important.
Yeah.
And, Zerg, look, in
God.
Astrea's defense, he's not able to grow into the bottom right, but at the same time, Protoss is never going to be expanding in the bottom right either. This is just so much damage. Note that we see for just seconds the supply go down before it kicks right back up to 200 here for Ragnarok. I think this is the beginning of the end. I do not know that Astrea can recover from this.
It was actually pretty good. It looked pretty good for a second because like Ragnarok is being like a little sloppy with how these banelings are getting run in. Like the Storm and Disruptor and Archon, I don't actually know if there's any Disruptors, but whatever. The splash damage on the huge clumps of banelings is actually deleting them really well, but it's just there's nothing to actually contest against the Broodlord spam. And the Broodlings start getting so overwhelming. He started to pick off a couple at the end there, but it's like you're just left with a couple Stalkers, Immortals, and Archons. It's like that's not going to actually kill 8+ Broodlords once you get those back up and the Queens start transfusing as well.
Yeah, 6 more Brood Lords on the way. That's going to bring it to 10. And Astrea has really no hope of switching into an air army at this point to counter the Brood Lords, so he has to rely on a ground army. That's never a situation you want as a Protoss.
Yeah.
This is just looking worse and worse.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be round 2 here with the Brood Lords coming up. I think
many.
Astrea has not a bad composition, but the amount of damage that's going to be inflicted here, and a lot of these key units are going to stay alive. I guess minus this Ultralisk, but everything else that matters that you're going to get value more and more out of over time with the Brood Lords are staying alive.
And Ragnarok's mining out these bases that Astrea's going to want to take in the game. These
Yeah.
bases in the top left, it's so hard for him to expand to the bottom. Especially because he full walled off his third base there, so there's really no way for his units to get to the bottom right easily. And now he's attacking into it. Maybe he's feeling like he's running out of income and he has to try to end the game soon.
It's kind of sad as well because you see the +3 air attack getting near to
Yeah.
completion. He's just completely ignored getting any more air units. He's
Yeah.
just like, well,
It's
I
irrelevant now.
guess I don't really know what's going to happen. I have to just all in on these ground units here.
Yeah, and fighting Broodlords with Stalkers with no armor upgrades is really rough. If you have good,
Oh my god,
good
that
ground
thing's
armor,
around.
Oh my God, the Banes are going to come in
recall.
there.
Oh, only half of the units get into the recall. The other ones have to blink over the rocks. Oh my god. A single Ultralisk run by and a singular Zealot run by happening on bases right next to each other as well.
An Ultras is basically a big Zealot.
Yeah. Now, there's just no way to reach into the bottom right without basically abandoning 12 o'clock. I guess you can send these Stalkers out here. I would be curious to see how many bases actually have minerals at them for the Zerg. But let's see this attack first, actually. So this location is finally going to fall, which is just going to tighten the noose here on Astrea. Astrea's trying to come out with the Stalkers and get anything done, but, it's just a lot to hack and saw your way through.
Yeah, this would be great. These little Stalker counterattacks are super good if you're actually in a position with much more at home, but he doesn't have it. GG is called.
GG.
Let's hear it, Tasteless. Give us.
GG.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, Ragnarok did it, man. And after losing in the GSL, he's done it. He's become the Tasteless LAN Party world champion.
World champion.
We are going to get an interview here with him, see how he's feeling. I guess we got to get. Hopefully, Tommy can help us again. Andy had work, other work, so he couldn't be here today. And then we battle, Scarlett.
We battle.
You and me.
Are you ready?
No, not at all. I don't even have my keyboard and mouse here, so I've already got my excuse out of the way. Right when I lose my first Shonen Reaver, I'm going to go, the controls! Ragnarok is coming over here. Guys, let's give it up for Ragnarok. Woo! Congratulations. Ragnarok, you did it. You have won the Tasteless LAN Party, 8-player invitational. Did you think you were going to win before you came in to do our show this weekend?
먼저 선수님 우승 축하드립니다. 그리고 이번에 8인 초청전에서 우승을 하셨는데 여기 오시기 전부터 우승하실 걸 예상했었는지 궁금합니다.
사실 힘들 거라고 생각을 했거든요. 왜냐면은 그래도 제가 토스전을 많이 그렇게 잘하는 편이 아니었어가지고 토스가 좀 많았거든요. 여기 잘하는 토스가. 그래서 걱정을 했는데 뭔가 좀 잘 돼가지고 그리고 이제 제가 아스트리아 선수의 약점을 좀 알다 보니까 그게 좀 잘 통한 것 같아요.
So he first of time like before he came here, he kind of concerned himself because he thought he's kind of not that good at like Protoss mirror match. And then in here, the Invitational, there are a lot of Protoss here. So he kind of concerned about it. But somehow it went well. And he knew the weakness of Austria. So with the combination of those two, so it made this good result. Yeah.
You guys have any questions about the game specifically?
How does it feel? I mean, now that you won such an amazing tournament like the Tasteless LAN Party 2, does it feel like it made up for the GSL loss? I don't know how well that's going to translate, actually.
I think he already understands, but yeah.
좀 이제 이 테이스트리스 램파티 2라는 정말 엄청난 대회에서 우승하셨는데 지금의 승리가 조금 이제 GSL에서의 패배를 좀 이렇게 좀 이렇게 마음을 좀 괜찮게 만들어주지 궁금하다고 합니다.
일단 굉장히 좋은 대회라고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 이런 곳에 초청을 받는 게 솔직히 좀 힘들잖아요. 근데 초청 받아서 너무 좋았고 GSL 때 이제 끝나고 나서 앞으로 있을 대회는 우승 많이 하겠다라고 말했었는데 오늘 이렇게 지켜서 좋아요.
So he's really glad to came here this amazing invitational, and after he lost to GSL, he said in interview that I'm gonna just win more event at the GSL, and he just proved it in the first time after GSL. So he's pretty glad about it, happy about it. Yeah.
Nice. Ragnarok, congratulations, and thank you again for coming down to our little indie StarCraft event. Obviously, you've got a lot of fans watching right now. Is there anything you want to say to them?
지금 이제 이 테이스트리스 엠파티를 보고 있는 많은 시청자분들이 계신데 그분들한테 한마디 해주실 게 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 너무 감사드리고요. 계속 응원해줘가지고 너무 감사드리고 GSL 때 이제 조성주 선수랑 했는데 아무래도 팬 차이가 좀 많이 날 거라고 생각을 했는데 현장에서 너무 많이 응원해 주셔가지고 고맙다는 말을 많이 못한 것 같아서 이 자리를 빌어서 너무 감사드리고 그리고 이제 더 열심히 할 거고 더 탄탄한 모습 많이 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
So he really thankful about the every fans who cheering for him, and after he play against the
Maru.
Yeah, when he play against Maru, he kind of surprised that there's like the like amount of fans, Maru is like pretty big, but compared to him, but there was still a lot of fans that who keep cheering in the like stage and like everywhere at the like final, but he didn't like thanks to he didn't like he didn't like thanks for the like fan in up there because he was like busy and like the schedule was like tight. So he want to thanks again for the all fans who also win at the GSL and every like fans who watching from the stream and like just internationally like everyone. Yeah. So he want to thanks again.
Well, congratulations again, Ragnarok. Before we let you go, can you tell us where people can find more about you, like your socials and your stream, and when you stream?
마지막으로 이제 선수님께서 어디서 이렇게 좀 특별히 방송하시는 곳이 있거나 이렇게 팬분들께서 좀 더 선수분을 좀 이렇게 많이 볼 수 있는 그런 곳이 있으면 좀 소개해달라고 하십니다. 뭐 방송이라든지 인스타그램이라든지 뭐든지 뭐 SNS라든지.
원래 제가 방송을 원래 많이 하는데 딱 여기까지만 이제 준비를 하고, 그러니까 이 대회까지 준비하고 이제 방송을 하려고 했어요. 그래서 아마 이제 트위치에서 방송을 하지 않을까 싶고요. 거기서 이제 많이 찾아와 주시면은 열심히 하겠습니다.
So he been preparing to do a stream right before till this invitational. So he's almost ready right now. So he gonna stream here the Twitch soon. So for the fans, he said, come to my stream and just enjoying and just cheering for me. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you again, Ragnarok. Congratulations. We're going to go to a break, and then it's going to be Tasteless for Scarlett Showmatch. And, of course, after that, it'll be the N64 portion of the show. Guys, we'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Tasteless LAN Party 2.
Oh, my God. Look at that gamer right there, man.
Look at the focus on this face. Burn it into your memories because this is the Tasteless versus Scarlett show match that we unlocked at the $4,000 mark. We've been driving a lot of funds here, getting ready for Tasteless LAN Party 3. If we hit 5K, we will secure that tournament next year. We're so close right now as we're about to go into the most anticipated match of the entire tournament, Tasteless versus Scarlett, StarCraft Brood War. Guys, what do you think?
It's actually so funny just like looking over and just seeing him like in the booth with like the headset on and everything. It's just like I don't know what it is. It's just kind of funny to me. It just
Look at that keyboard.
Yeah,
you can tell this guy plays a lot of video games.
This is like the most Protoss operator moment ever. He's just on this completely flat Dell keyboard.
This is what the ladies at the DMV use, like when you walk in to get your license renewed.
It's like,
yeah.
Well, my gateway's in the middle. I can walk Zealots across the map.
Tasteless' gear is back at home, so we had to make do with what we got here in the studio, and he's going to be gaming on the flat Dell. As the game is loading up, we're going to have a PvP Scarlett versus Tasteless. And over here in the bottom right, our what even color is this?
Olive, it's what it's called.
The olive Protoss player Scarlett.
And her opponent in the bottom left, the man, the legend, Tasteless.
Tasteless. Tasteless LAN Party!
Man, I don't know a lot about Brood War, but I know this match is going to be hype. I mean, it's a PvP, which is, it's got to be the best matchup, right? I mean, Ziggy, we were talking about before we went live with this, I was like, well, can I ask you about the builds? Can you talk to me about, you know, what kind of strategies they're going to go for? And you told me it's random.
Well, PvP is like, we talk about StarCraft, it's a game of imperfect information, right? You don't necessarily know what your opponent's doing 100% of the time, right? You kind of guess, like, based on what you've seen, you can eliminate certain build orders, but the aspect like of this being a game of imperfect information really comes into play in PvP because this is the matchup where you can get build order wins the most, I feel like, in StarCraft 1. And I wouldn't be confident predicting this if it weren't for, I would only predict games with two players, those being Beaster and Rain. Because for some reason, they're just so consistent in this matchup that nobody really comes close to that.
But, you know, we're playing, you know, this is, you know, Tasteless and Scarlett. Tasteless is someone that, you know, has played this game for, what, 24 or something years?
Yeah.
He's, you know, still stuck at B rank.
Oh, God. Doesn't be about the bush.
Sorry, Dave. I'm sorry. I started saying the joke and I kind of just had to roll it. So I apologize. I am terrible at this game.
All
by
right,
the
so
way.
we can already
I have no
see
leg to stand on.
Yeah, both players.
We've got a bit of different choice from both players. Tasteless is going for a 2-gate Zealot opening, which Scarlett said she was afraid of. She's going for a 1-gate gas. This is probably going to be quick Dragoons, a second maybe gateway. Well, we'll see what the follow-up looks like. She's now scouted that Tasteless is going for those 2 gateways and quick Zealots, so we'll see what the response is.
Is this the kind of situation that if you're Scarlett, you're going to really have to try to scramble for the defense here? How does this really ramp up, the 2-gate Zealot versus the fast Cybernetics core?
Tasteless will have an opening here. He definitely can do some damage, but I think Scarlett will stabilize because just based on her control and micro, you know. Because this Zealot is not heading straight towards Scarlett's base, right? So she's going to have some time to get those Dragoons ready. And yeah, once they're out, you know, it's just a matter of micro.
Well, first Zealot is out here for Tasteless, just for now, shooing away that probe, but it seems like the time is nigh to begin the attack. Zealot moving across the map. Tasteless a little bit unlucky with the scouting, confirming Sasha's position at the very last moment, and that ramp, it seems like, is blocked. Looking at the mini-map, yep, that Zealot position there for Scarlett, blocking the ramp. Not letting the probe in, but 3 Zealots on the way across the map here for Tasteless, which is now taking his gas, planting down that Cybernetics core. And he's going to have a unit's advantage for a little bit here, right?
Yeah, that's going to be 3 Zealots against a Zealot and a Dragoon. But I wouldn't be panicking too much if I was Scarlett. Well, doesn't want to be taking damage on that, but still not the end of the world. Might need to pull a probe or 2 to block the ramp behind the Zealot, maybe. I mean, Zealots do kill probes very quickly, but yeah, needs to get that Dragoon up the ramp because, well, naturally with this Brood War, you can miss shots when you're firing up the ramp. Good control from Scarlett so far, pulling the Zealot back, not losing anything just yet. Oh, Tasteless clicking on that pylon, so losing a little bit of damage from those Zealots. They are quite bruised, but he has found 1-2 probes of damage, I think, so far. So this isn't the end of the world for Scarlett, but she is taking damage that she probably could have avoided.
Yeah, a good number of probes went down there, maybe 4, maybe 5. It was one of those Zealots who had 2 kills, and Tasteless, is he happy with that? Was he expecting to get more done? Because he did cut it 3 Zealots. He's now transitioning into Dragoons. You can see the Cybernetics core doing its little whirly dance there at the top. Researching Dragoon range, I'm assuming.
That would be incredible if he was going for +1 air or attack or armor right now. I'll say that much. But
well, Scarlett is on 1 gate against 2-gate Dragoon, right? So naturally, as time progresses, as the game progresses, Tasteless is going to have more Dragoons than Scarlett.
And Tasteless also has the top of this ramp to work with. As you said, mischance is a factor here in StarCraft Brood War, with Sasha now moving across the map with 3 Dragoons.
And a Zealot.
And a Zealot.
Trailing behind.
The Zealot's going to make it really difficult for
There's
Tasteless here, but he is starting to get some more goons.
So yeah, he's going to be perfectly fine here with 2 gateways against just 1 gateway worth of production.
Yeah, in fact, the Zealot going home, so it seems like Sasha is going to just be content with trying to set up a soft contain here outside Tasteless expansion.
Okay, so we're going to be seeing another gateway and I think a robo from Scarlett, which is a fairly standard follow-up. Although knowing that Tasteless went for a 2-gate, I think Scarlett could have just gone for a 3-gate follow-up because she knows that DTs are not really on the cards for the time being, or at least shouldn't be.
Yeah, that gas was quite late.
Yeah, so I think she might get overrun here just by the sheer number.
That looked a little strange. That's what we're talking about when we say that Dragoons are just the worst thing in the world to control. Like,
no, that's what happens when you play on a membrane keyboard.
That as well as probably
comes
also
for free with your printer.
That's actually what's really happening here. I think you're right.
I'm looking
forward. One of them is stuck as well. He didn't realize it yet.
I'm looking forward to microing these units in Nintendo 64.
Oh, trust me, you're not looking forward to it.
Oh man, look at this APM from Tate. Look how fast he's moving that mouse.
Look at those gamer hands.
Oh, she's actually trying to go into Reavers. Well, if a Reaver does pop out, then she is going to be safe. And to be honest, I mean, it's 4 Dragoons against 4 Dragoons. She has the high ground, so shouldn't be panicking too much.
Look at this cheeky little Dragoon coming in here.
Oh, that's annoying.
Oh.
Missed shots. There we go.
Dancing back and forth a little bit. Got to come all the way to the main base. We'll get a scout. Scarlett checking up on Tasteless' build for now. Knows that there's no follow-up expansion just yet. And Medium Nick, can we get a shot of Tasteless's base and get an idea of what's going on here? Okay, so two-gate Robo, Protoss Observatory on its way as well.
Yeah, this also makes sense for Tasteless because he hasn't scouted Scarlett's main, so he doesn't know if it's DTs. He doesn't know anything, to be perfectly honest. And
yeah, first Reaver is out.
Yeah, is she just going to try and crawl across the map with her?
That would be funny. Probably just going to secure the natural expansion, right?
Could be.
She might just walk across, honestly. Like, it's
No,
entirely
no,
possible.
no, it would take days.
You're not wrong, but you said this matchup is totally random, so...
No, it's not that it's random. It's just so difficult to read that, as I said, there's only like 2 players who consistently manage to pull off results.
By the way, guys, thank you so much for the support coming from Twitch. Burning LL with 4 items purchased from the store says, supporting RTS and its community, sending the heart emoji. Hearts back to you, man. We appreciate it so much. NYEPT as well with 2 items. JZIRIY, $20, and Anonymous with $10 donations. Thinking, guys, we are so close, just $200 away from unlocking Tasteless LAN Party 3 next year. And if one viewer donates $5,000, we will be able to give Tasteless a very bad haircut. So
yeah, once we get that 5K goal, let's vote in chat. Let's pick the one person that's going to be the guy that is sending 5,000 to get Tasteless's mohawk going here as our 10K stretch goal.
All right, well, Scarlett pushing across the map, but Tasteless taking this high ground position outside of his natural expansion. Actually feeling confident enough to move out, and he does have the higher Dragoon count by the looks of things. Stutter stepping now. We'll be able to take down 1 Dragoon from Scarlett. If Scarlett in full retreat here. 2 Reavers, though, dropping out of the shuttle.
Uh-oh.
Shots coming in. One Disruptor God.
Uh-oh. Wrong game, State.
1 Dragoon going down. The D-named Protoss unit.
I feel like Tasteless is just going to try and flood Scarlett with Dragoons because he's going up to 5 gateways.
It does seem that way.
It's going to be... Oh, needs to watch out for the shuttle if it goes down. Oh, well, that's the end of this push.
Nice pick off by Tassels over here.
They can crawl, right?
Yeah, but no.
Look at them go.
They're so close. They're 1 screen away. They're going to crawl.
They're too slow.
Here they come. They're going to crawl. Man, they move so funny. How many thousands of years of like Protoss developed their technology? This is the best they've come up with Reavers. This little like mouth hand thing crawling along the ground. All right. Well, looks like Tasteless is going to be trying to set up over here. Does not want to get contained in his natural base.
Yeah, oh my! That's a man's arc right there. Look at that! Look at that gnarly Protoss gamer arc. Oof. Wow.
Forge coming in. I'm surprised we haven't seen any Reavers at all from Tasteless. Even now, no robotic span underway, just a Forge, 5 gateways.
I mean, it's 5 gateways. 5 gateway Dragoon against 2 gateway plus slowly Reavers because the shuttle went down. I think he had like 1 observer, right? Maybe if he confirmed like the position of Scarlett, the positioning of her units, he could try and break this. Well, now a shuttle has come back in to help micro these Reavers.
That's a good observer snipe as well, because that's going to let Tasteless actually keep his observer up on the high ground. It's going to make it really easy to counteract any of that.
What is this tiger thing doing over there? It's just like trapped in this cage.
Yeah, that's one of the funny things about this map. That little doodad, or the Easter egg, I guess.
All right, 2 Reavers landed in the main, but probes have already been pulled to the natural expansion. Oh my god, the shuttle might get caught again. Tasteless is pouncing on this. First volley goes off. That shuttle is going to go down. Both of these Reavers will fall. Tasteless with a nice catch there. Doesn't lose any probes to the drop. Even picks off some Dragoons over here at the front of the base. And I mean, Scarlett, she's been relying a lot on having these Reavers to kind of secure the front, and now losing them in that shuttle, it's going to be a huge loss for her.
Yeah, because, well, as we said, Tasteless on 5 gateways, and Scarlett is instead going to be relying on that Reaver tech. So right now, there's 3 gateways worth of Dragoon production in terms of discrepancy here. Or discrepancy in terms of production between these 2 players. I feel like Tasteless is being a little bit too timid. Like, he could probably pounce on this meager army from Scarlett.
I mean, yeah, that's not a lot of Dragoons, right? I thought he was about to do that, like, because he can see that there's actually just less Dragoons here. Did that observer from Tasteless eventually, like, get picked off again or something, or is it just randomly somewhere else?
I don't know where it is.
Can you click on Scarlett's name in the top right? We can see where the observers from
Maybe it died.
From Tasteless
oh, it's over here. Okay.
one here. And
I was kind of curious about that, but it looks like Scarlett kind of realizing it beforehand is now kind of just retreating. Doesn't want to risk losing all those units, having them getting jumped on or anything.
4 more gateways now coming down for Scarlett, going up to 8 gateways. Tasteless looks like, based on the mini-map, might be setting up for third base over here at the 9 o'clock position. Citadel of Adune down as well.
So you know what that thing does?
Yeah, are you impressed? I actually felt really smart when I used the full name. That's the name, right?
Yeah. Do you know what it does? Like, what do we do?
You get Zealot Links.
Nice.
Does it do anything else? It's like a Twilight Council. You can make that Templar archetype. See, I know something.
Nice.
Played a little bit of StarCraft.
Look at you, Brood War gamer over here.
Well, I play Protoss and I make gateways, so that's like one of the buildings I would make. Tasteless fighting his heart out here in this best-of-1 show match.
Yeah, Tasteless being very timid here with his army. I'm surprised he's not trying to move up towards the ramp at the third with a mineral only. Try and take control of that, because it's a good launching pad if Scarlett were to attack Tasteless. So securing that ramp would definitely pay off.
Yeah, he seems like he got like a decent advantage after killing that Reaver drop and just like, you know, defending whatever Dragoon were trying to attack into the nap. But then he never really seemed to capitalize on that in any way. He's not really taking space on the map. He's not really spreading anything out. Like, you can see Scarlett's got a couple units at least spread around, so she kind of knows where everything is. I mean, her third base is even quicker, I think, right? Than Tasteless, yeah, by a good amount, actually. So, yeah, Tasteless seems like, yeah, he's just not quite sure if he wants to maybe go out a little bit. He's just trying to be as safe as possible, I guess.
Yeah, Tasteless just content to macro up, but Scarlett, with that faster third base, has already taken the supply lead, as we're being told by our producers to. All right, Tasteless is moving out on the map. The middle of the map right now, Dragoons and Zealots advancing. And we'll see how this one goes. I don't think there's
Templar.
a way. Oh, there's Templar. Do we have Psystorm out here for Tasteless?
Yeah, he's gonna go Storm. Storm is like actually good in PvP in this matchup, unlike StarCraft 2, which is kind of funny.
It does like more damage, right?
Yeah,
it's like a more powerful ability.
It's so good.
All right, well, Tasteless seems like he wants to take down that third base there from Scarlett, as his third base, again, very late, still not populated with probes just yet.
I don't think going up this ramp is the right call here for Tasteless.
That was the pylon, I think.
Okay,
yeah. Scary for a second.
One Zealot kills a whole Nexus. It's like, hello?
All right. Well, Scarlett waiting here at the third.
Storm Drop coming into the natural. It's going to pick off, looks like 4 or 5 probes.
Oh, nice.
4 kills on that Templar, and Scarlett also transitioning into Storm as this handful of Zealots are going to be moving all the way to the 9 o'clock position to try and take these out, but Tasteless just continuing to play 2 bases here, going to be going as Scarlett's looking to go for 4. Tasteless really wants to shut this down. His unit's kind of bottlenecked over there on the top side of that ramp.
Yeah, I feel like Scarlett could just give this base up because she is counter-attacking at the 9 o'clock, and she does have that mineral-only third. So now, like, her units are going to be stuck at the 3 o'clock, like some of them are, right? And now Tasteless is instead rotating towards the mineral only. We do have this counter-attack at the 9 o'clock. And a good storm on Tasteless' army here.
We can cast the game through Tasteless' monitor right now as we've switched over here right as the action starts.
See the game through Tasteless' eyes.
We can now, see that the Scarlett's base is actually getting pretty ransacked over here. The storms actually didn't really hit too much, I think, but Tasteless is going to start getting flanked. Storm going off on top of all of those Dragoons as well.
Yeah, both players just trading storms here as Tasteless taking a ton of damage there in the Dragoons, but also storming the units on the low ground.
But the 9 o'clock. The 9 o'clock went down.
But that's also where a lot of Scarlett's army supply is. So the army, the supplies are actually swinging now over to Tasteless' favor because all of his army is right over here, whereas a lot of Scarlett's is over back at that third base. And now even the reinforcements of Tasteless are going to be able to come in and help continue put this push. And he might actually be breaking it here.
Yeah, both players now only on 2 mining bases. Neither the Nexuses that are up are populated by any probes. Not a lot of income coming in for either of these players as they're neck and neck at 90 supply. But
Nexus is so close.
It's so low! 53 HP, just a couple more hits will take it down.
Here's the reinforcements. Tasteless storms out Scarlett's units, gets them out of there.
Kill that Nexus!
Flick it.
Kill the Nexus!
Stop attacking the pylon!
Kill the Nexus! Kill the Nexus!
Tasteless, what are we doing here? Come on.
I want to pull out my hair.
Tasteless, we just had like a whole army sitting next to that thing with like literally 2 hit points left. Like what?
Oh my god.
Look at that APM. Look. We did not have any APM during that fight, that's for sure. We could not click on that.
Production team just on the money right here at Core Studios. That Nexus barely surviving with 53 HP, but
Jesus.
Man, this is a very close game. I mean, Tasteless, he's retaking the base at the 9 o'clock position. He is populating the triangle third. So full third base mining for him. And look at this. I love this attack coming in the third base. Going to deny mining, get a lot more probes over here. And man, they're going blow for blow. This is a hotly contested match.
Yeah, Tasteless is slightly ahead in terms of supply, but this Nexus,
this
pyramid
next
is definitely going down.
No!
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Holy.
The three of
Don't
us just
tease us like that.
jumped in unison.
Wow. I was about to lose my mind.
We've been traumatized.
I was... My life flashed before my eyes right there. It was like, are we really going to just let 2 Nexuses live with literally a smidge of health?
Oh, we have a DT. We have a DT. An invisible man has just made his way into the main base of Scarlett. But I think there's a cannon in the main mineral line, so it should be. Oh, there's actually no minerals there. So oh, never mind.
Well, killing the gas is actually kind of important, right? But
Yeah, I got one gas probe.
Only got one
Yeah,
probe.
sure.
though. This is
More
so
invisible
even. This
men.
is actually I was not expecting it to be this even of a match, to be honest with you.
92 to 98 supply.
Yeah, me too. I thought Tasteless would get bodied.
I thought Tasteless was just gonna nerd smash everything.
Oh, really?
Tasteless has been training for this moment his entire life.
24
Diggy.
years!
24 years of practice.
Scarlett doesn't even play this game professionally.
What a match, though. Tasteless is going to get...
He is pulling ahead in terms of supply.
He is. His economy's been better for the past couple of minutes. I mean, Scarlett only on 3 bases right now. Tasteless pulling 10 supply ahead and looking to get his revenge from the previous Tasteless versus Scarlett show match that we had, I think, about a year ago.
We're going to see a Dark Archon.
Oh
Are we going to
God.
see any Maelstrom cast this game?
I don't even know what this unit does, but it looks so cool!
Nice storm draw. Okay, never mind. I didn't get it that much. Sorry.
A little bit jumped the gun on that
Sorry.
one.
I mean, I see storm drop. It's like you don't see that in StarCraft 2. I'm
What
just
a
like, oh my
cool
god.
Archon. Why don't we have this unit in StarCraft 2? What does this do?
It has a Maelstrom ability which basically locks down units in place. It's like a mass lockdown, right? They can't do anything.
It's like fungal, but no damage.
And it also has mind control.
So it's an infestor.
It's
Pretty
essentially
much.
an infestor, yeah. It's,
Pretty much.
It's a
We
Protoss
do have
It's a
this
Wings of
argument.
Liberty
Yeah.
infestor.
Wings of Liberty. So it can send infested Terrans on the map?
No.
Oh, no.
No, not
Okay,
quite.
never mind then.
Oh, he just stormed the Scarlet's prism to kill it. That was kind of cool.
It's a game
You mean a
removed.
shuttle?
Yes,
I
that's
suppose,
yeah,
yeah, you
shuttle.
can't-
You're right.
yeah,
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 it's not a
yeah.
prism.
Gemini, please hand in your casting badge.
Sorry.
Scarlett does have +2.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
What does
nice.
it say?
+1.
That's good timing.
Upgrade advantage now for Sasha as she retakes the 3 o'clock position. More Zealots moving across the map. Do we have any defenses at the 9 o'clock base here for Tasteless? Yeah, 4 cannons.
Nice.
Pretty good. But that's a lot of Zealots.
Yeah,
Zealots
it is a
are
lot
very
of Zealots.
scary.
But look at the supplies right now. 140 for Tasteless to the 107 from Scarlett. We'll see what damage he's able to find here. Immediately pouncing on these cannons. One of them goes down. Probe's going to try and block it. Oh, man, look at this body block. Shutting down the Zealots. They're not able to connect with that cannon in the mineral line as reinforcements stream in. And this attack will be artfully defended here by Tasteless. Still 40 supply ahead.
Where's this army from Scarlet right now? Is that it? Is that everything?
She does have a lot of storm. Like, look at how much energy is banked. All these High Templar, there's like 4 or 5 of them.
Oh, wow, that's 6.
That's more of them.
Holy.
That's even 7.
Oh, those are Archons. They're getting more from Archons. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What's our? Tails' army doesn't even look that big right there, right? Like, where's the rest
What are
of
these
his army?
players doing?
Oh, okay, there it is.
Yeah, oh wow, that's
Nice.
a lot of units.
All right, Tasteless, let's gather everything up. I think we need to do a ye old push across the map soon.
How many Templar does Tasteless have on the map? I see 1,
Might be
2.
waiting for us too.
5.
Oh, that's a good number.
It's pretty good. Where is that Dark Archon going?
Look at that supplies, 50
in the middle.
supply ahead. Is his economy really that much better?
Where's
Or is
the
he
Dark
just the
Archon?
better gamer?
I think it's just the elite gamer skills coming through from Tasteless. It's coursing through his veins right now. He can feel it. He's in the mood. He's over there wiggling and jiggling. He's sitting there with his completely horizontal Dell keyboard. It's like, this is what I needed to unlock my true skill. I needed this
full
crappy keyboard.
Tasteless
to
going
beat
to have a
Scarlett.
revelation
Full
today.
I needed to really get going deep into my Protoss roots. Like, not actually a real gamer, just
Fifth Nexus going down for Tasteless. He's taking yet another expansion here in the top left corner base, and now maneuvering a little bit here in the middle of the map. Tasteless, he's been timid up until this point. Scarlett with her Observer going to get some scouting, and that's a nice storm. A ton of damage coming in. Shields just melting. Yeah, even almost one-shotting one of these Zealots. You weren't kidding. These Brood War storms are intense.
+3.
Oof. What is Tasteless still only on +1?
+2 now? Yeah,
he's out 2-1. Okay.
That's not too bad.
I mean, he's got to start going soon, right? Because that upgrade lead is probably going to start making a pretty big difference very soon. And he's
an invisible man!
He's going to start to lose his army supply lead if he can't get good trades here.
Yeah, the gap is already narrowed by about 20 supply. Tasteless now going to try and raid this base over here. The 3 o'clock Zealots coming in, but there are cannons. Oh, he's going straight for the Nexus.
Clicking on it. Oh my God. Base gamer over here.
This is all around the play, man. I don't think anyone's going down fast enough as Scarlett with her reinforcements will be able to defend. 345 HP, 300, and the top left. Scarlett fighting back there with the invisible man.
Virgin Zealots trying to click a Nexus with a bunch of things. Chad, 1 DT kills a Nexus by itself.
Well, that kind of backfired.
That's a lot of damage. How much damage does a Brood War Dart Templar do?
A lot. Isn't it like 50 damage? Or 40 or something like that? It's actually crazy.
49 damage!
Plus 9 with the +3. Jesus.
49 damage.
Yeah, DTs are nuts in this game.
Do we have High Templar in that shell? It's looking like it.
I think we might. Shuttle coming into the 3 o'clock base. Oh, there's so many probes here.
It's
one Zealot, please, no more Zealots. Okay, Storm! Probes coming in!
Oh my God.
That was a ton down. How many kills did that Templar have?
11 or 12.
Whoa.
Pretty good.
He's going for
Look
the
at that
top
APM!
Right there. APM! His wrists are breaking under the strain of this Dell keyboard. The ergonomics are not there, but he's fighting through it, fighting through the pain. He wants to win.
It looks so uncomfortable.
The
honestly.
Tasteless versus Scarlett Showmatch. And it's just like 2 baboons fighting all these Zealots.
2 baboons. What is that? Like this game?
Zealots being thrown all over the map.
No one wants to attack with their whole army. It's just literally just Zealot counterattacks everywhere.
Just balls of Zealots.
The supply is pretty even now.
Yeah, Scarlett with a bit of a bank though hasn't yet macroed up with those gateways back at home. It's a Logitech keyboard. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Production informing us that it's not a
you.
Dell.
We really needed to know that.
K210.
God forbid we offend Dell.
A K210 membrane Logitech keyboard for all you. Josh is over here pushing his glasses up real high onto the brim of his nose over right now.
Well, man, we've had this awkward situation where both players have been on 4 bases for a long time. They keep trying to take this 5th base, and it keeps getting shut down by Dart Templars, by Zealots moving across the map.
Look at the APM.
This APM.
The keys are on fire.
You, too, can play like this for probably $15 on Amazon Prime or something.
Go to Daiso.
All right, well, another Zealot run by coming in over here at the 9 o'clock base, and there aren't too many cannons this time. Tasteless never rebuilt that defense.
And there's an invisible man there.
There is.
Is that
in the mix?
Invisible Man?
Yeah. No. I think that's Scarlett. That's the Chad.
Oh, okay.
That's the Chad that canceled.
Yeah, that's the Chad that canceled the Nexus by itself, right?
Commander.
I mean, Tasteless, again, like I said, he's starting to kind of fall behind in supply a little bit now. It's kind of hard to trade when you're so far behind in the upgrades at this point. Did Tasteless ever get to +3 yet? Is he there? Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
3-1.
He kind of missed his mark, like with the supply lead that he had throughout the game.
Right. Yeah.
Then he sent like 20 supply worth of Zealots to that 3 o'clock, clicked on the Nexus, lost all of them.
And that's when DT welcomes like slash it all in one blow.
Well, Scarlett seems to be learning her lesson. Corner expansions are not going up in this game, but maybe this northern base will go uncontested. Even cannons warping in already, so Sasha really wants to get that 5th base up as both these gamers fighting for their life here. Another storm drop coming in. Once again, so many probes going down. That Templar with 4 kills.
Oh my God.
These storm drops have been pretty good for Tasteless. He's gotten, what, maybe 20, 30 probes overall?
Wish we had a tab to show that. Too bad this game
technology.
Too bad this game is like as old as like me. Jeez.
Dragoons and Archons assembling over here outside of the third base of Scarlett. Supply is neck and neck at 158 to 155. Both players 8 p.m. also neck and neck, 220 to 215. I mean, this game, so close.
Is it just going to continue to just be this, by the way? It's just continually Zealot, Dragoon, Storm?
I love these attacks.
Does it ever go any higher than this? I literally, I know that this is like how mid-game PvP looks, but I've actually never seen like mega late-game PvP.
You've never seen this happen in ASL? I mean, there's a reason for it, but...
yeah. Wait, so is there like a mega late-game PvP that happens that's different than this, or...?
No, well, they massive Archons as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's just continually ground. There's never going to be like a random carrier.
Oh, no.
Oh, look at that storm.
That was pretty good.
How much range does that thing have? That's broken.
Switches, you tanks, man. You get shot by one of those things, it's like in their base, and you're just like, what the heck? Oh, an Arbiter.
Arbiter!
Ooh,
They're all invisible men. Every single one. You can put another DT under that, becomes double invisible. You need 2 observers to detect
Two
it.
observers, yeah, that's how that works.
What if it becomes visible, actually?
That'd be so
No, you got 2 of them.
That would be...
It's double cloak, man. You need 2 observers to see it.
Does it stack like armor, or does it kind of cancel
Stack
out?
like armor.
I don't know, man.
Imagine if cloak stack. You just have 5 arbiters. You have a whole army of arbiters. They need like 20 observers to see any of your units.
The meta
Like
becomes
what?
like having like 5 units, like 20 arbiters.
You literally just have like 30 arbiters and 3 units. But
The best 2v2 players in the world is like a really good Terran player and some guy that only makes arbiters. Could never get on the siege tanks.
Oh,
Hey, look at this arm action. Look how fast he's moving. That is true APM.
Oh, great
the battle
storms here for
commencing over here in the
Tasteless.
middle. Oh, we blink and Tasteless drops to 141 supply. Scarlett up at 192.
What happened there? Where's Tasteless' army? The Arbiter flying forward. He's going to get sniped by the Dragoons by the looks of it. Good stomps for Scarlett, raining down on Tasteless' Dragoons. And it looks like Scarlett is pulling ahead in terms of supply, but the Archons are still standing strong at the front of the army. Great storms on Tasteless' army.
That storm was huge
Oh
as
my
Tasteless
God.
continues to breach forward. But man, the Dragoons all following the storm there. So many going down. It seems like there was another storm drop at the 12 o'clock base, as there's only 3 probes there mining now. And man, Scarlett with the defense there, immaculate. It seemed like for a moment the tide might be swinging in Tasteless' favor, but those storms from Sasha were absolutely huge.
Can we take a look at those 3 Archons in stasis? Oh, sorry. Never mind. I thought Tasteless accidentally stasis his own Archons. Got the colors mixed up.
Looks like Tasteless wants to defend these Archons.
We're move commanding.
Oh,
no! Oh, what a terrible way to lose the game. It's like the
Sorry,
most
he has to score the
anticlimactic
base.
thing ever. It's like, oh, I'm just slowly dying because I'm incompetent.
Nexus getting set up at the top right base, but it feels like it might be too little too late here for Tasteless, as Scarlett now doubling him in supply. Tasteless, he needs time right now, and you can see him trying to move out a little bit on the map with these Zealots, try and see if he can find some passageway to get through. What just happened?
Just screams like, no!
Oh, I think he's about to type out.
GG, well played, is called, and Scarlett will win the Tasteless versus Scarlett show match. What a thrilling finish.
That was a good game. That was actually a good game. Wow. It's gonna be so sad when Tasteless realizes how far ahead he was in that mid game. He was up like 40 supply. Could have just walked across the map at some point.
Yeah, after he killed those 2 Reavers at his main base with a shuttle, I really thought that was his opportunity to move forward. But
Yeah. Unlucky.
yeah, can we?
Are we doing interviews or something, or?
I want a loser interview.
We're doing a loser interview right now. Loser interview.
Sasha, can you come up here too?
Are we?
How do we do this?
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, we don't need a translator. You can sit down. I think.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
What about
let's have
Scarlett?
Scarlett come in. Yeah, let's give
Scarlett in
Scarlett a
here.
headset.
You can take that mic.
Yeah. Wow, what a game.
Oh my God!
What a game, man! How does it feel?
That was
I
a
thought it was gonna like
slugfest.
be an 8-minute game or something, and it was
Yeah.
like crazy, man.
30 minutes back and forth. You guys were
Was
neck
that a
and
half
neck.
hour?
Yeah, that was half an hour.
Jeez.
Yeah, 30
You guys,
That was fun.
You
That was
guys were
good.
neck and neck in supply for what felt like the majority of that game. It felt so close.
I think I messed up I think I was not having my worker's mind.
Oh, really?
Like a couple times, yeah, when I would transfer him back.
Yeah.
Or I thought I transferred him back, and I came back, and they weren't moving, but...
That might have happened
That was-
because it felt like economically, you didn't take too much damage. You got a lot of damage in with your own storm drops. You
Right.
killed like maybe up to 30 probes with all the storm drops over the course of that game. But yeah, there did seem like this point where Scarlett just kept pulling ahead in supply, and I couldn't understand why. You weren't fighting on the map. The trade seemed
Yeah,
good for you with
I
the
noticed in
drops.
my what would the base be, 9 o'clock, I guess? It wasn't mine, and I'm like, no! But yeah, I thought once I got you to go back up your ramp, I thought, okay, I'm going to win this.
You mean at the start of the game?
Yeah. I do a 6-goon push.
You had a pretty good lead at one point, actually. You were up
I
like
think
40
so,
supply.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments.
Yeah. You were like, you could have just walked across the map and won.
I don't know if I could have pushed up onto the high ground. She was outside my high ground.
Yeah.
And I find Dragoons.
She had like 9 Dragoons.
Yeah,
though.
you
like
had
4 or
way
5
more at that point. Like you like started to go up a little bit, but then you ran away.
I just like run out of
You-
this building.
you-
So
you
bad
actually
right
had
now.
you killed the 2 Reavers and like
It was 5 gate goon against 2 gate goon, and you had just sniped the Shadow and the Reavers.
You had so
I guess
much
I
more.
felt like she was going to have more than she did. I don't know
It's
if you guys-
scary. I
Yeah,
know the
yeah.
feeling
I'm
you
like,
get
oh
into.
my god.
Where you're
But,
just like, it can't be this easy, where you get a win like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
killing the Reavers, and you kind of.
No, I probably should have just tried to push it and come across, but
Yeah.
I also lose a decent amount of games being like, okay, I've got this, and then I attack, and I'm like, okay.
Double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Scarlett,
good game. That was really fun.
That was a
It
fun
was
game.
fun.
Yeah.
how's it feel to knock down the king gamer himself?
Honestly, I was pretty scared most of that game. I thought I was dead. Just
So close to
hiding
getting,
on
I
my
think.
high ground.
Yeah, that was. I thought if I got that Nexus at 3 o'clock with the Zealots, I was
Yeah.
like, okay, I got it. If
My-
I just kill that Nexus when the cannons were firing at the Zealots.
Oh, that's when we were.
Oh,
that
that's
was such
what
a
we were
funny
leaving our
moment
minds
because like
about.
you literally just walked in with those zealots, clicked on the Nexus, it did like barely half damage, and then we pan over to the left, and there's one DT that kills a Nexus by itself.
Oh, I know. I saw that happen. I'm like, DTs. I'm like, those are good units.
Also,
like,
when you push into the third base, you left the Nexus at 50 HP.
53.
For
Yeah.
like 30
53
seconds. Your
HP.
army was on top of
so
it.
there was like this period. You mean the one, the mineral only?
Yeah, the, like
See, I
the
didn't see
triangle
that.
third
I went
base.
back to macro.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I thought I was gonna just win the fight and kill the Nexus, but it was that low.
It was
Yeah,
at
you
it was
had,
at
you had
50
like 5
HP.
Dragoons next to it. For the longest time, it was
This
at
is-
54 HP.
I'm so salty right now. I feel like let's just go over everything that's wrong with you. It's like it tasteless. Here's the other thing: your nose is too big, and I'm like, Jesus, guys, like, is it true you failed chemistry in high school? I'm like, man. Good game, Scarlett. That was fun. Let's do another one for the next LAN.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. It was a lot of fun to cast.
That
was great.
Oh man, this is so fun to do. We should go to the N64 thing.
Yeah.
I think it's time for that, guys. Should we close it out and then just get the
Take a break.
N64 set up? Take
Yeah,
a quick
maybe
break?
a quick little break, and then we'll get the N64 set up and ready to go, and we'll have our little 4-person tournament.
All
All right,
right.
let's do it. We'll be right back, guys. And we are back, and we are finally at, I think what everybody agrees is the highlight of the Tasteless LAN party, the N64. Look at that box, by the way. What an iconic box. How old were you guys when N64 came out?
When did it come out?
Was I alive?
You're not that young.
How old is N64? Can somebody look this up on their phone?
I don't actually know
Oh.
how old it is.
I'm like, how old were you when the Great Depression occurred?
Check this out. Nintendo 64.
1996.
I was
96?
95, so I'm not far off there.
Oh, my God.
You're a baby.
I'm 27.
You are a little baby.
I'm 27 years old.
This was like when it came out, like that kind of like we made it, guys moment where it's like we can have 3D games like this. This is crazy. But StarCraft 1 on it. I still to this day can't believe that Blizzard actually ported this game on there.
One of their best decisions of all time.
One of their best decisions of all time. So I think we can probably actually move the box off so
Yeah.
Gemini can see.
Can I try this?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, one of these controllers is better than the other. I don't know who got the luck of the draw.
What about this one?
This one is the worst by far.
That's the
Why?
worst one.
We don't even use that.
You can't box with this one.
Yeah.
The A button
Really?
doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, we had to get an extra one. We were testing it out beforehand.
Are you deciding which one's better?
Well, this one, the mouse is constantly moving to the right.
What? When did that happen?
It's
Oh, no,
Wait,
we need to
drifting?
reset the console and keep the D-pad in the center.
Okay.
It's been so long since I've used
This?
an N64. Do I just press the reset button?
There's a power switch.
do I-
Well, either one's fine. Reset it, and it should, because if you, I think, start the console on and you're like holding up, then it thinks that like that's the center. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You have to just default it.
We should really, like, next LAN party, we should get like a trailer of me and like it's just me blowing in the cartridge, like it's.
That's so good.
By the way, guys, we made our goal.
We did.
Yeah,
$5,000.
5K and some change. Thank you guys for the support. We love you guys. We appreciate you. And yeah, Tasteless LAN Party 3.
It's going to happen.
Next year sometime. And I think this is going to be a show that's going to get better and better as, we kind of figure out more and more how we want to do it. Can we go? Yeah, let's see if the.
Should I just start it to test it to make sure it works?
Well, I mean, we can test it,
drift.
but ultimately, like, if it doesn't work, it's like, well.
You got to play with it anyway, man.
Yeah.
So am I player 1 then?
I assume so, yeah.
If you're plugged into player 1, you are.
PvP?
I play Protoss, so.
PvP, let's
We're
go.
playing on Bloodbath?
Yeah, you're player 1.
Know what to do.
Is there any way to change the game speed, or are we playing on slowest?
If we change the game speed, it actually, my producer explained this, but it messes up the
stream.
No. Like the game is optimized for the normal game speed.
Yeah.
If we make it faster, it actually doesn't improve anything.
Yeah, the game was optimized on N64 to be at the speed that's the default speed.
Is there computers?
Just,
or can we disable that?
sure you
yeah,
can turn
we
them
need to
off.
disable that. Well, we're going to be on Bloodbath.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so then go
Okay.
down.
Let's go down.
Computer
Scroll
program.
down. See if you can disable that. Oh, closed. Yeah.
Closed.
Bloodbath. What a map.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad map.
All the maps are pretty bad.
It's insane when you get back into like the original maps, and it's like the mineral patches are sort of like haphazardly placed, and
yeah, me and Gemini, we were testing the N64 during rehearsal a couple of days ago, and one of the maps that we played on, I was like looking for an expansion because I wanted to build a second base, and I scout the entire map. I was playing Zerg with a drone to build a hatchery. And I just find one Vespene geyser like all the way in like the corner with no minerals, and there's nothing else. Like there's no expansions, just a random Vespene geyser. Like what the hell is this?
No, it's so funny. Just to kind of look back. This is like a fun idea for a map, though. They just make it super small. You can't get a map smaller than 64 by 64. There's a couple of extra mineral bases, but I feel like we kind of picked this map and engineered it so that we had action-packed games.
Because it's N64.
N64, and it is actually quite hard to kill anybody off or finish each other off. And anyways, are we ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right, so this is the semifinals here. Gemini versus Scarlett.
Which one?
Let's go.
Oh my God, it's still drifting to the left. Oh Jesus.
Was it really?
Wait, I'm gonna unplug you and then plug you back in.
Unplug it. Wait, pause.
I don't know.
Tactical pause.
Technical pause.
Am I not supposed to do
Oh, now it's
anything
just
right
doing
now?
it slower.
Okay, so wait. Does it not work? Do we need to restart?
It's slowly moving to the right. I'm not doing anything right now.
Okay, let's restart
Unplug
after we
this
fix this.
again. Yeah, let me try to unplug this again. Okay.
Oh, that's because you had
See if you can keep the D-pad kind of positions just what would feel like exactly in the middle.
It's barely moving, man. You're gonna
Hold
you're
it
gonna
so it
complain
doesn't
about
move
this?
at all. And now try and reset
Now
it.
it's going down. I'm
You have your thumb on it.
You're moving.
I know because if I
You're
don't,
you're fighting it.
I'm trying to find. I have to push left for it to do anything.
Okay, reset it now. Reset it when it's not moving.
Quick.
Oh, you restarted it.
That's the reset button.
I
That's
mean,
what you told me to
I'm
do.
trying so hard
Unplug
not.
and plug it back in.
I'm trying so hard not to move my thumb. It's really difficult. It's like such a small threshold for this thing.
It's really difficult.
No, actually, it was like moving all over the place.
If that doesn't work, we can try the other controller, but
No, this one just like.
it's like set a new goal, guys. We'll buy a new vintage controller. It's like how much? It's like another $1,000. They're very hard to find. All right, let's
yeah,
go.
hopefully this works.
Yeah. Well, we could try the other controller too here, but
Yeah, the other one is.
I don't know if we could try
worse.
another slot or
We
whatever.
could try another slot.
Well, let's just see
wanna-
how this
Let's
is.
Accessing mission data.
Oh, okay.
But can
Still doing
try
it.
to can you still play the game somewhat like?
Yeah, I guess so. It's not going too fast anymore. I think it's okay. We can.
Yeah, I
we
think
can
it's
roll
okay.
it. We
It's
can roll
playable.
it.
We'll just make sure we give Ziggy this controller and then play.
Right.
I'm the top. I am the top.
Gemini on top, Scarlett on the bottom. Both players making
Where are they? Oh,
probes.
they're both at the top. I'm like trying to process this interface. Like it's
Oh,
so.
we can see the spawn locations. Nice.
Yeah, exactly. You map hack in this game. That's why Overlord scouting is actually you don't need to do it.
I was Overlord scouting Gemini during a horse run. I'm like, wait, this actually doesn't. This isn't
Yeah, I was
accomplishing
joking
anything.
about like it would be great if you could move your cursor onto their side of the screen and like click on their spot on the mini map, like move stuff there.
Wait, how do I deselect my nexus?
Oh, that's the fun part. Yeah, you have to do B to deselect things. Like that's the thing that I couldn't find out last time when we did this. And like your cursor disappears when you select something, so I just couldn't find my cursor and I didn't know why. And so I literally didn't do anything the whole game and I just died.
All right, well, both players macroing up. 8 probes now apiece. They both navigated the menus. Will they be able to place their first pylons?
We didn't have a PvP last time, did we? It was always somebody with Zerg.
Yeah, I played Zerg last in the rehearsal against Gemini.
You mean last Tasteless LAN party?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was always PvZ. Or TVZ. Ziggy played TVZ versus No Regret.
Oh, that's right.
Wait, did Ziggy play Terran or Zerg?
Terran. No Regret was always Zerg, then Solar was Zerg, Chop was Protoss.
Play Terran on N64. How would you siege a tank? Like,
Oh, it's crazy, but here's the thing: is like, how do you kill a bunker? Like, it's
Your pylon's ahead of mine.
Yeah, skill issue.
You must construct additional pylons.
Now I have to try to select a probe.
yeah, selecting things is kind of a battle in this game, even when like your controller works.
Yeah.
Properly.
so. There's one at probe lead right now for. I'm sorry, Gemini, you're on top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scarlett's on the bottom. Okay. Look at that go. Pretty soon, his zealots are going to be wave dashing into the base.
At 8 p.m. The Nintendo 64 controller is really a work of art. Like,
it's something, man. I mean, like when they designed this. And you ever see somebody pick up, like someone who really doesn't know this console, pick it up, and then they have one hand on the D-pad, one hand on the directional pad one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing on the joystick. It's an interesting design.
Yeah, I think the idea originally with the N64 one was they were going to have a whole bunch of buttons set so you could move the camera around for like Mario 64 and stuff like that. And you can do that, but I guess it was kind of before they had like AIs that could, not an AI, but I mean just like a game, you could design a game where it would know where to move the camera naturally so you wouldn't get stuck.
Yeah, I was thinking more like I mean, I was like 4 years old when this game came out. It was this console came out. It was my childhood, but I always thought that like maybe the original design was that like some games you would play with like 2 hands on both sides, and some games are better with like the joystick. But
I think that's partially true, actually.
It's so odd. Are either of you guys using screen hotkeys or control groups?
No, not really.
Calm down there, buddy. I'm just trying to build my stuff on time, man. My probe was just sitting there. I didn't realize. Okay, that's fine.
How do you tell your probe to a mine? Is it the B button?
I'm
or
just
the A?
pressing B, yeah.
Yeah, B works.
What about mining gas?
I don't know.
I
We haven't
gotten that far.
We haven't gotten that far.
It's uncharted territory.
What's
Still
that?
figuring this out.
Oh, shit. Oh, crap. How do I cancel something? I hope it's... Okay, I got it.
Watching Gemini try to build zealots out of 2 gateways and struggling
This
so
is
hard.
going to be pretty ugly because they're both 2 gating, right? So and then there's probably no way to effectively micro, zealots against each other.
There's no chance. One thing that you can't do either is you can't. At least I haven't found a way to like. You know how in StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2, you can double-click a unit on screen. It will just like select everything of that type that's on the screen. That doesn't exist in Nintendo 64. You have to like actually select individual units, or you have to box select. So like if you have like zealots in your mineral line and you try to separate them from your probes, it's like the most difficult thing in the world. You're like using this little thumbstick to pick each individual zealot.
So when I was announcing this, there's a guy on Twitter who's claiming to be the world champion or the greatest player in the world.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a stretch goal of like $10,000 where we fly him
Fly
out to
there.
Korea.
No, he said he'd fly out here. I can't remember his
Did
name.
he really?
Yeah, he said he'd fly out here. He was like really mad at me. And he's like, "You're ignoring me." And then I'm like, "How do you know that you're the best in the world?"
Yeah,
And he's
like,
like,
what
and he
the
was like,
hell?
"Oh, you're talking to me now." I'm so happy. But yeah, it would be interesting to see. someone who really like actually plays a lot.
Scarlett, you said you played on Nintendo 64 before, right?
No, I don't play console games like ever.
Major console game bash, there, right?
Shut down.
I mean, when I was young,
Xbox gamers literally shaking right now hearing this. Like,
who is losing probes right now? I cannot. What is happening?
Good lord, this is slow. So wait,
I don't know the color.
I don't even know who's who, even though I know that. Okay, wait. So Gemini is attacking Scarlett.
Yes. Gemini is the blue.
Oh shit. Oh no.
Wait, Gemini is killing stuff in Scarlett's base, but he's like resupply down. How is that possible?
Is he?
No, I think he's losing stuff.
I don't know where my zealots are.
Oh,
oh nice. We won the fight.
It's interesting that this game needs the memory pack, the expansion pack, and the N64 to make it run better.
Do we have the memory pack installed?
We can't play multiplayer without
really?
It. But it's funny to me because it doesn't run that well. But I mean, I look at like Ocarina of Time and these other games on there, and I'm like, that looks more advanced than this. But
yeah.
maybe I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about.
How do I select a control group anymore?
I can look it up on my phone if you want.
So the right bumper, you hold that one. So select the unit that you want to put in a control group. Yeah. After it's selected, right bumper, and then the kind of D-pad looking thing on the right side. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. But in this game, they use letters, so you'd be like control group S or something. But oh, I juked you! Yeah, bumper plus the yellow button to set the control group, and then you press the yellow button to recall the control group.
But do I have to deselect everything before I do that?
You have to select the units that you want in the control group to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, but like.
I also don't know if it works on buildings.
Oh.
Yeah, bumper, and then like maybe right. Yeah, group U set.
Did you select up to 18 units in the N64 game?
Only 18? I thought it was unlimited.
It's 18.
But I can't.
Which in StarCraft 1 is unlimited.
Yeah. Clicking exactly one probe is so hard.
Oh, you have a gas.
Yeah, you think I'm just like some ape that just only makes zealots? Jeez.
Yes, I did.
I remember when I first started playing like Protoss like online, I would like make 2 gates and rush every time.
You did that today against me too.
Now I'm just 24 years later.
I would just only make the zealots to come out, and then when I'd see these players that could like both hold that and get gas, I'm like, oh no, like this means we have to go past this point.
Is that a Cybernetic score going down, Gemini?
Yeah, boy.
We're going to the late game. We're going to the late game.
You must construct additional pylons.
Pylons.
41.
Now here's the other thing to keep in mind on this is that there's not a lot of good spots to expand. Right? It's basically 2 other starting locations.
Oh yeah, you're on
Bloodbath map.
Right.
Yeah, I mean there's also like sets of like I think 3 patches or something like that.
It's like scattered across the map.
It's just these bad. Yeah, it's just bad expansions that like you know. When you look at like professional maps, it's always like somewhere between 7, 8, or 9 patches where it's like okay, you can do something with this.
How do I attack me?
B is what? Yeah.
And then if you look at the right yellow button when you have unit selected is just move command.
Not gonna do that.
You wanna stutter step micro? You would go right
Not
button
gonna
B,
do that.
right button B. Micro some dragoons against
We're
zealots.
getting some units queued up over
Wait,
here.
my guys automatically went to gas.
Yeah, that happened to me too. And then like I played another game and it didn't happen, and it's just like so confusing. I don't know how it works.
Supply cap is 200 and 200. Yeah.
Interestingly, spawning pools only cost 150 minerals.
Yeah, this was the, I guess, being designed pre-patch.
It's so funny to hear you talk about like patches and StarCraft.
Oh, I know.
Like,
well, you forget until some people mention the price of that spawning pool, and you're like, oh.
Get out of here. Oh my god, look at my zealot lead. I'm so good. Got so many zealots.
Some zealies.
Some zealots, like Artosis would say.
Some zealots.
Zealots.
Sasha, you gonna be able to defend this?
It must be easy to only make zealots.
Oh. That's why I want to play Protoss in this, man. I mean, like, looking at N64, you just know you're not going to play Terran, right? God.
No, I think having to plant mines and siege up
plant
tanks
mines,
and
like move vultures around the map, siege your tanks.
Yeah, stim marines.
Oh.
You're like, all right, how long does Stim last, and how slow is this game?
Ziggy, are you gonna play Terran? Really? Man, if I
Wait, what am I
after saying this, if I lose
Oh,
you, it's gonna be so
dying.
embarrassing.
Oh.
They're getting annihilated.
It's getting intense here. Is Gemini gonna win this? Gemini
Yeah.
focusing so hard he might beat Scarlett at the Tasteless
My
Land Party.
crowning achievement of
His
life.
brain is growing right now. That cap is getting tighter around his head. He's like, oh, I've got it.
The battle happens so slowly.
Yeah.
No. Uh-oh.
Dragoons.
Dragoons.
Dragoons coming in as
I
well.
feel like the Dragoons got to be, they have to be worse than this,
terrible.
right?
Yeah,
Because you can micro them,
Where the hell
and
did
they
my
might
zealots
still
go?
be buggy.
They're dead.
The fuck did
You lost your zealots.
Oh, wait, go this way. No, stop attacking. How do I make them just?
It's the right one. Yeah. So you gotta stutter step. You gotta right and then.
Yeah, you got to go to another screen where you can't see anything, and then like attack, stop. Uh-oh.
Oh, this could be huge. Does Scarlett realize it's happening?
I like that it says not of minerals, and then it's 5 dots. You notice that?
What's 5 dots?
At the bottom
periods,
of the screen, not
yeah.
enough minerals.
It has that in StarCraft Brood War though too, doesn't it? Is it less dots?
I don't know. I mean, my eyes never like read it when I'm playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's possible. But 5 dots instead of 3. Think about that for a second.
It's disappointing.
Right? It's like embarrassed for you. It's like, are you insane?
You think you can do that?
Yeah.
You haven't earned the right.
Yeah. It's like minerals don't grow on trees. So I know that Gemini has a unit in Scarlet's base because you can see in there.
I think it's 1 zealot in the mineral line.
Yeah. Oh my God! Look at the zealot go.
He said he gonna stop it. It's been in there for like a full minute. How many probes
I'm not
did it
worried
kill?
about it, honestly.
Nothing matters. Why? You can click on a mineral patch and see how many minerals are left. You got like what? 800
Can I
each?
double click?
No.
No?
Oh, that's crazy.
It's part of the charm. Like, so if you have zealots in your mineral line, like I was saying earlier, you have to individually select them or like box the probes with them. It's not good. There might be a way of double clicking, but it's not like just pressing A twice. If there is a way, me and Gemini did not figure it out.
Yeah. Let's look at the minerals here. Both spending their money. Gas kind of piling up, but I mean, can you really blame them?
I can't afford a cannon. This is actually going pretty long, this game.
We're going into the late game.
Going to late game, man.
That's why we're playing these on
This is
best of
endgame.
ones, yeah.
Oh, that focus on the camera.
Yeah. Roasting Gemini, roasting production. It's just everybody's going down here. You call that a quality lens? Anyways.
No, I mean, me and Gemini focusing on the game is what I meant. But,
Okay, I think you meant the camera shot of you right now.
No,
So you guys can't even get us in focus? What's going on?
I need some pilots.
This is a consistent problem for you.
It is.
It's been recurring for the last couple months.
I've been supply
Wait, you were
blocked.
supply blocked on 41. Now you're like 5 minutes later supply blocked on like 49.
I'm just gonna make like
It's
6.
been minutes a pylon has not been made. Yeah, this is actually not a bad way to do it.
It takes too long to build a pylon.
Just shift queue them.
You can.
You shift queue them.
Wait, can you?
I don't
No,
think
you
so.
can't shift queue buildings in Brood War.
Dude, I want to double click.
Okay,
so
not
bad.
even a regular Brood War. You can't shift click.
Yeah. Well,
Or
not,
like
Not
not
for buildings. You
construction.
can't make like 10 cannons. You can go cannon, like like that.
Oh yeah, this I'm remembering now. It's weird how the building works too. Like it doesn't spend the money until the the unit goes to actually build it, right?
Exactly.
Is that why like when I watch Artosis stream sometimes nothing ever builds?
Yep. Well, then no, that's also because
Because Artosis will make his buildings and depots next to SCVs that are building stuff.
Is that a smart thing to do?
No, it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea to do it. He goes, my other depots are stopping my depots from making. But it is annoying because the SCV can just get in the way. But it's true for kind of anything.
Even while it's building something.
It's also because like you when you
the money doesn't go away until you actually build the building.
Yeah.
Whereas in StarCraft,
Yeah.
StarCraft 2.
What do you think is better? Is it better to have the money go
Spend
away
it immediately.
Immediately?
Yeah, I
Immediately.
think so. It's more intuitive.
I guess that makes sense.
It's like queuing.
And then if
imagine-
you're faster, you can move it to where it is. You can do it like on point, so you never burn through minerals, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
imagine queuing units in your gateway, and if you run out of money when like that unit comes in queue, it just cancels the queue. Like, it's
Yeah,
just,
that's
like,
true.
It'd be awkward.
It's time to expand, I think.
Uh-oh. Gamer moment. What's going on?
Are
here?
these,
Expand?
Gamer
are these the
Gamer.
3 Is this a 3 mineral?
Yes, it is.
How many mineral patches do you have in your main?
A lot.
Can we get a
Too many.
can we get a camera shot of this? It's
Oh
1,
my
2,
God.
3,
Scarlett's gonna mine
4.
out here.
Not enough minerals.
You have DTs.
Oh no!
Bye, Gemini.
Oh
Invisible
no!
Goodbye.
I can't believe it.
Even with split screen, he's
Invisible
caught off
man
guard.
on the split screen.
You're invisible on the split screen, but you
Now, the
can't
thing
actually
is-
kill him.
There should be no way that the DTs can get there and be stopped, but this is.
My Nexus didn't build. Where's the probe?
Scarlett's already won this with a DT, and she's still like, we gotta make sure we got.
I gotta expand.
She's an optimizer. Got to play perfect. All right, Zealots charging in now to Gemini's base.
Oh my
Taking
God! Look at this
position on
battery. I dare you to try to use that battery.
I'm gonna do it.
You thought the battery was bad at StarCraft 1. Try StarCraft 64.
I can't use it.
No, you did. The energy's depleted. Look at that, 52.
Oh, look at me go.
Wow.
Look at my Zealots
Look
going
at
up.
all the energy on the battery.
My Zealots have speed and they still look slow.
Where are the DTs? I don't see them.
Oh, I'm so upset.
Oh, they're attacking the battery.
Do you have detection?
Scarlett is
Gemini?
literally
No,
like
I
not
literally-
watching this fight right now. This
No.
is
There's a
crazy.
split screen. You can watch on the top. Where's my DT?
Dude, I can't even build a cannon because the probes are blocking me. No, it's a fucking extractor. No, I don't want that. Nice cannon.
It's looking bad, Gemini.
I'm done. I'm out.
23 supply.
GG.
GG gonna tap out.
I'm done.
Scarlett goes on to the finals. Ziggy versus State.
My return to
That's
competitive
right.
StarCraft on the Nintendo 64 platform.
That's right.
So, guys, what do you think went on in that game? Scarlett, you this is your first time playing Nintendo 64 StarCraft 1, right?
I played it once before and I did the same thing. Against Neve, I made Zealots and DTs. He tried to make Dragoons for some reason.
Yeah, I really, it's weird because, like, you know, you're just expecting, I'm just making Dragoons. That's the next evolution, right? You just keep going. And then,
Yeah.
like, I attack with them, and then it's like you can't micro them.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
wait,
yeah.
this is actually terrible. Zealots just shred this. I should have just been making only Zealots. Like,
It seems like you would definitely just want to go speed lot.
yeah,
GG.
and I realized I was, like, starting to get a Twilight or a Citadel to go legs, and I was going to do the same thing, but just I did it later, apparently.
Did you mean to make the battery? Was that intentional?
No, yeah, because she was attacking earlier when I didn't know if I would have enough. I just was like, oh, I have some minerals. Let me just go make that. And yeah, so that's it. I honestly thought I was gonna win when she attacked later, and like she only had 3 Zealots, and I had still had like 7. And then I walked across the map and attacked, and then they were just dead for some reason.
I saw like 6. I don't know where they went though. Like
Nobody knows anything.
I killed so many
Yeah.
Zealots when you came to attack, and there
Okay.
was like so many
Yeah,
left
yeah.
over for me. I was like, oh, cool. All right, I guess I
Oh,
just
yeah.
win. And then I walked across the map, went and macroed a little bit, and then I come back. I have like 1 Zealot left. I was
I
like,
don't know what happened either, honestly.
It's just confusing. I don't know.
Are we ready to bring over? Wait, where did Ziggy go?
Ziggy just like
Is he
went-
dodging?
He just like
He's right
went
there.
home.
He's hiding behind
look,
the pillar.
He emerged from that.
That was so funny. That looked so crazy.
Come on over, Ziggy. Let's get you
all
plugged
right.
in. Good game, guys. That was fun.
Am I on mic now?
Yeah, it's
Or
up
do
to
you wanna stay
I
on
mean,
mic?
whoever.
Okay, I will.
All right. Is there any more water? Are we out? Okay, well.
You'll find out. No, it drifts just a little bit. Like barely. Very We're not on break or anything. No, we know. Yeah, that's fine. We're just getting set up. Yeah.
We'll just leave this on the screen. Just hear the ASMR of headsets being dragged over leather. It's
the tasteless LAN party experience.
I can't sleep unless I hear that.
All right.
Okay. I just realized that, like, with this shot, because I was sitting on that side over there, whoever sits on that side, because there's this purple light, becomes a purple person. What? Thank you. Because yesterday I was like casting, occasionally I'd look on that monitor and be like, oh, I'm turning purple. That's too bad. That's probably not healthy, but that's a weird thing to have happen to you. Wait a minute. You're going to go Terran?
Yeah.
My bad.
He's like insulted. Like, of course, Nick.
And then what are you going to go for, Ryan? You going to go for Protoss?
Gonna play Protoss. I'm gonna make Zealots, and that's my full plan. What are you doing?
Sorry, I thought I was selecting.
All right, here we go. Confirm abort? Confirm abort?
Yeah, man.
Huh.
All right. I think you're player 1, so you got to do the menus.
Okay. We're playing StarCraft 64 in its second language, guys. It doesn't quite sound natural.
Monkey Business is a map name?
I don't think so.
One of the maps was Monkey Business. You ever heard of that one before?
No.
Can we just take a look really quick? I just want to, can we just look at it? What is Monkey Business? it's
oh, my
silly.
God. Imagine.
It's like a bunch of bananas scattered across the mini-map. It's a 3-player map as well.
Oh, my God. Go back to that last one. Ew!
Nick is going to have a meltdown. Look at this.
It's like a map I make like when I'm 10 years old. I'd show my parents. They would not be impressed. Like, what are the
macaroni
other ones?
art.
Meltdown.
All right. Bloodbath.
Bloodbath.
Okay. Is
Player
this good?
2.
Am I tearing your Protoss?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're ready to go.
Ready to go? Okay. Let's load in.
Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck.
Look at the Zealot. Start the game.
Oh, the
How
probe
do I build?
auto split. All the SCVs 1-to-1 patch.
How do I build?
Oh, my God.
Okay. I started my worker
If
first.
I'm playing a normal StarCraft game and I see a game start where they just did it all to one patch, I get sick inside. I'm like, oh.
Okay, let's move. Wait, this is that's the edge of my camera?
You can't.
I can't even see my minerals.
You don't need to. They auto mine.
Yeah, they auto mine, dude.
All right.
More advanced than actual Blood War.
Not enough minerals.
I'm trying to figure out how to. Okay, deselect. So
All right, now be like a pro gamer. Make a bunch of boxes over your workers.
Oops. Okay, let's do.
So you gotta be careful not to lift the CC, because it's easy to do that, and if you do it, then it's gonna be rough.
Build.
Not enough minerals.
Let's pick up 2 probes. Wait, do I want 2 probes right now?
Well, this guy's not
7,
mining.
8.
Why is he not mining?
Just press B on a patch, and it'll go.
Right away.
Right away, sure.
It's actually weird, you know, I've really not messed with Terran or Zerg since Remastered came out, so I'm like kind of caught off guard hearing the sounds. Or at least hearing the sounds that Artos is raging. When he's playing.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
It didn't build. It didn't make.
Command Center's 1,500? Oh, that's the HP on. Okay. I was like, what?
Are you going Command Center first?
No, why would I be? What? No.
I'm not going to tell you my strategy.
Don't look. Don't look, Ryan.
I'm looking now.
Ryan, stop.
So when do I build my gateway?
I want to point this out right now. Huh? When you make your gateway?
Is it 10 supply, 11 supply? I don't
10,
know.
10, yeah.
Okay.
I want to point out these are gamers that lean forward. Are we able to zoom this camera shot out? These are Scarlett and Gemini. They played like this, like leaning back.
Okay, watch this.
I'm getting my anti-Zealot SimCity ready.
Oh my God.
Fuck it, God damn it.
How hard would it be to just push somebody with cannons with how clunky these controls are?
Oh, it didn't make!
Don't give him any ideas.
I don't think you can do it on this map anyways. You can't build on the bridge.
You have not enough minerals.
Can you cannon behind the mineral line, though? Imagine
Oh
trying
my
to
God.
Oh my
glitch
God.
the SCVs through it.
I know I'm going to be
It
Sasha.
probably just literally can't be done. Look at those gamer hands
Oh,
go.
nice positioning on the barracks.
Oh, shit.
Gaming with a
minerals.
thumb ring, by the way. Look at that. It's like, oh, that's a support band for my thumb. I was injured before in the last N64 tournament. Oh my God! Put the barracks down. All right.
I'm trying.
Oh, it's stressing me out. That was a high wire act right there. Whoa!
2 gauge.
He hasn't noticed yet. I saw his eyes widen when you said that.
It's too hard to do anything that you can't focus on your opponent's build.
Yeah, now I'm really thinking about, okay, so what is the best way to play each matchup based off the encumbering controls?
All right, so I know that his base is down here, so I'm just going to scroll my camera down.
Is that the rally point?
Set a screen hotkey.
Oh
Okay,
my
let's
God!
go.
Pro gamer moves. Watch out.
I keep thinking that B is like the button you press to build a unit, and I keep...
That's why your gateway wasn't building.
Yeah, it's happened like repeatedly.
2 barracks versus 2 gate.
Oh, he's going 2 barracks?
Yep.
Can you coach me, Nick?
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, I need a pylon! Nick, you didn't tell me!
You didn't know you needed a pylon?
I didn't know! How am I going to know this?
Look at there. The concentration here. Can you put Ziggy back on camera for a second? You see his face squeeze. Are we able to do that right now? Now Ziggy might change his face, but...
Supply block is killer. All right. Boom. Supply block is brutal. It feels so much worse on slow speed.
Wait. Is it a zealot wall if it's command center, barracks, depot from left going to right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, that is a wall? Okay. Oh, dude, he's got a SimCity, man. You've got the Great Wall of Ziggy over here, man.
Great Wall of Ziggy.
Not enough minerals.
How do I attack?
Nobody tell him.
You press B and it's A move.
Oh! Oh, my God. Oh, I thought the zealot was the Marine.
Okay, I'm just going to assume that this is going to sort itself out. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think it's about priority. It's about it's kind of like StarCraft 1 anyways, where you have to figure out like what you can set and forget, and then what you have to like focus on in micro.
Not enough minerals.
Give me something to shoot. Go. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Man, these pylons are just brutal. I keep forgetting them. Take this probe build.
You made fun of me when you were casting my games, and now...
Yeah, now I know the pain.
You see how hard it is.
It's always interesting to see Protoss players who just line all their pylons up.
Well, I don't. I'm trying to manage my limited screen space here. How do I cancel? Okay, cancel that. Let's go over here.
Wow, screen hotkeys. You actually use them.
Yeah, this is some real pro gamer stuff.
I need the APM shirt, man.
This is gaming professionally.
This looks so much better than our match, me against Gemini. You guys both have a game plan.
I don't. I was floating so many minerals. I'm like, I might as well build a Nexus.
Is there a way to set a rally point?
Well, this is actually...
Yeah, you just select the barracks and press B somewhere.
This is actually kind of cool because, like, Ziggy did basically preempt the wall in, but I think the play from State is basically 100% correct because he can just ignore the wall in and take another main.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Ziggy plays with a face of disgust. It's very... It's like he's looking at videos of people getting surgeries or something. He's like, ugh.
Reporting for duty. You want a piece of me, boy? Right away, sir.
There's 1 gas on this map, right?
Yeah.
I guess they didn't really have any StarCraft 1 maps with 2 gases at the start, right?
In the main?
In the main, right? They didn't... I know, I guess they did. They have some, but it was actually pretty new, I guess.
Yeah.
But not in the old days.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Of course, 200 minerals? This is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, the core is expensive,
I
man.
made this expansion so long ago.
Yeah, this is insane.
I just like keep going there like, oh man, I've been missing the pro production for a while, and then,
Queuing up 5 Marines. Set and forget.
Yeah, I mean,
It's interesting.
I don't have the APM.
If you look at their hands, you have Ziggy. You like pinch the joystick with your index finger and thumb.
Yeah.
And then Ryan keeps his hands way under. This is like now I'm totally intrigued by this.
This is just the way I've always
Look at
played on Nintendo 64. I saw you move that screen up to my expansion, you bastard.
Wait.
Look at his. That's insane.
Wait,
Isn't that a lot of Smash players play?
How do I deselect?
I don't know.
I need
Smash
a screen
players
hotkey
are
here in the
screaming
middle.
at their monitors right now.
I need a screen hotkey here. Okay. I'm all set up.
Oh, I'm supply blocked.
But then Ryan, look, his fingers are all the way on the back. Whoa, hold on.
There's a mosquito in my
what
face.
was that? He just had his left thumb go up onto the number pad.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah, it was
camera
a screen
location.
hotkey.
Screen hotkey.
Whoa, that was like a skateboard trick. Ziggy, I'm getting worried about you, man.
Yeah, me too.
This gamer's got a whole other base set up.
How do I make a citadel of a dune? That's what it's called, right? The Zealot Lake House?
Yeah.
Zealot Lake
Called
House.
the Zealot Leg House. That's what it's called from here on out, forever in StarCraft. Zealot Leg House.
That's what it is.
You got like a real insight into your mind right now. House of Leg upgrades.
House of Leg upgrades.
Yeah. Actually, when I came here and started casting, I had called it Zealot Legs my whole life, and then someone just pointed out to me, it's like it's a leg upgrade. It's not, they have legs. Like they're not.
You're not researching legs.
They're not like basically crawling around on the ground like dragging their torsos until you get the leg upgrade.
God, that reminds me of some terrible game design. You remember Command & Conquer Generals? Like some of the factions, you could like research shoes. Jesus, like some of the stuff these game devs did back in the day, man. All right, trying to build this gateway over here.
What they need in this game is they need that Command & Conquer dog that can kill like 1,000 infantry units. When you just
which Command & Conquer was that?
Red Alert.
Or was it what dog could do that?
What?
I
The
played
dog!
Red Alert. I don't remember this.
You didn't know you could make dogs in Command & Conquer?
I'm sure I knew at some point, but to
Hold
me
on,
now it
I'm
just
looking
feels
this
like a revelation.
Red Alert. I'm looking this up on my phone.
All right, Lake House is
Dog.
done. Getting legs. He's trying to hit the anti-timing right now.
Red Alert 2, yeah. Attack dogs.
Is it researching? Okay, attack dogs. How many Marines do you have,
Gotta
Ziggy? Can you go
build
do
a
camera,
house of
please?
dog.
Well, I'm trying to build a
House of dog.
factory and it won't build.
Sounds like a
Is that your first factory?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wait, do you have a stim or anything on the way?
No, because the
Why are
academy
there
didn't
two
build.
probes here? Move out of the way. I can't build there.
Yeah, Ziggy's plan was basically like to hide and let like Ryan, the Protoss mutant, like just come at him, and he would just like shoot him down like from behind the depots. But then Ryan, much like the Velociraptors that learned how to open doors, just realized that he can expand and not do this.
Dude, look at this. Look at this macro. I have at least 30 APM right now. I am pleased.
Dude, Ryan is.
I'm macroing
is
hard.
Macroing, man.
Wait, you have more supply than me.
Yeah, of course. I've had two bases this
man.
entire time.
Yeah, that's probably a good. No, I have a lot of money though. What?
Ziggy, how much money does Ziggy?
700
700?
Yeah, I can't figure out the control. This is a disaster.
How much did you play this last night or 2 nights ago, Ryan?
I've been doing nothing except playing Nintendo 64 for the past like 10 hours. No, me and Gemini we played what? Why am I getting attacked? Ziggy?
Oh.
Oh no.
Do my zealots win that fight? Does anyone know?
I don't even know where your army is.
I was trying to control my units on your screen, but that didn't work.
Okay, well, I don't think that base is paid for itself, so I'm hoping that it'll be okay. I'm just going to assume that my zealots can handle themselves. If Artosis was here, he'd probably say that's what most players do. Oh my god, you can click on the minimap. I didn't even know this. Let's go, zealots!
Oh, that might be too many Marines. Oh no, never mind. This is StarCraft 1.
Oh, the academy didn't build again. No.
200 minerals for an academy?
That was another thing patched. Yeah.
What's it
It's
now?
150, I think.
Okay. Base is coming in. Did you kill a pylon, or am I actually this bad?
I don't know.
Now I've noticed this with the
what's happening,
text.
to
It
be
says you
honest.
can't build there, period. Not ...
Yeah, it's a little more understanding about not being able to place a building. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's tough to build things in
It's
this
like I'm
game,
asking
man.
you a question, like, you build there? It's like, you cannot build there. But then with the minerals, it's like, what is your deal? Not enough minerals. You lunatic. All right, this is getting worse and worse. Basically, Ziggy's going to run out of space to make stuff. The feng shui of his base is a nightmare.
I'm impressed by State's base here.
Yeah, I'm a SimCity player.
Look at State is like. I mean, this is just the absolute like most efficient laid out.
I've had a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah.
Let's make some Dragoons.
Did you just start air weapons, or did you start Dragoon range?
I don't know. We're going to find out in a few minutes.
You'll find out when my Corsairs do a little bit more damage.
Ryan?
Yeah, what's up?
My academy's almost done.
I hear that, yeah.
Your supply is at 66. I feel like the supply should have gone up on both sides, but I think I'm not in tune with how slow this is.
No, you're wrong. I've been supply blocked for a couple of minutes now. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, well, this is a problem that I am solving. It's making a lot of pylons. Let's go back to this base and tech. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'll get this one. Let's go shields and armor. Oh wait, that's so expensive. Screw that.
Oh, shields. Yeah. No, that's
crazy.
That's the most overpriced upgrade.
Where's this tank going? What are you?
You have tanks?
No. He's got
I
tanks.
haven't looked at your screen in a while. I am so honorable right now. All right. I have like all these gateways. I'm like not producing any units.
That Dragoon's not gonna get out of there.
What the hell? I'm never gonna be able to kill that pylon. I don't think you can force attack something. All right, it's a turret.
There's a Dragoon entombed into the pylon wall.
It's my defensive Dragoon.
Yeah, he's just gonna patrol there. He's gonna burn some calories.
Dude, sometimes I want to build and like I can't actually navigate the menu. Like I can't move my joystick up to select the zealot. I have to like reselect it.
I think next time we do this, I gotta get like fresh new controllers. This was not something I factored in. That like.
Yeah, mine is like.
Well, the one that
dragging to the right.
Yeah, just a little bit. Scarlett, can I play with this controller?
You have not enough minerals.
When we play in the finals after I
You don't think
finish?
Ziggy's gonna win this?
No,
Hey.
are you kidding?
Hey,
Are you watching the game? Here's a 54 supply.
you guys are so mean.
Just in case he gets like cloaked.
Oh no, one cannon that could stop him. Infinity.
Yeah, cannons are probably pretty good in this. Oh, I have these gateways too. I haven't been using them. I have. Well, nobody say what that one's making.
So was this made after Brood War? Because there's medics in the game.
Yeah.
Not enough
This
minerals.
was, I think there was this weird period, if you go like to the history of Nintendo 64, where it's like, that console was so big, I feel like everybody felt like they needed to get in on it. And they had every kind of game 64. That was like the
How do you
thing.
make control groups?
So your right bumper button is like your control key,
Yeah.
and then this is like 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4. So you bumper and then you press this to create the control group, and it should say like control group use set, or I don't know why it's letters.
Okay.
And then you press the button to recall the control
Thank
group.
you.
Probably like you.
I wouldn't help you if you were winning, but I feel kind of bad.
I don't know how to like actually use the control groups though, because those buttons are for the commands. No.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. I
Enough minerals.
don't know.
I guess you'd have to have it be deselected? I don't know.
Nobody knows anything.
I
in
never
this
got
game.
it to work when I was playing. I
I
saw some
haven't-
control groups, never actually could use them.
I don't think I've built probes in a long time. Ziggy, are you gonna move out?
I'm trying to figure out how to make control groups and then move out,
Okay.
but it's not going well.
Guys, I see there's still some people buying merch. We appreciate you. Sobfu? Thank you so much for the one item at the shop. Some other donations in here as well, guys. We appreciate it. We've unlocked Tasteless Land Party 3. Check out tastelessthreads.com, the new merch site. We'll be having more merch added in there down the road. But, yeah, guys, I'm glad you guys like the stuff. I'm glad you guys can contribute and help support us while at the same time getting something back. So we appreciate it. We'll be planning to land for next year sometime early in 2023. And by the way, Now this, hold on. Now this attack's coming out here. Now if State is too fragmented with his attacking units, the medic, marine, and tanks will win this.
I don't know how to select just the Marines to stim them.
This is why you shouldn't like.
This is look. I can't.
This is why you don't play Terran on this game, man.
Yeah.
Hey, come on, that's not fair.
Not many things in a Terran's life are fair. Look at the turret. Look, it's doing something. This Dragoon. It's killing medics that are just running past all the damaged bio. Oh, this is actually a problem. Oh, never mind. It's not. It is not a problem.
We've got DTs?
Yeah, I've had DTs.
Oh, no, and he's blocked. He's got no. DTs are the best unit in StarCraft 64.
We've solved the game, guys. Everyone should make DTs.
Yeah.
I was considering getting Templar to, like, storm, but I'm not going to attempt that.
I think my whole army just died.
Yeah, it did.
I have something in your main, but I don't know.
You have medics in my main base.
Oh,
so,
good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's helpful.
Classic.
Let's go ahead and move down here
6
now.
gateways. Ryan, you know we can just come and kill me, right?
You know,
6 gateways per base.
Yeah.
Artosis once said, when you get ahead, get more ahead, and that's what I'm doing.
Apparently you can hold Z and press A to select only the same type of units on.
Oh, that's how you double
there's
click.
a button at the back.
Yeah, that's Z.
Whoa, there's a button. Oh yeah, that's like the.
Yeah, look at that.
That's how you.
Whoa,
shoot,
you can
that's how
also
shoot
drag.
people
Look
in
at
GoldenEye.
look at this camera controller right now.
Whoa! By the end of this, we're gonna know how to kind of control.
Oh, in a few Tasteless LAN parties, we know how to
By
make
next year, we're gonna actually go play normal games.
So wait, how does he say to control with Z? Because Z is just like for me camera scroll. It's like
what
drag
if we
clicking.
try and click on a unit whilst Z is held down?
Yeah, I'm not selecting any more zealots doing this. I don't think.
All right, I think Ziggy's dead.
Yeah. Well, let me try and select. No, this controller is right now to the left.
Sasha, that's your
Sorry,
controller,
to
by the way.
I think you need a handicap.
What?
Judging by your play this game.
Yeah, no. Oh, it only speeds up the cursor. Okay.
Does it? 'Cause again, like I'm only drag clicking when I use the Z button.
Ryan, I think I'm dead.
I agree.
Can I tap out?
You can tap out.
GG, Ryan. Well done. Good luck in the grand final.
Can I try and figure out how this works? Really
Yeah,
quick?
sure.
Yeah, well.
All right, guys.
No,
we have
board,
our
board,
finalists.
Oh.
Not giving her a chance to brag.
I wanted to see the score screen.
That's
guys.
bad.
We're gonna go to
scroll
we're gonna go to a quick 5-minute break. We come back. The grand finals of the StarCraft 64 tournament here at the Tasteless LAN party. We will see you soon. Bye bye. And we're finally back in the finals of the StarCraft 64 tournament here at the Tasteless LAN party. And here's the thing. I know that both of you guys are actually competitive enough that you really want to win this.
Which one's me?
I don't know who's the favorite here. I'm actually a little bit more impressed with State for the 64 play.
I think I'm the
that
top
last
one.
game, he kind of like just completely crushed Ziggy.
Yeah,
Felt like
it was kind of crazy.
He picked Terran in N64. Like, what do? You go bio against Protoss without stimming your Marines? Do you make siege tanks you can't siege?
I was just
Ziggy's
impressed.
just like standing off camera, like, oh my god, we're like trying to have fun.
I was just kind of like impressed. I like look over after talking back there a little bit, and I see he's over 100 supply. I was like, we didn't even get past like 40. It's like,
yeah.
We're gonna be on Bloodbath
You
again.
gonna play Zerg?
I think
Zerg. Wow.
Are you gonna
Scarlett going
four-pull
back
me?
to Zerg.
Maybe.
Nick, how do you stop?
You'll be able to
before
know
we
immediately. Like
before we start, how do I
No.
stop before pool?
Well, you can just stop it if you get stuff out fast. But actually, no, I don't know.
I
'cause
literally
it's
just
150.
I just made. Oh, we had a bigger map though when we played it actually. So I.
Oh, are we going into this? Sorry,
Seems
I
like
thought
it.
there
You
was
just
gonna be. I thought there was
started
gonna be a countdown or something. I'm sorry.
Ryan's like, my shoes aren't tied. Hold on.
You're not making any drones.
Well,
Wait.
She doesn't want
Okay,
to.
she
She's
made a drone.
four-pull.
She made a
She's
drone. She
four-pull.
made a drone.
Now it's 150 minerals, not 200. That was one of the things Blizzard patched. Like, you know, the very early patch in like primitive, like Jurassic era StarCraft during the Cretaceous period of the game, where they were like, oh, it seems like you get 6 Zerglings pretty fast. Maybe we should like figure out how to like math that further back out. And the thing is, Scarlett doesn't have to scout.
I don't.
Where's
And
that
so-
Overlord going?
Now, Ryan, I mean, there's probably 2 options. Now, by the way, Scarlett leaning back, casual gaming. Ryan tryharding like crazy. Like
Oh,
breaking his
yeah,
back and
man.
stuff. Just knots are building up in his shoulders. We're going to find out which one's actually better. But here's the thing. I mean, I guess you could go Forge? I don't actually know if you get there in time. Thing is, if you go Forge and the cannon dies, then it's like, well, now you should just leave the game because you can't worker drill, right? That's impossible.
I mean, the thing is, we're just playing it on like the tiniest map ever. It's like if we just play on like a larger map, it's.
But what if we eventually at Tasteless LAN parties we start to level up, and then eventually it's like, well, we're gonna be on Neo Sylphid ASL edition.
We find a way to like download the new
we gotta,
maps.
like, hack into the game and stuff, and then we realize that the normal StarCraft is actually not interesting and fun, and it's like we just changed the whole game. Scarlett, make it fast. Scarlett, go!
This music's pretty good.
Yeah,
I do like the Protoss
I don't
music.
like the Protoss music.
Everyone always says that they think the Protoss music isn't that good.
It's the
and
worst.
Obviously, like Terran
and
is
then
like the
I
best.
think Zerg is the best, but Artosis
Really?
will then interrupt everybody and make a crazy face and be like, Terran's the best.
No, but wait, okay.
I think the Zerg music is way better for StarCraft.
Why?
Because it sounds better.
Well, yeah, what kind of question is
Yeah,
that?
why?
I don't know. I mean, I just like the Terran's got like the sick guitar riff. It's got the nice the drum
but
in the back.
I like the kind of like weird, eerie sounds of the Zerg music.
Yeah.
Did you just do an extractor trick
just
in
extractor
a Nintendo
trick.
64?
Dude.
Whoa.
Can you calm
What's
down?
going on? Scarlett knows the gamers are watching right now. Check this out.
My Overlord's late though.
No.
Uh-oh.
This is like literally just a like ladder four pull, but better
No,
because
It's a 9 pull. It's a 9 pull.
Oh, I
She's
thought you
9
4 pulled.
pulling.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
that's why I'm building my gateways a little
I'm
bit
not
later.
that dirty.
I'm like, this is the most drones I've ever seen with a 4 pull. That 150 minerals, really, you can get a lot of drones out, huh?
Okay, I set a camera location on your base.
Yeah, I have camera locations around too. Look at this. Look at this APM. Even find a way to spam in StarCraft 1 on Nintendo 64. All right.
Now, we got to get more like this is the ladder. Ask Scarlett where she's from, and then pause the game. And then
Someone in
ask
chat
Scarlett
said
where
that
you're from, and
earlier,
then right when
actually.
you attack in it. Oh, really? Someone
Yeah.
said that in chat? Yeah.
Have you ever done one of those, by the way? Have you ever dropped a from question mark?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so many
I did
times,
it with
man.
oracles in PV in Heart of the Swarm, and it worked.
Well, I feel like now if you play ladder, if some guy's talking, you're like, okay, dude, what are you doing? Like,
That's when you start macroing when you talk. You
Yeah,
just go
yeah,
Nexus
yeah.
first, freak him out.
It was actually so funny. I just like didn't really think about it. I was like, I'm gonna proxy oracle. I was like, well, let me just do the from thing, and it's kind of funny. And wouldn't it be so funny if it worked? Then I did it, and he literally like typed something, but then you could see it was like half written. He like quickly, he's like, oh, quick, hit enter, shit. He's like, oh god.
Oh, they're already in my base.
oh no. But Scarlett has to at least make those things attack the Zealot, so it's kind of bad on both sides. Oh my god. Are you the gamer in chief? The gamer in chief? He's like trying to pro troll. This is crazy.
I don't
Oh
actually
my
know what
God.
I'm doing.
He's the
Everything's
chosen
dead.
gamer.
I mean,
He's
they're
a
all
cho-
dead. The Lings just died.
Is that good?
The hieroglyphics on the pyramids talked about this. Oh my god. The Mayans were right, just the years were a little bit wrong.
This is micro on these Lings as well, trying to go
Dude,
around.
Scarlett
get
is
the
actually
exterior probes.
Oh, but Scarlett, you got to go 9 through speed. Oh. That would have been the. Well, actually, I don't know. Would that have been that much better? Oh my God, she's microing.
Uh-oh, it's not good.
Oh, I feel like we were doing really good at defending at first, but now we're kind of getting scrambled. Although, I mean, we still have a lot of probes.
This
right?
is actually now a really interesting game.
Oh, I have more zealots. If I can select them, I'll be okay.
Oh my God.
I think your attack you selected to attack your own probes there.
Oh my God, dude, this is like an actual StarCraft.
Dude, the fact that they now know how to control click.
Dude,
they can control click. It makes it actually just so much better.
it's like when they found out those apes that learned how to like take the sticks and like lick the sticks and then stick them in the holes where the ants were and pull the ants out. Eat them. It's like they're using tools. They're using fire to cook their meat.
Oh my God, State's trying to expand again. Look at this guy.
I now think this is no longer a strategy with State. I think State's just like, oh my God, I have so much money. Like,
Yeah, it's literally
let's
it.
go to the other starting locations. Hey, Angus bought one item in the shop. Dear Mr. Tasteless, I've enjoyed your taste.
Oh, they're in my base?
Tasteless,
Yeah, they're in their
Forever.
base.
Mr. No, you guys go ahead. No, this Angus guy can just go away. All right, guys. So enjoyed your Tastosis since forever. Your contributions to gaming will not be forgotten by me. Thank you. Less than 3. Thank you.
I'm using the move command, but
Oh
they're
my
still
God.
A-moving.
Dude, he's coming in there. He's going for these drones. This is, and just like the Brood War Zealots, where if you don't micro them perfectly, they kind of stop. They're like, oh, hold on, I've got gas.
I like how we switched to Nintendo 64, like the swears just come out.
Come out. Well, it's got to be annoying. Oh, dude, I think Scarlett
Scarlett's
might be
got
dead.
5 supply.
Wait, what?
4 supply
She's
now.
got
What?
4 drones.
That's really good for me. Let's go.
State's so happy.
State is so
I'm a
happy
winner.
right now.
My drones didn't.
For the first time in
I
my
know.
life.
State, I wish you just had a trophy for you to kiss at the end of the show, man.
Kiss the cartridge. Kiss the N64 cartridge.
Confetti will fly. Is that a sunken? You made a sunken with like 5 supply? What a gamer.
I had more supply when I started.
That's actually been there while you were fighting the whole time.
Yeah.
Has it really? Oh no.
And you know what's funny? It kind of is one on like a almost like ancient StarCraft level of just like I think State has not taken his gas yet, right? He's just making zealots.
I think I blocked my own next. Look at the way this mineral. Look at this base setup
Oh
here.
my God, you block yourself off there.
Let's go down here instead. How do I? Okay. I'm just gonna make more zealots.
I still have confidence. Let's go.
You're only down 20 supply.
I have Lings in his base.
Yeah, you got 2 lings.
They are just enjoying their time and not really doing anything.
Don't tell her.
State, what's your plan here? What are you gonna tech up into?
I'm gonna make more zealots. It's worked for me so far.
I want to kill those lings first.
They're
and then-
dead.
And then double check on your expansion.
Oh look, I'm
progress.
splitting the probes after I micro them back. Oh wait, there's more? There's another circling. Oh no, never mind. Wait a second. Hubris will not be the death of me.
Did you ever expand
no.
State?
No, I blocked my own Nexus.
Wait, your
remember?
probe is killing my
What happened to that
drones.
other attempt?
Well, that's when I started microing against these
Weren't
Zerglings.
you going to expand somewhere else?
Give me a break, all right? This is not easy.
He still doesn't realize there's a base there, I think.
Oh, let's go take a look over here. Oh, ah!
There he is, the moves.
The moves.
The ollie. It's the ollie move. Whoop, there we go. Whoop. You know, I just realized watching this shot, I'm like, if Goro was like a real person, he would be pretty good at this game with his extra arm. He could basically play pro StarCraft 64 and then like also like hold a beer. You know, scratch his head. Scarlett. Now look at that. Now she holds the far end. Okay, now she favors the far side of the control where Ryan holds it from the center.
Oh no!
So many zealots.
Oh no, you know my secret hand position. Now I'll lose next Tasteless LAN party too.
It's looking kind of rough, not gonna lie. Zealots all over the place.
I think I'm trying to micro them and I'm just making it worse.
Okay, I think I'm gonna forfeit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
G.
I'm dead.
G. Abort. Confirm abort.
Confirm abort.
No question mark. That was an exclamation point.
Good game.
GG.
game.
Nice job, State.
This is my crowning StarCraft
This is
achievement.
it. You did it, man.
6 years of trying to compete as a StarCraft 2 pro gamer, and I never reached this level.
But somewhere in the world, No Regret is watching this with a cape on. And just he walks away from he takes the cape and he goes, he pulls it over himself and walks out of the room. So
He disappears behind these two curtains back here.
That's right. He just emerges from the floor. We're like, wait a minute, that's No Regrets song, and this guy comes out.
Oh, that was fun.
Oh man, that was. You know what's funny is like the games are getting more interesting. I mean, obviously this is kind of like a novelty and fun to do. But as we're doing more games, I'm like, this is actually kind of interesting. Like how to what is the right way to play this? And I mean, maybe we'll do Bloodbath, maybe not. I think we're gonna have more StarCraft 64 games though.
For sure.
Oh,
down
it's
the
so
road.
much fun. I'm not just saying that because I won.
No, I mean, it's even for me. Like I remember the first game we did the last LAN party. I'm like, oh boy, like I'm tired from all this casting, and like now I don't know if this game can end. But like now that we're getting better and better, I'm like, oh no, this is actually kind of crazy. But that's it. Congratulations, State.
It was a lot of fun.
I guess we should interview you too now that we're here at the end. I mean, did you think coming into this? Did you think you were going to win?
Well, when I heard that Ziggy was playing Terran, I knew that I would be playing Scarlett in the finals.
Damn.
I mean,
did you think Gemini was going to lose to Scarlett?
That surprised me because when I played Gemini in rehearsal, neither of us had any idea what we were doing, and he 2-0'd me. I tried a 4-pool. It didn't go very well, and I have no idea why.
It almost seems like the 4-pool is not actually as good unless you can actually like micro the units, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think 4-pool might be okay. The 9-pool definitely, I don't think was the right choice there.
Yeah, because I went like a 10 gateway, 11 gateway or something, and my Zealot finished like right when you got there, and I have a lot of probes, so I can just micro them. And after that Twitch chatter came in with like the Z button,
that actually
helped a lot.
Seriously, being able to control click things.
No, that's not the Z button. That's the right bumper. That's right bumper plus A. So it's not Z, but what you can do with Z is you can move the camera really quickly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that definitely would help too. But I think the control click thing actually is huge.
It made it so much easier to micro.
It was so hard to just like do anything with my probes.
You can't double click on anything to select it, right?
No, that's what this thing lets you do, the control
right
click,
bumper plus A is the double click.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
right
we discovered this on the break. Right bumper plus A, and it's like double clicking. You select all of the same unit type.
I was trying to press the Z plus A to double click.
Oh, you got baited by the Twitch chatter.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, guys, this is going to be it for the event. I know we got to close down here at the studio, so we're going to go ahead and I guess we could find another stream to raid. But this is going to be the end of the show, guys. Thank you so much for supporting us here. We did hit our goal. We will have Tasteless LAN Party 3. That'll be sometime early 2023. We can rent the space and plan out the show. Do me a favor and spread the word on this little indie tournament we're doing. I mean, basically, every other StarCraft event's been around forever now, right? So I think people are kind of used to what is actually out there, and they don't know about this. Subscribe to my YouTube. All the VODs are going to be uploaded there very soon. We're going to cut those up into some extra videos as well, and let people know that we're doing this. And, you know, this is something I want to keep building out into the future. So your support is very much appreciated. And thank you guys. And everybody here in the studio, all the staff and everybody, you guys are wonderful. I obviously could not have done this without you guys. So thank you guys so much. Yeah, that's it. We love you guys. Take care. See ya. Bye-bye.